Chapter 752. In front of the ancient battlefield, the Heaven's Choice Mountain had been reduced to scorched earth after the battle. The demonic butterfly's destructive power had destroyed everything within thousands of miles. There was not a single place left intact. The wind was whistling and the night was cold and desolate. Sand and dust filled the air as a beautiful woman walked over in the wind. She held a red umbrella in her hand, and her features were picturesque. She was so perfect that she seemed to have come out of a painting. It was very unreal. Below the ancient battlefield, the woman took a step forward and flew toward the battlefield in the sky. In the battlefield, the wind was cold and the yellow sand was covered. The butterfly moved forward, and with every step it took, the surrounding mountains collapsed. The uncontrollable destructive power kept flowing, shocking the world. That's, under the night sky, a young expert looked at the shocking scene in front of him. His face was filled with shock. Who was that? Boom. The demonic aura was hard to control, and the black wings on the butterfly's back unfolded on their own. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive aura spread rapidly, and the world changed color. With a miserable cry, the young expert was affected by the demonic aura, and his body exploded. The instant his blood and bones scattered, they were immediately swallowed up by the demonic aura. The butterfly groaned in pain, and its eyes were faintly discernible. Its murderous aura rose. "Butterfly in the flower, come back with me." At this moment, a beautiful woman holding a red umbrella appeared and said softly, "Don't worry, Brother Yi." "Impossible." Butterfly in the flower's face turned cold when she saw the woman. "Those star venerables already know that you're practicing the 9 serenities, sky-devouring demon scripture. This world can't tolerate you anymore. Coming back with me is your only choice," the moon weaver said calmly. Butterfly in the flower didn't answer, and continued walking forward. "The path you've chosen can only lead to destruction. Do you really want me to kill him before you're willing to come back with me?" Red light flashed, and the moon weaver's figure flashed. "If you dare hurt him, Butterfly in the flower will not rest until you're dead." The butterfly's eyes were filled with murderous aura when its reverse scale was touched. Its blood-red eyes were threatening, and the dots of red made people's hearts palpitate. "I can't help it." With a soft sigh, the red light broke through the sky and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Hua Zhongyie's expression changed. She wanted to chase after him, but all of a sudden, she staggered. The demonic yuan in the black wings on her back went out of control. A horrifying power vibrated. The power of destroying mountains and splitting seas roared out, covering thousands of miles. Separated by tens of thousands of li, Su Yi advanced alone. She entered the battlefield, searching for the ancient immortal's opportunity. It was a strange place. Everyone who entered was separated, and it was hard to see anyone within 1,000 miles. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves thundered, as if it had surpassed the ancient times. The oppressive pressure that assaulted their faces made them feel an indescribable feeling of being torn apart, heavy and ancient. Ningchen stopped in his tracks and stared ahead. His robes fluttered in the wind. His body was as still as a mountain. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, his expression wouldn't change. Hundreds of thousands of armored cavalry passed through. It was so shocking, even if it was just an illusion, it still made people feel fear. However, after seeing the real battlefield and experiencing countless battles, the knowing destiny state was no longer afraid. A general died in 100 battles, but a warrior returned after 10 years. The great Xia Jiming Marquis had experienced far more than 100 battles. Thousands of troops and horses passed by, but in front of them was still desolate. Perhaps it had been prosperous in the ancient times, but now only scorched earth was left. Immortal's opportunity, seeking immortality, cultivating immortality, becoming an immortal. It was just like the scene in front of them. No one knew if it was a mirage or a masterpiece from the ancient times. Ning Chen continued forward with firm step. Since he had made his choice, he wouldn't regret it. On the other side, the lady in white took out the heaven-suppressing chessboard. Looking at the crisscrossing black and white pieces, her beautiful eyes flashed. Ever since the ninth son of Mo sect forcefully opened the entrance to the ancient battlefield on behalf of the Chosen One, the situation on the heaven-suppressing chessboard changed. The black pieces gradually took the lead, breaking the deadlock. The Chosen One is actually stronger than the Chosen One. The result of this trip to the ancient battlefield is hard to predict. After observing for a long time, Bai the Venerable waved his hand and put away the heaven-suppressing chessboard. Then, he took a step forward and flew towards the direction indicated by the chessboard. Dong! Just as everyone was searching for the ancient immortal's opportunity, a bell rang out from somewhere. Then, it rang out again and again, echoing throughout the battlefield. A bell. In the wilderness, Ning Chen stopped and narrowed his eyes. How could there be a bell in this place? After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed as he rushed towards the source of the bell. The ninth son of Mo sect. Perhaps I should call you the Knowledge Marquis. As he spoke, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. A red paper umbrella blocked the filth of the mortal world. A pure and holy aura spread through the night sky. An unfamiliar person with shocking words. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and he raised his guard. In the outer heavens, other than the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master, there was someone else who knew of his identity. Miss, who are you? Why are you blocking the way? Asked Ning Chen calmly. Moon Weaver, the person who took your life. Moon Weaver said softly. Her voice was calm and without the slightest threat, but it made people feel a chill in their hearts. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. This should be the first time we've met. There shouldn't be any enmity between us. Don't you think you've gone too far? Killing people is always going too far. Knowledge Marquis, I've heard that your sword cultivation is extraordinary. Today, Moon Weaver will experience it. Red light blossomed, and a shocking silver divine sword appeared. Moon Weaver gripped the sword and shot forward. Ning Chen didn't dare be careless. His right hand clenched, and the life executioner's sword fell in a bloody mist. Blood-colored lines spread out and stabbed into Knowledge Destiny's sword-wielding hand. Their bloodlines were connected, and their auras flourished. The two swords clashed, and a frigid chi roared out, instantly freezing everything within 1,000 miles. Miss, you've gone too far. Ning Chen couldn't help but feel angry at being blocked for an unknown reason. With his sword in hand, he didn't care about life or death. As the two swords clashed, Moon Weaver's divine sword began to shine brightly, and its power multiplied. Knowledge Destiny, the sword began to hum. The sword and man breathed as one. The sword danced, and the wind and snow reflected a brilliant bloody light. Such a shocking sword was rarely seen in 100 lifetimes. Sensing the pressure from her opponent's sword, Moon Weaver's eyes flashed. This child's sword was extraordinary. Flowing light flashed, and the divine sword under the red umbrella moved with unfathomable agility. The peak of its power appeared for the first time in the world. The Moonlight Sword art was a peerless sword art that had never been seen before. It was hard to tell which sword was superior, but now it appeared at the same time. Sword art, nothingness. Nothingness's sword wind swallowed the heavens and destroyed the earth. The sword art fused with the power of the heavenly tome, and the earth in all directions disintegrated, swallowed by the rising sword energy. The corners of the Moon Weaver's mouth curled up. Her red umbrella spun rapidly, emitting a brilliant light. A blood-colored wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas extended outwards, blocking the sword energy. Red light flashed, and the divine sword broke through the shockwaves, instantly arriving in front of Su-yi. Extreme Tao, chaotic reversal. With a bang, the two swords clashed once more. Ning Chen felt his entire body sink, and the ground beneath his feet sank a meter. He had never seen such a strange martial art before. After one exchange, the situation had changed. This sword reverses the moon and water. Moon Weaver said softly, But the sword energy did not decrease at all. The sword light flashed, and a brilliant silver light filled the eyes. Ning Chen stepped out of his bindings, and his sword met the divine weapon. He once again felt the gravity increase by 1,000 times. With a bang, his feet sank into the ground once more. Earth scroll, earth turns 1,000 times. The battle was unfavorable. Ning Chen flipped his palm, and the ground around him split open. The endless abyss split open, and the bottom couldn't be seen. Heavenly tome? Moon Weaver's eyes flashed, and she moved gracefully. Under the red umbrella, the divine sword once again displayed its shocking power. Silver light shone, and the gravity within 100 miles was reversed. The two swords clashed, and Su Yi's figure soared into the air, out of her control. Extreme Tao, Heavenly Rainbow. With the advantage accumulated, Moon Weaver stepped into the air, and the divine sword slashed toward knowing destiny. Heavenly Scroll, unparalleled under the heavens. The sword light descended and shook the divine sword once more. There was a loud tremor, and the aftershocks were turbulent. The void within thousands of miles collapsed bit by bit. "You're not going to use the divine sword?" Up close, Moon Weaver looked at the plain-clothed young man and indifferently said, "There's no need." Ning Chen's expression was cold. He flipped his palm, and with a bang, the battle began. Rumor has it that knowing destiny Marquis is someone who will do anything to win. Today, it seems that it's not so. Moon Weaver's figure flashed, and her killing move closed in. Her unparalleled cultivation, peerless divine weapon, and the most terrifying killing move left no way out. There was no conspiracy, no backstabbing. Moon Weaver's killing intent came openly, but it became the most terrifying calamity since Knowing Destiny Marquis returned. Knowing Destiny Marquis was unparalleled in the world when it came to scheming. No one could break his open schemes. Sword technique, Dragon Phoenix Burial. Borrowing strength, the dragon and phoenix intertwined. Dragons roared and phoenixes cried around Ning Chen, and the power of the gods rose rapidly, breaking through the sky. Seeing this, Moon Weaver's red umbrella shone again, and with it, she soared into the 9 heavens. Extreme Tao, Moon Goddess Command. The divine sword danced, and in the brilliant light, huge starlight appeared, gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the moon. The command of the gods, all things received it. An instant later, the starlight rotated, and sword light shot out one after another, destroying the heavens and the earth. The dragon and phoenix met, and for a moment there was a stalemate. But with a shocking sound, the destructive move ended, and a sword broke out, piercing through Ning Chen's body. There was a muffled sound, and blood splattered. Su Yi took half a step back, and bits of red fell. In the sky, Moon Weaver's figure slowly descended. Looking at the injured young man, she said calmly, "Before you truly enter the immortal realm, you won't be my opponent. Use the immortal sword, this is your last chance." "There's no need." Ning Chen endured the injury in his chest and replied again. Then with a long cry of pain, his body glowed with bloody light, and the two bodies forcefully merged. The sky was filled with red light, and the phoenix returned to its ancestral state, standing in the divine realm. Sword technique. Holding the sword in front of him, the peak appeared again. In an instant, the wind rose, and sword light shot into the sky, crisscrossing, magnificent and unparalleled. The strongest sword intent, the phoenix's unyielding will, unwilling to bow its head in the face of death. The phoenix bathed in fire, seeking life in death. With a step, Su Yi rose, and 10,000 swords coiled around her. The phoenix in the sword, the god in the sword, appeared. Nirvana. The unparalleled sword was dazzling. In the next moment 10,000 swords flew out and the phoenix appeared. Chapter 753. On the ancient battlefield, cold winds howled. In the cold night, sword light soared into the sky, dazzling and making it difficult to look straight at. Nirvana reappeared, with only one peak. Wherever the rain of swords passed, mountains and rocks were destroyed. It was a sword rarely seen in the world, and its power was unparalleled. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were illuminated by the sword light. The moon weaver's expression turned serious. The divine sword in her hand glowed with silver light, reversing the moon and absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Instantly, the void flipped and everything was upside down. The unimaginable power affected the layers of sword light and scattered them in all directions. Bang! The last few swords landed on the moon weaver's body. The moon weaver blocked with her sword, and with a rumble, she slid back dozens of feet. The red umbrella fell to the ground, stained with a trace of dust. Under the moonlight, the picturesque woman's hair fluttered, and her body was surrounded by moonlight. The moon weaver looked at the bright moon in the sky and frowned. A moment later, she walked to the side and picked up the red umbrella again. The paper umbrella blocked the moonlight, and the erupting energy around the moon weaver gradually calmed down and returned to normal. In this short interval, the mood of the battle had completely disappeared. Not far away, Ning Chen did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Instead, he quietly waited for the second round. Just as the battle was about to start again, the moon weaver's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and flew into the air. "Jiming Marquis, this is it for today. See you later." With that, the red light disappeared into the night. Seeing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Thousands of miles away, demonic qi surged. In the destroyed world, the blue-clothed butterfly found it difficult to move. The wings on its back exuded a black aura, and its power grew more and more terrifying. Red light gathered as the moon weaver waved her sword and unleashed demonic qi. Her figure flashed, and she condensed true qi into the butterfly's body. As the true qi entered the butterfly's body, the devouring power of the 9 netherworlds' heaven-devouring demon scripture gradually stabilized. The butterfly wings dissipated and merged into the butterfly's body. "Butterfly in the flower, you must come with me." The moon weaver raised her hand and sealed the butterfly's aura. Then she stepped forward and rushed out of the ancient, immortal realm. The 9 serenities' sky-devouring demon scripture had been lost for a long time. She didn't know where the butterfly in the flower had gotten it, but cultivating this scripture was a path of no return. She could either keep devouring the original power of thousands of innocent creatures, or let the devouring power of the demonic scripture devour her. There was no place in this world for someone who cultivated this demonic scripture. Once the venerables of the star fields were free, the next person they would deal with would be Butterfly in the flower. Dong! In the depths of the battlefield, the bell rang once again. The aftershock reverberated and reverberated throughout the entire ancient battlefield. Hua Zhongjie turned her head and looked at the silhouette in the distance. Tears flashed in her eyes and fell silently. 10,000 miles away, Ning Chen sensed something and looked back. However, all he saw was an empty starry sky. It was so quiet. When will the infatuation of all living beings end? Outside the ancient battlefield, the moon weaver sighed softly. A moment later, she took the butterfly in the flower and flew away. Dong! In the battlefield, bell after bell rang out continuously. One figure after another flashed by, rushing in the direction of the bell's origin. In the starry sky, the silver-robed Di Mingtian appeared. His incomparably gorgeous clothes and silver-beaded mask all revealed his noble status. "Your Highness!" Ing Qianzhang bowed. Mo Gate's 9th son has opened the ancient battlefield for the heaven's chosen one. In the following days, the heavens will also change. I need to recover my strength. Ing Qianzhang, prepare the sacrifice of life, said Di Mingtian calmly. Yes. Ing Qianzhang respectfully accepted the order. In the depths of the battlefield, the bell rang out from within a mountain range. It was unknown where it had come from, or where it had come from. The sound of the bell echoed for 11 times before it stopped. Under the cold moon, thousands of rusty broken spears were stabbed into the ground in the spiraling mountain range. The aura of the ancient era flowed through them. Strangely, they had been preserved by the aftermath of the bell's chimes. The bell stopped ringing. An hour later, many figures rushed over from different directions and rushed into the mountain range. The huge mountain range that could not be seen in the mortal world stretched for tens of thousands of miles. When humans entered, they were like a drop in the ocean, unable to cause the slightest disturbance. Bai appeared and entered the mountain. She looked at the stone pillars in front of her and didn't hesitate. Her figure flashed past, rushing forward at extreme speed. Due to the Moon Weaver's obstruction, he had already wasted quite a bit of time. He had to hurry. The immortal opportunity that everyone was searching for should be the method to reach the fourth realm. Up until now, he had never heard of a true fourth realm in sky beyond heaven. Perhaps this time he would be able to find some clues. Cultivating the 9 ranks, passing the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, and experiencing the 3 realms. The path of cultivation started from Hotian to Xiantian, and then experienced the tempering of the 3 realms of immortal treading. Only then could one be called a true grand cultivator. However, it was said that above immortal treading, there was a 4th realm that had reached great success. However, it had existed since ancient times, but it had not been seen in the present. According to his and the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master's deductions, in the era when the 4 immortal realms still existed, the 4th realm might be the threshold for mortals to ascend. Thus, the legendary true immortals were very likely cultivators at or above the 4th realm. Dong. Another hour later, the bell rang again. At midnight, the bell rang 12 times in a row. Sound waves rippled out from the mountain range and spread throughout the ancient battlefield. As the bell rang, the shadow of a huge ancient bronze bell appeared in the sky above the mountain range. No one rang it. After millions of years, it had not changed at all. Eastern Emperor Bell. Looking at the shadow of the ancient bell in the sky, the faces of the Star Sector sovereigns changed. The treasure of the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm was actually here. Among the 4 immortal realms, the strongest was undoubtedly the Eastern Immortal Realm, and the Lord of the Eastern Immortal Realm was the most powerful person in Jyotian City. Even the Queen Mother of the West, who ruled the Western Immortal Realm, was slightly inferior. In ancient times, the Eastern Immortal Realm had 2 treasures that shocked the entire starry sky. One was the god-slaying sword, and the other was the Eastern Emperor Bell. Who would have thought that the Eastern Emperor Bell, which had disappeared with the collapse of the Eastern Immortal Realm, would appear in this ancient battlefield? After the bell rang 12 times, the shadow of the ancient bronze bell in the sky gradually faded. At this moment, in the sky, several figures rushed into the sky and joined forces to lock down the shadow of the ancient bell. Boom! The moment their auras came into contact with the bell, the ancient bell suddenly shook again. A terrifying shock wave spread out, and the 4 people who were close to it were shattered. Blood and bones filled the sky and rained down from the sky. In the mountain range, the expressions of the people who came changed. Without anyone controlling it, how could the Eastern Emperor Bell still be so powerful? 6 Karmic Silence, Wanxiang Heavenly Beginning. On a mountain peak, Wu Qingying looked at the ancient bronze bell in the sky. With a wave of her hand, a red harp that was half the height of her body appeared in front of her. Soon after, she plucked the strings, and an invisible celestial sound spread out. When the celestial sound arrived, heaven and earth became silent. The moment the harp's shockwave sealed the ancient bell, the Eastern Emperor Bell shook, and the celestial sound instantly collapsed. The shockwave caused Wu Qingying to stagger and vomit a mouthful of blood. Looking at the bell in the sky, her beautiful face revealed shock. This bell was actually alive. In another direction, azure light gathered, and the star mark bow was drawn. An arrow light was about to shoot out, but a hand blocked it. Don't test it anymore. This bell is too strange. Carelessly using it might cause a backlash, said Mu Qianshang. Are we just going to wait like this? Asked Luo Xingchen. In the end, there's still a gap between us and those star field sovereigns. There's no need to start a conflict with them because of an unknown ancient bell. Let's just wait and see, said Mu Qianshang. Luo Xingchen nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, What about knowing destiny? Why haven't I seen any movement from him? He should have arrived earlier than us. Perhaps he was delayed by something, or perhaps he arrived earlier and is just waiting to see what's going on like us. Mu Qianshang replied uncertainly. A hint of worry flashed across his brows. He was also worried about this matter. Knowing Destiny's state was different from them. They could ignore these things, but knowing Destiny's state could not. Knowing Destiny's original body only had a lifespan of less than 100 years. If one died, the 3 bodies would fall. Even if he obtained the time seal, he wouldn't be able to wait until the day the undying immortality peach tree bloomed. There was no way out of this predicament unless he could break the rule that mortals couldn't become immortals. However, the reason why the Heaven's Will was called the Heaven's Will was because it was the will of the heavens. No one could go against it. Knowing Destiny knew that the sovereigns were a threat, but he still entered the battlefield regardless. That was probably the reason. Shunji, help me. On the other side of the mountain range, the woman in the white dress said softly. Bai Yu, have you thought about it? The void swirled and Shinji walked out. He looked at the woman and said calmly. I must get this bell. Bai Yu the Venerable said seriously. As you wish. As he spoke, the purple light around Shinji shone brightly. His clothes fluttered in the wind. The whole world turned into a chessboard with the stars as the pieces. When he raised his hand, the stars moved and the moon moved. Seeing this, the sovereigns from all over the mountain range became serious. They didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. In an instant, rays of light shot up into the sky. The aura of the true realm rose to the extreme, shaking the stars. The sovereigns attacked together. Their aura pierced through the clouds and pressed against the ancient bell in the void. The battle for the immortal artifact had reached its climax. Dong! The bell rang. Sound waves spread out and blocked the aura of the sovereigns. After a moment of stalemate, the sky-stabilizing chessboard appeared in Bai Yu the Venerable's hand. Starlight shone from the 9 heavens. Black and white pieces flew in all directions, turning into runes and suppressing the power of the sovereigns. Bai Yu the Venerable took the initiative and rushed in front of the ancient bell. His slender hand condensed the power of wind and clouds and locked onto the ancient bell. I want this bell. At this moment, silver light gathered in the void. Di Mingtian walked out. He turned his palm and gathered primordial qi. An unparalleled force slammed towards Bai Yu the Venerable. Bai Yu the Venerable's face darkened. He turned his slender hand and attacked with his palm. There was a loud rumble. Thousands of ripples whistled. Countless figures who were kneeling in front of the altar exploded. The power of the life sacrifice passed through time and space and spread to the ancient battlefield. As the power of life entered his body, Di Mingtian's eyes shone brightly. The power of his palm increased by several times. With a bang, the Venerable in front of him was sent flying. Ugh! Bai Yu the Venerable stabilized himself 100 feet away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the silver-robed man in front of him. He couldn't hide his shock. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Chapter 754. In the ancient battlefield, the Eastern Emperor Bell had appeared. Baiwei had set the sky. The moment he tried to seize the bell, he was thwarted in one move and blood dyed the sky. The man standing in the sky wore a luxurious silver battle robe. A silver-beaded mask covered half of his face, and an extremely powerful energy flowed around him, causing the sky to shake. Di Mingtian, who had just shown his power, shocked everyone with one palm. Boundless pressure quickly spread out. Baiwei was injured, and the chessboard's power in the sky immediately weakened. The sovereigns shook off the restraints and rushed toward the Eastern Emperor Bell at the same time. Forbidden Dark Seal, 6 Sins Annihilation. 5 sovereigns arrived at the same time. Di Mingtian raised his hand, and his eyes shone with purple light. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. His divine essence surged, and an indescribably terrifying power spread out, blocking the combined power of the 5 sovereigns. After a moment of stalemate, the purple light spread out, and the 5 sovereigns flew back, retreating several steps. An unexpected change. Outside the battle, Shunji looked at the silver-robed man in the sky, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This person was even stronger than before. "Shinji, aren't you going to do anything?" An illusory figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out from the sky. "Didn't you also not do anything?" Shinji said calmly. "This item doesn't belong to me. Why bother?" The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. "The Master of the Eastern Celestial Realm is already dead. The Eastern Emperor Bell is an ownerless item." "Why do you say that?" Shinji said indifferently. "Let's not beat around the bush. Does Shinji really think that anyone can control the Dongwang Bell?" The Waning Moon House Master looked over and said, "Ha!" Shinji smiled indifferently. "Immortal items have spirits. Naturally, they won't easily recognize anyone as their master. However, it's been hundreds of thousands of years since the collapse of the celestial realm. Even the spirit has been wiped out by time. If the spirit of the Eastern Emperor Bell disappeared so easily, it wouldn't be qualified to be used by the Master of the Eastern Celestial Realm, right?" The Dawn Moon Tower Master replied. Shinji didn't argue. He looked at the battle and said indifferently, "There's no point in arguing. Let's just wait and see." The Dawn Moon Tower Master didn't say anything else. Her illusory figure disappeared. After the two finished talking, the battle in the sky had reached its climax. Di Mingtian was fighting 6 sovereigns, and they were at a disadvantage. Dong. As their ultimate moves collided, the shock waves rippled out, and the Eastern Emperor Bell was affected. Bell chimes rang out one after another, and the heaven and earth in all directions were destroyed by the bell chimes. Mountains collapsed and the earth caved in, as if it was the end of the world. When Di Mingtian and the other venerables saw this, they retreated hastily. However, they were still half a step too late. They were instantly injured by the bell chimes. Specks of vermilion fell as the venerables condensed their essence to suppress the surging blood qi in their bodies. Looking at the Eastern Emperor Bell floating in the void, their expressions became increasingly solemn. In a deadlock situation, with a strong enemy in front of them and the immortal bell difficult to collect, the venerables hesitated for a moment, unable to make a decision. Di Mingtian sneered when he saw the expressions of the sovereigns. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the ancient bell. With a flip of his palm, the heavenly might rumbled. In the unknown world, in front of the sacrificial altar, tens of thousands of figures exploded. The power of sacrifice surged through time and space, surging into the Di Mingtian's body to resist the backlash from the immortal bell. Just as Di Mingtian was about to succeed, the aura in the mountain range suddenly stagnated. Boundless sword intent spread out, and in the next instant, a dazzling sword light soared into the sky, piercing through the air. Knowing destiny! At the same time, the eyes of the young experts from the inner world narrowed as they looked in the direction of the sword light. He had finally made a move. When the sword light arrived, Di Mingtian's expression sank. He changed the direction of his palm and met the incoming sword light head-on. When the two extreme powers collided, the void exploded, and a destructive force spread out. The terrifying shockwave caused the immortal bell to alert itself once more. The bell chimes shook the void for thousands of miles. Di Mingtian's expression changed slightly. He erupted with energy to block the bell's waves. Sword form, bury the heavens! The moment the immortal bell showed its might, Hong Yi appeared in the distance. She slashed with her sword, and the clouds in the sky changed color. A terrifying pressure pressed down. Di Mingtian's expression became serious. He moved his palms to block the attacks from both sides. With a loud rumble, the bell's waves and sword light dissipated. Di Mingtian let out a soft groan as blood quietly dripped down, dyeing his silver battle robe red. Impudent! Being injured for the first time, Di Mingtian furrowed his brows in anger. He raised his hand and condensed the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, violent lightning fell from the sky, and the might of the heavens and seas surged for thousands of miles. The extreme heavenly might illuminated the horizon. Seeing this, Hong Yi condensed her essence. The wind and clouds on the immortal slaying sword changed. The sword light shone brightly as it slashed toward the immortal bell. Shameless! Di Mingtian's expression turned cold. His figure flashed and instantly blocked in front of the immortal bell. The might of thunder shot out to meet the sword light. With a rumble, the thunder drowned out the sword light. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yi had already arrived in front of him. Her immortal sword was dazzling as it flashed past. Di Mingtian raised his hand to block the sword. The moment his palm and sword collided, Hong Yi disappeared again. She arrived behind the immortal bell and slashed at it again. Dong! The Eastern Emperor trembled and the bell's waves shook. The powerful force spread out for thousands of miles. Hong Yi waved her hand and the green cauldron appeared to block the bell's waves. With a loud rumble, the bell's waves collided with the green cauldron. The green cauldron trembled violently, but after a moment, it returned to normal. On the other side, Di Mingtian turned his hand to block the bell's waves again. With a loud rumble, he took 2 steps back. In the void, Hong Yi stood quietly. A drop of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The green cauldron blocked most of the bell's power, but some of the aftershocks still hurt her body. In this dangerous battle, in just a blink of an eye, life and death had almost taken place. Outside the battle, the venerables kept retreating, unwilling to be affected by the battle. Only wisdom exists in the world, Marquis Ji Ming. On the peak, in front of the tall red harp, Wu Qingying looked at the red figure in the battle, and said slowly. Without a doubt, Ji Ming's wisdom was the reason why he could fight against experts who were much stronger than him ever since he entered the martial arts world. His observation was meticulous, and he used all the power he could. This was the real reason why Ji Ming was able to live until today. In the void, in the battle, 2 experts were facing each other. Ji Ming in red looked at the person in front of him coldly. His calm face never changed. Between the two, the immortal bell floated up and down. Ancient runes could be vaguely seen on the bell. An indescribable power of law flowed around it. A true immortal item couldn't be desecrated by mortals. With a light step, Di Mingtian used his supreme cultivation to instantly take the initiative. His vast palm drew the thunder and struck towards the former. Hong Yi took a step and moved in the wind. As she dodged the attack, the immortal sword's baleful aura rose. The sword swept over, wanting to kill. The power of the forbidden dark seal is unparalleled in the world. Di Mingtian snorted coldly. The dark chi on his palm soared into the sky. The vast power blocked the sword. A pool of blood splashed out. The immortal slaying sword's momentum changed again. With a boom, it slashed the immortal bell. Dong! The immortal bell rang, shaking the world. The bell's waves were boundless and spread rapidly. Hateful! Di Mingtian turned his palm to block the bell's waves. Ignoring his blood, he took a step forward and attacked again. Behind the green cauldron, Hong Yi's figure moved quickly. Her absolute speed dissolved the storm-like attacks. Something's not right. On the ground, Luo Xingqian, who had been watching the battle for a long time, became serious. Ning Chen's main body had already returned. His foundation shouldn't be just like this. It's the phoenix body. Beside him, Mu Qianshang said seriously. Where's his main body? Why is he still being mysterious? Luo Xingqian asked in a low voice. I'm not sure. Mu Qianshang shook his head and said, with knowing Destiny's character, he won't do anything meaningless. Since he made such arrangements, he must have his own plans. Do we need to make a move? Luo Xingqian frowned and asked. Not for now. Mu Qianshang looked at the battle in the void and said, with the immortal bell, the phoenix body's speed will be more threatening. The star venerables are afraid of the immortal bell's power and won't interfere easily. As long as Ning Chen's main body doesn't make a move, it means he still has power. We don't have to rush to make a move, so as not to disrupt his plan. While the two were talking, on the other side of the mountain, the white-haired demonic cultivator in black stood quietly, watching the battle. He also didn't make a move. He knew very well that with knowing Destiny's wisdom, there must be other arrangements. Beside the demonic cultivator, Luo Fei's eyes flashed. Among the people from the divine prefecture, Marquis knowing Destiny was definitely the most unpredictable person, excluding his martial arts. He had been calculating step by step to live to this day. In terms of martial arts, knowing Destiny might not be as good as many people, but in terms of wisdom, he was the best in the world. After helping Marquis knowing Destiny get the immortal bell, we should go find our own celestial fate. After watching for a long time, Luo Fei looked at the person beside her and said softly. Xia Zi was silent. After a while, he nodded in agreement. The road ahead was long, and the demonic path was unpredictable. He also had to improve his strength as soon as possible. In addition to dealing with unknown dangers, he also had to find a way to refine the mysterious power in his body. The Dawn Moon Tower Master, the ninth son of Mo-Men, what are you planning? In front of a mountain peak, Shin Ji was watching the battle. Thoughts flashed in his eyes. The Dawn Moon Tower Master hadn't made a move yet, which was what puzzled him the most. He always had a feeling that the Dawn Moon Tower Master and the ninth son of Mo-Men must have reached some kind of agreement. From the opening of the Mystic Realm to the current battle for the Immortal Bell, there was something unusual about it. Others might not be able to sense it, but he had known the Dawn Moon Tower Master for hundreds of years, so he more or less knew something about her. In the battle between the two experts was getting more and more intense. Borrowing the power of the Immortal Bell, the Phoenix body was using its full strength to deal with Di Mingtian. With absolute speed, it avoided the dangers of life and death time after time. As the battle reached its climax, Di Mingtian's expression became colder and colder. His attacks were condensed, causing the wind and clouds to howl. You still haven't finished? In the mountain range, the silver-robed man looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and asked, "How can a heavenly bestowal restriction be completed so easily?" The plain-clothed young man calmly replied. He didn't stop the imprint on his hand, continuing to do what he was doing. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? You're going against the entire world. The silver-robed man reminded him. If I don't do this, will those venerables give up? My past experiences have taught me many things. First, when it's possible to let people off, one should be lenient. Second, I should strike first to gain the initiative, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. The plain-clothed young man coldly said. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What happened in the central continent wouldn't happen a second time. He swore. Chapter 755. Under the moonlight, the battlefield was overflowing with murderous light. The endless flames of war spread, and no one dared to take a step closer. In the battle, the two of them didn't fear the might of the Immortal Bell at all. Their killing moves were boundless, and when their attacks collided, the scene of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking could be seen. How long do you think you can stop me? Di Mingtian raised his hand and repelled the former's attack. He activated his vast essence again, and the wind and thunder roared. When the lightning arrived, Red Robe flashed by, and Zhu Xian followed suit. The majestic sword might slashed apart the heavy lightning, and the might of the heavens was shaken. Dong! The immortal bell rang, and the lightning and sword light dissipated. The two of them retreated again. Red drops fell, dyeing the sword red. The two sides of the immortal bell looked at each other coldly, and their killing intent was clear. The immortal bell's remaining power rippled, and the space around the two of them collapsed. It was an extremely powerful immortal artifact, and the mortal world could not withstand its power. After 100 moves, the situation became clear. Although they had the help of the immortal bell, the difference in their foundation and cultivation made the situation tilt. The blood-stained immortal sword hummed softly. Baleful chi lingered in the sword, but the emotionless eyes did not waver. "Be careful, I'm going to get serious," Di Mingtian said coldly as he raised his ultimate move. Instantly, the 9 heavens darkened as boundless nether chi condensed into clouds that stretched for thousands of miles. Muffled thunder resounded throughout the universe. "The immortal bell is yours." Extreme power descended upon the world. Hong Yi actually retreated without a fight. He took a step forward and quickly left. Di Mingtian's expression sank, but he did not chase. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Eastern Emperor Bell. The immortal bell was about to be lost. The faces of the venerables changed. Without saying anything, they stepped forward again to take over the battle. At the same time, many experts who had been hiding in the mountain range chose to attack. They rushed out to fight for the immortal opportunity. Seeing this, Reverend Baiyue's eyes flashed. He also wanted to fight for the immortal opportunity. "Baiyue, wait!" Just as he was about to attack, Shinji transmitted his voice to stop Baiyue. Reverend Baiyue's figure subconsciously paused. He was puzzled, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Within 100 miles of the Eastern Emperor Bell, a blood-colored beam of light shot up into the sky and into the starry sky, instantly engulfing all the cultivators who were near the bell. In front of the light pillar, a red-clothed figure walked out. Looking at the trapped venerables, the killing intent in his eyes was bone-chilling. "This is, in front of the mountain peak." Shunji looked at the blood-colored light pillar that trapped the honorables. The shock on his face could not be concealed. The seal of the underworld and the immortal slaughtering baleful chi. "Senior Shinji, Reverend Baiyu, this is a personal matter. Please step back." In the void, Hong Yi turned her head and said calmly. She said. Baiwe the Venerable recovered from her shock. Her face was full of fear. If Shunji had not warned her, she would have been trapped in the light pillar. What was this brat trying to do? Ninth son of Mo Gate, what are you trying to do? Reverend Moon growled. Clean up the filth, Red Shirt said calmly. Do you know what your actions mean? Reverend Bayue's face turned colder and colder. Going against the entire world. Why? Is it that serious? Red Shirt asked calmly. Lunatic. Reverend Bayue said coldly. Reverend, if you want to stop him, it's not too late. However, if you attack now, you'll become an enemy of Knowing Destiny. Knowing Destiny will no longer care about the way of a gentleman, Red Shirt said indifferently. Impudent! Reverend Bayue was furious. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped. Bayue, don't be rash. You can't stop him right now, Shunji said telepathically. Do you want to watch the honorables die here? If that happens, the entire world will descend into chaos. Reverend Bayue replied. She did not care if the honorables died or not, but she could not ignore the battle that would ensue if they died. The situation will change. Moreover, the honorables are not easy to deal with. Don't get involved, Shinji advised. Reverend Bayue's eyes flashed with hesitation. At this moment, another telepathic message came. Reverend Bayue's expression changed again. Bayue, don't get involved. The honorables have no chance of surviving. If you get involved, the ninth son of Mo Gate will not show mercy. Retreat. The illusory silver-robed figure appeared once more beside Shinji. Reverend Bayue suppressed the waves in his heart. With a conflicted expression, he retreated. Seeing Reverend Bayue leave, a white-robed figure walked out from Hong Yi's side. The two of them merged and walked into the pillar of light. Sorry for making you wait so long. Ning Chen spoke calmly as he looked at the honorables trapped in the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land. Ninth son of Mo Gate, what are you doing? Ziwei, Jinyao, and the other honorables all asked coldly. I'll send you on your way. Ning Chen waved his hand, and an ancient zither appeared in front of him. An unconcealable murderous aura spread. It was so cold that it could be sensed even from 1,000 miles away. Yama King. Reverend Ing Cheong's expression changed. Hadn't this zither been lost long ago? How had it ended up in Mo Gate's ninth son's hands? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Asked Venerable Lingxiu when he saw the change in Ing Cheong's expression. Reverend Ing Cheong suppressed the shock in his heart and reminded, "That is the inherited divine weapon of the White Tigers. It is used for killing. Everyone be careful. The zither is my weakest skill. Everyone, please be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the King of Hell rang out. The void instantly fell silent, and the night grew even darker. A night without any splendor descended. In the next moment a great terror appeared. With Yama King as the center, a blood-red wave spread out. Its terrifying power destroyed everything in an instant. Seeing this, the Honorables immediately jumped out of the way. However, a moment later, their expressions changed. The zither wave spread out and hit the immortal bell. Immediately, an even more terrifying bell sound rang out. Yama King judged life, and the yellow springs opened the way. Bang! One of the Honorables couldn't dodge in time, and his arm was swept by the bell wave. Blood exploded and dyed the sky red. Impossible! How could Mo Gate's ninth son have such terrifying attainments in the zither? Outside the battle, Shin Ji's expression was grave. This son's attainments in the sword were already shocking, but with his talent, it was impossible for him to have the energy to learn the zither. A moment later, Shin Ji seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the illusory figure and said, "It's you. Music is nothing more than a pastime for me. Giving it away to someone isn't a big deal. The important thing is that this son can afford it," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. "No wonder Pavilion Master hasn't done anything yet. Even the Pavilion Master would need to rest for a while to forcibly build a foundation for someone else," said Shinji coldly. He really hadn't thought that the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master would be willing to spend so much on this son. It was truly beyond his expectations. The more you pay, the more you get back. Moreover, there is no need for high risks to have high returns. Apart from this, there is no other thing in the world, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. Not hesitating to give up part of your foundation to help this son. Pavilion Master, I'm very curious. What is your so-called return? Sneered Shinji. An opportunity for the fourth realm. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master's eyes narrowed. Chapter 756. The cold night was bleak, and the sound of the zither was ethereal. In the sky, the King of Hell played, and the massacre began. The divine artifacts and the celestial bell echoed, and the underworld welcomed the people. It was indescribably terrifying. The blood-red zither waves surged, and wherever they passed, the sky collapsed, and everything collapsed. It was a shocking scene. With the divine zither in front and the celestial bell behind, the Venerables were in a more difficult situation. They couldn't block it, nor could they not block it. The zither waves spread out one after another. In the mountain range, the young experts looked at the scene in the sky, and they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Did the ninth son of the Mahist sect want to bury all the star Venerables here? Dong! The zither waves hit the celestial bell, and the Eastern Emperor shook. The bell waves rippled, and the zither sounds and the bell sounds intertwined. The terrifying destructive power shook the area, and the sky and the earth lost its color. The massacre in the night and the white clothes fluttered in the wind. There was no mercy in the cold eyes. The King of Hell had accepted the order to eliminate all future troubles. The battle in the central prefecture was unforgettable. Qing Ning had sacrificed herself to protect him, and he didn't want to recall this memory ever again. This made Ji Ming even more ruthless. In the mountain range below, the woman in the blue dress had tears in her eyes, and they dripped down, wetting her clothes. Beside her, Aaron stood quietly, looking at the silhouette in the sky. After a long while, she sighed softly and looked at the woman beside her. She was the only person in the world who could make him change so much. When would he do the same for her? The venerables are hopeless. Shinji, who was in front of the mountain peak, looked at the blood-red light pillar and sighed. After considering everything, he won't let the venerables live. The result of this battle has already been decided, the waning moon house master said calmly. Didn't you think about how chaotic the situation would be if the star venerables died? Baiwe the venerable looked at the two and asked in a deep voice. As long as there are people, there will be conflict. The situation will change sooner or later. Why can't we change it now? The waning moon house master said coldly. You're crazy. Baiwe the venerable was so angry that he didn't know what to say. The 9th son of the Mahis sect was crazy, and the 2-star venerables didn't take it seriously. Huh! When the two of them were conversing, the most terrifying thing finally appeared in the air. An immortal bell that couldn't block the might of the immortal bell exploded apart, causing its blood and bones to scatter about in the air, dyeing the night sky red. In the forbidden land of Yellow Springs, the figures of the venerables were obstructed and unable to escape. They could only continuously resist the killing intent of the divine zither and the immortal bell. Yellow Springs, immortal slaying, flowing time, these are truly heaven-bestowed abilities. If the Eastern Emperor Bell and the 9th disciple of Mo Gate did not exist, the sovereigns might have been able to break the seal in a short period of time if they joined forces. However, they no longer had the chance to do so now. Shinji, do you still insist on your previous opinion? Asked the waning moon house master. Shinji was silent for a moment before nodding. I admit that this child's intelligence and strength are rare in this world. Even we cannot underestimate him. However, his greatest enemy right now is not us, but the heavens. The will of the heavens is difficult to deal with. The Tower Master should understand this principle better than anyone else. People say that humans can defeat the heavens, but that's only because mortals don't know the immensity of the heavens. Only after reaching our level do we gradually understand that humans cannot defeat the heavens. Let alone humans, even the masters of the 4 immortal worlds were defeated by the will of the heavens in the end. Actually, at the beginning, I also didn't believe it. However, I saw from this child what perseverance is. True perseverance. The master of the Dawn Moon brothel looked ahead. Specks of light flashed in her eyes. Compared to us, his path is undoubtedly much more difficult. Shinji, have you ever seen him hesitate? I don't know if humans can really defeat the heavens, but if there is one person who can, it will definitely be him, said the master of the Dawn Moon brothel calmly. So, you choose him? Asked Shinji seriously. It's not that I choose him, but that reason makes me have to choose him. If I miss out on such a person, do you think there will be a second one? The heavens are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Even the 4 immortal worlds were unable to avoid the destruction of the heavens, let alone you and I. After cultivating for nearly 1,000 years, you and I have reached the most critical moment. Every step forward is extremely difficult. I hope that what I see in the future is rebirth and not destruction, said the waning moon house master seriously. But in my eyes, this child will only bring destruction. Shinji looked at the battle ahead and said, Filth needs to be purified. This is the philosophy of the god. Perhaps the gods are right, murmured the waning moon house master softly. Shinji frowned and asked, Why do you say that? Nothing. You will know in the future. The waning moon house master gently shook her head. In the sky, the battle had reached a critical moment. In the forbidden land of the underworld, knowing destiny, who had been waiting for a long time, seized the opportunity and played the song of the death of the king of hell. With a boom, the venerables were pushed back. Something's wrong. Hearing this, the venerables' expressions changed. However, it was already too late. The Eastern Emperor bell rang by itself. It was right in front of them, and its celestial might shook them. Dong. The celestial bell rang, and the 2 venerables closest to it couldn't react in time. The bell waves entered their bodies, causing them to stagger and vomit blood. "Now let the slaughter begin," Sui said coldly. In the next instant, Hong-yi left her body, and in an instant, the celestial slaying sword sealed their throat. It was an unbelievable scene. They were shocked and puzzled. The two venerables' heads flew up, and they took one last look at the human world. Hong-yi's body looked like it was bathed in blood. With the celestial slaying sword in her hand, she looked like the god of death once again. She looked coldly at the remaining venerables, emotionless and emotionless. Both of them appeared at the same time. One restrained while the other killed. This was the most terrifying combination, and it turned the ancient battlefield into a living hell. At the same time, in the boundless void, a pleasure boat was drifting in the middle of the Mi River. It was a lonely boat drifting in the middle of the lake, and it never reached the shore. The devil guarding the divine tree no longer killed. Day after day, it watered the immortal peach tree. On the shore, a young girl was practicing her sword. Her sword technique was becoming more and more mature. Wild wasn't here, so knowing destiny was teaching her. Day after day, year after year. "Teacher, I've finished practicing." After finishing her sword practice, Lingji looked at the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake. Sui walked out. His figure flashed, and he arrived on the shore. He looked at her and said calmly, "I'll teach you the next move tomorrow. Go back and rest." "Thank you, teacher." Ganoderma's face lit up with joy as she happily thanked him. She then put away her sword and happily returned home. After the young girl left, Sui calmly looked at the divine tree. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Soon, the phoenix body had gone to find the time restriction. This time, it would definitely succeed. In the ancient battlefield, King Yama's song ended. The venerables' corpses fell from the sky. It was so glaring and ironic. When the devil cultivators restrained their sharpness, the virtuous ones personally opened the path to hell. Was this a joke from the heavens, or was it a mockery from fate? At this moment, who could tell? Chapter 757. In the ancient battlefield, the battle for the immortal bell came to an end. The ascendants fell one after another, their blood dyed the night sky red. No one could change the outcome. The Eastern Emperor bell vibrated for an unknown number of times. It sounded again and again, like a death knell from the Yellow Springs, urging people to take their lives. "Now you are the only one left." Hong-yi turned around and looked at the silver-clothed figure standing in the air as she said coldly. Their eyes met, and their words were cold and detached. The situation was abnormally heavy. The phoenix's body was dyed red, and killing intent was revealed. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. "I have truly underestimated you." Di Mingtian looked at the red figure in front of him and said coldly. Now that the situation had come to this, the phoenix body didn't say anything else. It took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Qin Wentian. The immortal slaying sword soared through the sky, displaying its murderous intent. Thousands of feet of sword light cut through the bloody night. With a flip of his palm, Di Mingtian caught the sword. With a loud bang, he took half a step forward and gathered his qi to counterattack. At such a close distance, the power of the palm was shocking. In the instant of danger, a vermilion blade appeared. Plain clothes held her sword horizontally and blocked the incoming palm force. The two of them were unparalleled under the heavens. In the next moment, the two of them converged and became one again. One body dual transformation. Di Mingtian looked at the silhouette before him with a cold expression. He had planned for a long time, but he did not expect to make a mistake here. He was too careless. Before he had time to think, Bai Yi moved again, the immortal slaying baleful qi surged, a terrifying might rose to the extreme. With a loud bang, the sword and palm collided. One was tyrannical, the other was sharp. In the final battle, they no longer held anything back. As they moved, their qi pierced through the sky, drawing out rays of death. Di Mingtian's movements were restricted by the god-trapping prohibition. Up until now, His knowing destiny technique had also been worn out. The two of them knew each other well, so their moves were even more ruthless and merciless. Why aren't you using your zither anymore? Is it because you can't play it? Di Mingtian sneered. He gathered a vast amount of energy in his palm and slapped the incoming sword. When they clashed again, the shock waves shook the area. Both sides were forced to retreat, suffering a backlash of their own. Bai Yi's sword was like a bolt of lightning. Her sword's momentum didn't change, but her strength was slightly inferior. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. It wasn't easy to kill so many venerables. Even someone as strong as a knowing destiny state cultivator would consume a lot of energy. The sounds of battle rang out unceasingly, the boundless pressure fluctuated endlessly, the peak above the peak transcending the limits. Snow attracted thunder, the might of the heavens shook. So you really are no longer at your peak. Sensing the difference in the former's moves, Di Mingtian's expression turned even colder. He activated his cultivation technique again, resisting the restraints of the yellow springs as his moves became even more domineering. So what if you're not at your peak? As long as you're in this divine restriction, no one can save your life. Ningchen replied coldly. He clenched his left hand and the celestial trapping sword flew up from the ground. It was surrounded by a red light and murderous intent. With a loud boom, the two swords shook the sky. Di Mingtian's blood and qi stagnated. A drop of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dyed his silver battle robe red. Impudent! Di Mingtian's eyes turned cold when his body was injured. Dark qi surged out of his body and pushed Di Mingtian back. Ningchen stopped himself a few feet away. He raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. His figure flashed as he charged forward again. The celestial sword's display of its might added some variables to the already difficult battle. The sharpness of the celestial sword was unparalleled in the world. Di Mingtian could resist the celestial might with a flip of his palm. The sword could block it, but the sword will couldn't. His injuries accumulated and became heavier. Forbidden Dark Seal, Extreme Een Ghost Judgment. The situation gradually became clear. Di Mingtian didn't want to give up just like that. He used his ultimate move, and the heavy energy circled around his body. Netherworld Gate, Ghost King Judgment. This was the first time Ningchen saw such a horrifying phenomenon. His expression turned serious. He gathered his energy and gathered his qi. The two swords coiled up and martial arts appeared in the world. Heaven and earth resonance, life and death defying fate. The battle rumbled as different martial arts clashed. Blood splattered everywhere. The silver-robed figure flew out and vomited blood. The final attack couldn't be missed. The white-robed figure flew out with the celestial sword in her hand. It was sharp and murderous. Is it that easy? The moment he succeeded, the silver light around Di Mingtian shone brightly. Destructive power spread out and pushed Di Mingtian back. In an instant, Di Mingtian took a step back and used the momentum to retreat. He formed hand seals with both hands, and his might soared into the sky. At the same time, outside the ancient battlefield, Ying Qianjiang sensed something. He also formed hand seals with both hands, responding to Di Mingtian. The two formed hand seals together, and heaven and earth responded. The yellow spring forbidden land couldn't stop them, and started shaking violently. Mo Gate's ninth son, you have won today's battle. However, this is just the beginning. We will meet again in the future. Right after he spoke, Di Mingtian's figure gradually disappeared in the silver light. After a while, he disappeared completely. The silver light dissipated, and the strange divine forbidden land regained its calm. The world stopped shaking, no longer shaking. Up in the sky, Ningchen looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. Even the divine forbidden land couldn't trap someone. It seemed like the future wouldn't be peaceful. A cold wind blew and the moon was cold. After a bloody battle, all that could be seen was the aftermath of destruction. It was so glaring, Su Yi stepped forward and gently touched the immortal bell in front of her. A hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. Was this the legendary immortal artifact? To think that someone could be so ruthless in order to obtain it. The Eastern Emperor bell rang softly. Sensing the calmness in Su Yi's heart, it also gradually calmed down. The phoenix appeared and opened its mouth. A strong suction force came out, trying to swallow the immortal artifact. The Eastern Emperor bell shook. Just as it was about to resist, the yellow spring forbidden land quickly shrank, stopping the immortal bell that was about to ring. The phoenix swallowed the sky, and the immortal bell disappeared into the phoenix's stomach. The battle calmed down, and the divine forbidden land dissipated. Ning Chen walked out and glanced at the shocked gazes in the mountain range. He didn't care anymore and left. A moment later, Su Yi appeared in front of the mountain peak. Looking at the three of them, she said, "Pavilion Master Dawn Moon, thank you. It was a fair trade. We each took what we needed." "There's no need to be polite," the Pavilion Master replied. "I will abide by the agreement. From now on, I won't fight for anything in the ancient battlefield," Ning Chen said calmly. The Pavilion Master smiled and said, "Brother Ning, do you think it's unfair? I can give you a bit more." "There's no need." Ning Chen shook his head. "Pavilion Master, you know that my ambitions don't lie here. People should be content with what they have. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "You want to leave the ancient battlefield?" Shen Ji frowned. "There's nothing for me to do here. It's good for everyone that I leave," Ning Chen said indifferently. "Ninth disciple of Mo Gate, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused today?" The Reverend Moon Reverend could no longer hold back the fury in his heart. Ning Chen looked over at the woman and said indifferently, "I know. But so what?" The Reverend Moon Reverend was speechless. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "The three of you, I'll take my leave now." Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He cupped his fists and flew away. A generation's genius. Shinji sighed as he watched Su Yi leave. In the current younger generation, who would dare to call themselves a genius with such a person present? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, let alone a mortal with ordinary talent. If one day Shinji learns of this child's past, he will know that the words heaven's chosen will not be enough to describe this child to this day. The house mistress of the Dawn Moon House said softly. Her shadow faded and disappeared into the night. Two women stood side by side in a continuous mountain range. They looked at the silhouette in plain clothes leaving in the distance. Their eyes flashed with brilliance. "Aaron, I'm leaving." Qing Ning looked at the woman beside her and said softly. Aaron Ming King shifted her gaze to the former and sternly said, "Have you thought this through? There might be many unknown immortal opportunities buried in this ancient battlefield. Now that the Venerables have fallen, this is our best chance." "There's no need." Qing Ning smiled and shook her head. "Whether there are immortal opportunities or not isn't important to me. I only came here for him. Now that he's leaving, there's no need for me to stay." After saying that, Qing Ning smiled again. She took a step forward and flew up into the sky. Under the moonlight, Su Yi and Qing Yi's figures gradually merged and disappeared into the distance. Aaron Ming King watched the two of them disappear with a complicated look in her eyes. Only now did she know why Ji Ming had slaughtered the entire central state for her. So the love of the world was so sincere. It was so sincere that not the slightest impurity could enter it. "He's gone." On the other side of the mountain range, Luo Xingchen looked away and said, "That's not what he wants. Obtaining an immortal bell is enough for him. Let's go, we should also go and find our own opportunities." Mu Qianshang said indifferently and turned to walk into the depths of the mountain range. Let's go too." 1,000 miles away, Luo Fei said softly. "Okay." Xia Zi nodded and looked away and left. On the starry sky path, Su Yi and Qing Yi walked side by side. From the very beginning, the two grew up together. Their silence had already surpassed 1,000 words. "Have you decided?" 3 months later, by the riverside, Qing Ning looked at the man beside her and asked softly, "Yes?" Ning Chen nodded. "Then go, I'll wait for you here." Qing Ning smiled. "I'll come back alive." Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and promised. "I believe you." Qing Ning replied softly and raised her hand to caress his face. She smiled through her tears. "Empress, do you see? The young man who needed to hide under your wings back then has truly grown up now." "I'm leaving," Ning Chen said softly and looked at the divine tree on the lakeside. Without further delay, he walked away. On the boat in the lake, the black-clothed demon's figure faded at the same time, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. 3 bodies in one body. After 30 years, they once again became one. Taishien's Star, Ancient Glory's Secret Realm. In front of the most majestic palace, a middle-aged man in a green robe stood quietly. His black hair danced in the wind and his powerful aura surged. He stood between heaven and earth, but heaven and earth kept trembling, unable to bear this terrifying existence. In the secret realm, the disciples were busy with their task. No one noticed the approaching storm. At this moment, Sui walked over from afar. The cold wind could not stop her arrogance. Knowing destiny feared no one. Gods were like this, and so was the first person in the treading immortal realm. Venerable ancient glory, knowing destiny seeks guidance. After 100 steps, knowing destiny stopped. With a clang, he stabbed the immortal sword in his hand into the ground. The sky was filled with red light. In the red light, his cold eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 758. He had cultivated for nearly 40 years, experienced 1,000 tribulations, and was filled with pride. He would rather die than submit. Today, all 3 of his bodies were gathered, and because of the time restriction, he challenged the number 1 person in the treading immortal realm. The rustling cold wind blew up the sand that covered their eyes. Their white clothes fluttered in the wind, and their fighting spirit shook the world. Honorable Gu Yao looked at the plain-clothed young man before him, and a glint flashed through his calm eyes. Was this the 9th disciple of Mo Gate that all the honorables of the various regions feared? With a wave of his hand, a jade slip flew out and inserted itself into the stone wall in the distance. The aura of time flowed through it, making it seem ancient and ancient. "Xing Wu, you can take away the time seal," said Sovereign Gu Yao. "Please." There was no need to say anything more about the current situation. Ning Chen waved his right hand, causing immortal extermination to appear. Baleful energy roared, and it was heavy, vast, and might shook the world. The immortal slaying sword was unleashed. Heaven and earth shook, the immortal trapping sword cried, and killing intent spread. The 2 swords appeared at the same time, resonating with each other from a distance. The bright moon in the 9th heaven suddenly changed color and became dim. The battle began, and there was no room for mercy. The 2 figures moved at the same time. Sharp swords and vast palms, shocking the world. The first immortal treader had an unparalleled cultivation base. His palm strike was like a thunderstorm, frightening even gods and ghosts. In the first move, the knowing destiny state was half a step behind. The combination of the 3 bodies and the peerless foundation was difficult to overcome in the face of the world-shocking power. The knowing destiny state retreated and the earth cracked. After gaining the upper hand, Honorable Gu Yao took another step forward. His palm energy was merciless. Ning Chen turned his feet and avoided the palm strike. The sword light broke through the sky and cut open the night sky. It was an ordinary move, but it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Honorable Gu Yao did not dodge. Instead, he turned his palm around and took the immortal sword head-on. As the palm and the sword met, the enraged Xinyuan wave shook violently. The ground around the 2 of them cracked continuously. Dust and sand swirled wildly, covering the sky and the moon. The battle was so close that it was shocking. The knowing destiny state cultivator, who had returned with 3 bodies, was facing the most powerful man in the world. he did not back down and fought head-on. Move after move, the immortal sword and the vast palm collided under the night sky. Relying on his peerless cultivation, Honorable Gu Yao did not hold back at all. His moves were powerful and domineering, breaking the sky and sinking the sea. On the other hand, knowing destiny had an endless supply of the origin energy of the three bodies. His peerless foundation activated the supreme will on his sword. His sword was like a dragon breaking through a city. His every move was ordinary but extremely sharp. This was a battle at the pinnacle rarely seen in the world. Palm and sword transcending the limits of the heavens. 10 moves collided and the secret realm shook. Layers of formations collapsed one after another, unable to withstand the extreme power. Seeing this, Honorable Gu Yao narrowed his eyes and stomped his foot. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet rumbled and rose continuously. Mountains rose from the ground, reaching thousands of feet high and reaching the sky. On the high peak, the two of them stared at each other. After 10 rounds of probing, they both knew what was going on. If you don't have true ability and only rely on 2 damaged immortal swords, you have no chance of winning this battle. Honorable Gu Yao said coldly. With a flip of his left palm, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens suddenly changed. Waves of clouds rolled and fell from the sky. The waves of clouds crashed down, and the force of breaking the heavens shook the heavens. Expanse after expanse of space collapsed and turned into nothingness. Ning Chen's eyes darkened as he clenched his left hand into a fist. Blood mist swirled out, and a dazzling green sword appeared. It was a 4 essences sword. Water, fire, wind, and thunder coiled around each other, reinforcing and restraining each other. The sword will broke through the air and soared into the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the 2 moves collided. Turbulence roared, and the space within a radius of 5,000 kilometers twisted violently. On Taishan planet, many martial artists were shocked as they looked at the high peak in the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock. Who was that? How could he fight against Honorable Gu Yao? On the high peak of the ancient Yao secret realm, the battle between the two was reaching its climax. The two of them were fearless and their killing moves were earth-shattering. In an instant, the mountains were torn apart. Cloud Tower 11th style, sky of wind and thunder. After 100 moves, Honorable Gu Yao's palms moved and used his ultimate move. In an instant, the wind changed color, the wind howled, and thunder rumbled. It was a shocking scene, as if the end of the world had come again. When the ultimate move arrived, the color of Ning Chen's eyes changed instantly. They were as dark as the abyss, and demonic chi filled the sky. 6 ultimates of the Sky Demon, Samsara Calamity. The Sky Demon ultimates reappeared in the world. Ning Chen took a step forward, and his sword went against the world. A huge whirlpool appeared in the wind and clouds, and the cycle of reincarnation was endless, swallowing everything. As the 2 ultimate powers clashed, Ning Chen's figure retreated half a step. A drop of red dripped down, and he was injured for the first time. Is this all you can do? Honorable Gu Yao didn't give him time to breathe. He rushed forward and slammed his palm towards Ning Chen's chest. In an instant, a red light shone and the phoenix moved 100 feet away in an instant. Honorable Gu Yao squinted his eyes and looked at the figure 100 feet away. This was the second time. The attribute of the body changed instantly. This kid had a lot of secrets. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountain destruction. 100 feet away, Ning Chen waved the sword in his left hand and stabbed it into the ground. The earth scroll opened again. When the earth scroll appeared, tens of thousands of swords soared into the sky. It was unavoidable and swallowed the clouds. Seeing this, Honorable Gu Yao's face turned solemn. He took a step forward and jumped into the sky. Immediately, his hands started to absorb the chi in the sky. The wind and clouds within 10,000 miles started to gather. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were about to reach him. The wind and clouds blocked the swords. After a moment of stalemate, The red light appeared again, and Su Yi's figure disappeared. She instantly appeared in front of Honorable Gu Yao. Sword form, formless sword. The sword of contemporaneity shone brightly. The concentrated sword broke through the clouds and approached Honorable Gu Yao's heart. Too slow. Honorable Gu Yao retracted his true qi and snorted coldly. His palm condensed into 9 heavens thunder and smashed toward the person in front of him. The palm energy was dazzling. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by wind and snow. He activated the life scroll and met the attack head-on. With a bang, Su Yi took 2 steps back. Before the red light faded, demonic qi rose again. 6 ultimates of the sky demon, demonic flame prairie. The immortal sword turned into a demonic blade. Demonic flames burned the 9 heavens. Demonic flames swept out and burned the world. This was the first time the world had seen the world burning demonic flame. Honorable Gu Yao's face turned gloomy. He flipped his left hand and a blue wave came crashing down. Water and fire clashed. After a moment of stalemate, the wave broke through the demonic flames and continued forward. Ning Chen swung his sword to block the attack. The hand holding the sword was dyed red again. He took a step back and disappeared with a red light. Su Yi's sword slashed again. It was the same move, the same position. Your move is useless. Honorable Gu Yao was already prepared. He snorted coldly and used his protective Zhen Yuan to block the sword in his heart. 4 symbols divine seal, heavenly dragon tremble. The sword collided with the protective Zhen Yuan. In an instant the sword's momentum changed again. Sword qi rose into the sky and a dragon roar shook the sky. With the dragon roar, Honorable Gu Yao's protective Zhen Yuan became unstable and shook violently. Formless sword. Zhu Immortal attacked again. The sword gathered boundless demonic qi and instantly broke through Honorable Gu Yao's protective Zhen Yuan. Sensing the danger, Honorable Gu Yao forcefully grabbed the sword with his left hand and slapped the former's chest with a backhand. Blood splashed out, dyeing the peak red. Su Yi was sent flying 300 meters away. The sword stabbed into the ground and stopped her. Blood kept dripping from Honorable Gu Yao's left hand. The sword qi was 1 inch in front of his heart. It's been 100 years. The feeling of being injured is really nostalgic. Honorable Gu Yao waved his hand to suppress the injury. He looked at the young man in front of him with a serious expression for the first time. Chapter 759. It was a cold night in the ancient glory's secret realm. The moonlight was cold. Under the moonlight, an unprecedented battle was taking place. It was a battle of life and death. The towering mountain peak was gradually destroyed in the great battle. The mountain rocks crumbled and rolled down from the peak. Venerable Gu Yao, the first person to step into the celestial realm, the existence closest to the 4th realm, displayed his most shocking ability in this battle. Cloud Tower 11th style, endless waves. Reverend Gu Yao's heavenly form appeared once again. Reverend Gu Yao turned his palm over and in an instant, raging waves swept out, shocking the 9 heavens. The waves were wild and powerful, shaking the entire Taishan planet. The moment the move appeared, Bai Yi moved along with the sword. The sword was swift and fierce, suppressing the enemy's moves. The sword's shadow was fast, and the vast essence rolled. The 2 strong forces clashed in close proximity, shocking the world. The earth rumbled and dust filled the sky. The difference in cultivation made the moves clear. Venerable Gu Yao shook the battle with 1 palm. Above the 9 heavens, raging waves suddenly descended. The heavenly might descended, and the sky lost its color. The heavy pressure descended, and the entire peak kept sinking, pressing into the ground. 6 unique celestial demons, star transformation. Unable to dodge, Ning Chen's eyes turned into an abyss. Demonic waves surged around his body. With a turn of his hand, the 9 stars swayed, and a vision appeared in the void. The huge shadow of the stars rapidly circled and soared into the sky. The King Clan's Sky Demon ultimate technique displayed its sharpness, boundless might blocking the descending cloud disk. After a single breath of deadlock, Bai Yi moved again. The immortal trapping sword that was inserted into the earth flew out, its peerless edge moving about. 3 swords danced, 100 styles in one breath. There was only one sword in the world. Venerable Gu Yao's expression was serious. In one breath, he condensed his essence to block 100 styles. He was the strongest opponent in 1,000 years, the only one at the peak. The sword light was dazzling, and the moonlight illuminated the sky. The 3 swords danced at the extreme speed. The rarely seen swords appeared for the first time. Boom! The 9 heavens shook. Blue chains pierced through the clouds and the stars, and fell from the sky. The sword resonated with the world, and a vision appeared, shocking the world. The swaying sound of the chains rang in the ears. A lifetime of martial arts, a lifetime of holding a sword, unrivaled in the world. Sword technique, heavenly sword. The sword shocked the world. Its unparalleled sharpness broke through the dark night. The dazzling sword light rose to the extreme and slashed down. When the heavenly sword appeared, it was incomparably peerless. The 9 heavens and 10 earths instantly dimmed. The world was silent and there was only this sword. Honorable Gu Yao's expression turned solemn as he condensed his palm energy to block the incoming attack. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the first immortal was forced back for the first time. Forcing himself to the limit, the 1,000-year seal collapsed. Light shone around Venerable Gu Yao's body. A power that he had never seen before flowed, surpassing the world and reaching a new realm. Your sword technique is unique in this world, but if you don't enter the treading immortal realm, how can you pry into the heavens? A palm smashed outwards. Blood dyed the sand red. Bai Yi flew out more than 100 zhang, landing on the ground and vomiting blood. Celestial 3 proofs, star soul brilliance. At the pinnacle of the immortal treading realm, Honorable Gu Yao gathered the starlight in the sky with a flip of his hand, revealing a power that had never been seen before in the mortal world. The celestial pole 3 proofs shook the stars. Above the starry sky, beams of brilliance descended. The boundless night instantly turned into day. Under the might of the heavens, humans seemed so insignificant. The starry sky fell from the sky, destroying everything. The realm of the unknown was beyond understanding. In the sky beyond the sky, Ning Chen's expression turned solemn. He was still fearless in the face of destruction. The phoenix body and the demon body were formed. Immortal slaying and immortal trapping were in his hands. With the addition of the extreme vitality, the yin and yang formation appeared. Red and black formations rose. Yin and yang merged to resist the might of the heavens. Above the void, the Tai Chi formation blocked the starlight from descending. It rumbled and resounded through Taishan. After a moment of stalemate, the starlight broke through the formation and descended to the mortal world. The 3 swords blocked the might of the heavens. However, the might of the heavens was not something that could be stopped by mere mortals. The 3 bodies flew out together, staining the night sky with their blood. You are the first person in 100 years to be able to hold on until now. But it's time to end this. The situation gradually became clear. Honorable Gu Yao did not want to hold back. He slowly raised his hands. As the brilliance flowed, the entire Taishan land shook violently. Everything quickly collapsed. Before the move of Purify the World was used, the world was already unable to bear it. The mountains and rivers on Taishan's star were upside down. Abnormal phenomena were everywhere. Knowing destiny stood up. The 3 bodies looked at the sky and were shocked. Above the 9 heavens, the moonlight spread out endlessly. The moonlight was thousands of miles, shaking the starry night. Celestial pole 3 proofs, Jing Yueshi. Extreme might descended. The moonlight purified the world. Wherever the light reached, all filth would be purified and vanish. At the moment of life and death, there was no way to retreat. Bai Yi moved, standing in the void. Her body was covered in snow and the 4 scrolls spread out. 4 scrolls at the same time, No life in heaven and earth. Bai rushed into the sky with 4 scrolls and her peerless foundation. She turned her palm to block the moonlight. An instant later, the moonlight pierced through Bai's clothes. Blood splattered, and her body fell. The ground was dyed red with dust and sand. Bai vomited blood. Her body was seriously injured, and her true chi was constantly dissipating. Bai swept past. The azure dragon's power of regeneration poured into her body, suppressing her injuries. I will come back alive. I believe in you. Bai's promise was vivid in her ears. She could not go back on it. Bai vomited blood again. Her flawless clothes were blood-red and dazzling. The time restriction cannot be lost. Even if I have to sacrifice everything. With the resolution in her heart, the phoenix body looked ahead and said calmly. The demon body stepped forward at the same time. The determination in her eyes did not waver. There was no way out. Ning Chen no longer hesitated. He shouted. Suddenly, the life scroll opened. Extreme cold air spread out. Heaven and earth trembled. The wind and snow surged. The entire Taishan planet changed. Heavy snow fell from the sky, drowning the world. Sensing that something was wrong, Honorable Gu Yao's expression sank. He used all his power. He raised his hand and condensed his true chi. His peerless technique reversed day and night. Celestial 3 signs, divine sun and heavenly blaze. The sun and moon changed. Under the divine sun's brilliance, the destructive power burned the world. 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles turned into a sea of divine flames. The celestial ultimate technique was immeasurable. The ability to surpass the limit was a calamity in the world. However, in the divine flames, the cold snow did not disappear. It fell on the world. In the wind and snow, the knowing destiny body rose into the sky. His clothes fluttered. The wind and snow around him rolled violently. He was like a true immortal descending to the mortal world. The aura in his body changed from life to death and merged into the forbidden technique. After 30 years, the forbidden technique reappeared after the blasphemy war. In an instant, the phoenix and demon bodies dissipated. Their foundation was completely devoured. The forbidden technique surpassed heaven and earth. Blood mist filled the sky and dyed the wind and snow red. Destruction of all living beings. The forbidden technique destroyed the world. Above the peak, the space collapsed one after another, forming horrifying black holes. Only the wind and snow stained with blood continued to rise and dyed the sky red. In the next moment, the two extremes collided. After a brief moment of silence, a world-shocking great terror appeared. The two extremes mutually annihilated each other, and the entire ancient Radiant's secret land collapsed. Enormous cracks extended for tens of thousands of li mountains were destroyed, and great rivers disappeared. In the chaotic aftermath, Honorable Gu Yao flew out. His green robe was dyed red. His true chi was in a mess. The moment he landed, his clothes appeared. The cold sword was about to reach Honorable Gu Yao's throat, but it stopped an inch away. You lost, Ningchen said in a hoarse voice. Honorable Gu Yao's eyes narrowed. After a while, he said slowly, You can take the time forbidden technique away. Thank you, Ningchen said calmly. He clenched his left hand, and the jade slip in the broken wall in the distance flew into his hand. Ningchen didn't stay any longer. He waved his hand, put away the sword, and turned to leave. Looking at Ningchen's departing figure, Honorable Gu Yao's gaze turned to several figures that had appeared not far away. His expression turned cold. Who told you to come? Honorable, we were worried that this child would harm you, so, in the darkness, at the front of several figures, the black-clothed man bowed and replied. Go to Black Moon Cliff and reflect on your mistakes for 30 years. Without my orders, you're not allowed to take half a step out, said Honorable Gu Yao coldly. Yes. Everyone obeyed and disappeared into the night. Honorable Gu Yao withdrew his gaze and looked at the rumbling world in front of him. What a good ninth son of Mo Gate. He was decisive and decisive. Who in the world could compare to him? Chapter 760. It was a quiet night by the riverside. Bai Yi, who had just experienced a great battle, was returning. Her blood energy was hard to conceal. Qing Ning saw Bai Yi in front of the god tree and quickly walked over. "How are you?" Qing Ning was worried. "I'm fine," Ning Chen softly replied. He looked at the god tree and said, "Sister Qing Ning, I'll be focusing on studying the time restriction for the next few days. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the god tree." Qing Ning nodded. She flipped her right hand and a letter appeared. She handed it to Bai Yi. Ruah, she used a secret technique to send this letter. "She and Wulei are fine. They're guests at Spirit Void Ji's house. Ji Yuqing is taking care of them, so you don't have to worry." Ning Chen took the letter and read it. He nodded. "I'm relieved that they're fine. They can already take care of themselves. They have their own paths to walk. You don't have to worry about them," Qing Ning said softly. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and didn't say anything else. He took a step and flew towards the boat. Qing Ning's eyes flashed with worry as she watched the plain-clothed figure disappear into the pleasure boat. She had sensed that his aura had clearly weakened by more than one level. Just what had happened to steal the time restriction? Back on the boat, Ning Chen took out a jade slip and began to study the endless changes of the time restriction. Time flew by like a shuttle, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Winter left and spring came, and all living things came back to life. On the lakeside, new life was born, adding a bit of vitality to the quiet Mi Shui River. Bai Yi didn't take half a step out of the boat. Day after day, he studied the mysteries of the time restriction without rest. The 3 great restrictions of the mortal world, Yellow Springs, Zhu Immortal, and Time Restriction, each of them had tens of millions of changes. They were beyond the scope of human control. They were abilities bestowed by the heavens. Ji Ming was good at scheming and had outstanding intelligence. However, it wasn't easy to control the time restriction. Cough, cough, suppressed coughs sounded in the gaily painting boat. Knowing Destiny's State, who had been working day and night, began to feel weak. He was already injured, so how could he bear such exhaustion? However, Ji Ming, who had always been calm, couldn't wait any longer after 30 years. The backlash from a forbidden move was not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. He did not want to wait another 30 years. On the riverside, Lingji would come on time every day to practice her swordsmanship. From the snowfall to the spring rain, she never stopped. Other than practicing the sword, Lingji would always stare blankly at the pleasure boat on the lake, but she didn't dare to disturb him. She knew that her teacher must be doing something very important. After the beginning of spring, in the 5th month, the vitality on the riverside was getting stronger and stronger. The weather was getting warmer, and everywhere was full of vitality. Inside the pleasure boat, the suppressed coughs became more and more frequent, each sound piercing one's heart. Qing Ning looked at the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake, and a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. This time, she hoped that she would not disappoint him again. No matter how strong a person was, there was a limit to how much they could bear. Time and time again, the burden on his shoulders would have crushed anyone else. In the 7th month, the beginning of summer arrived. The lush green trees and the ripples in the lake were mesmerizing. At the center of the lake, specks of strange light rose up. An indescribable power that was difficult for mortals to see changed the world. Everything was arranged, crawling and trembling. The law of time appeared for the first time in the world. On the riverside, Qing Ning looked ahead and was shocked. Was he going to succeed? In the 9th month, the pleasure boat gradually aged and became rusty, showing signs of decay. In front of the pleasure boat, Su Yi stepped out. Her aura was extremely weak, but her eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Strange patterns crisscrossed the world. With every step Ji Ming took, the sea turned into mulberry fields and the ripples dissipated. It was a short journey from the center of the lake to the riverside, but Ji Ming seemed to have walked for a long time. His body was surrounded by the time restriction and the world changed. At the riverside, the divine tree swayed in the wind. Ji Ming raised his hand and merged the last of his strength into the yellow spring restriction. When the restriction merged, time and space changed. In the space of the restriction, time flew and accelerated the growth of the divine tree. Yu Qingning's expression changed. She was about to step forward when she was stopped. Sister Qingning, let me finish. I used the forbidden technique of the life scroll. I can't keep my strength. Ning Chen smiled tiredly. He looked at the divine tree and said calmly, "It's worth it to use this strength in exchange for the growth of the divine tree of immortality. If the divine tree bears fruit, it's useless for me to keep this strength. I'm tired. I don't want to walk anymore." But Qing Ning looked anxious. He only had less than 100 years of life left. If he lost all his cultivation, there would be no turning back. If the ghost girl comes back to life, Ji Ming will have no regrets after 100 years, Ningchen said softly. Qing Ning's eyes were dazed. Then they dimmed and she didn't say anything more. Perhaps it was time for him to take a break. In the restriction, time flowed and the divine tree grew faster. The vitality of the divine tree grew stronger and stronger. Boundless spiritual qi was faintly discernible. 9,000 years was no longer so unattainable. Half an hour later, Ning Chen put down his right hand and looked at the divine tree in front of him. The tiredness on his face became clearer. "Sister Qing Ning, let's go," Ning Chen said. "Where to?" Qing Ning came back to her senses and asked in confusion. "Home," Ning Chen replied softly. Before leaving, he took one last look at the divine tree. There was a trace of tiredness and a trace of hope. When he came again, he hoped that everything would end. He was really tired. In the divine prefecture, more than 30 years had passed since the battle of sending off the gods. The divine prefecture had regained its former prosperity. The people lived in peace and gradually forgot the hardships of the past. The disaster of the divine prefecture didn't affect the divine prefecture. After Chao Tianxi broke the boundary of the Pluto King with the power of one star, martial arts flourished in the divine prefecture. The innate stage and the three disasters appeared frequently. However, because it hadn't been long, no one could step into the celestial realm. The Xia dynasty, the Northern Ming dynasty, and the Barbarian dynasty had become stronger after recuperating. Wise emperors that were hard to come by in 100 years appeared in the three dynasties. Qi Mingyu and the crown prince of the Barbarian dynasty had all become emperors. Few people could compare to them. No one took the initiative to break the balance of power between the three dynasties. Although the three dynasties had reached their peak, the emperors of the three dynasties all tacitly chose not to invade each other. The people experienced a rare period of peace. In the imperial city of the Xia dynasty, in the princess residence, in the herb garden, a beautiful figure was concentrating on organizing the herbs in the garden. The most beautiful princess of the Xia dynasty was still unparalleled in the world after 30 years. On this day, the morning sun was bright and beautiful. In the princess residence, a plain-clothed figure walked over. His expression was unprecedentedly peaceful. "You're back." Seeing the person, Xia Xinyu stood up and said, "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and smiled. He said softly, "I've finished my business. According to the agreement, I've come back to marry you." Hearing this, a brilliant smile appeared on Xia Xinyu's beautiful face. It was so dazzling that it was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Chapter 761. In the Weiyang Palace of the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Qing Ning walked over. Looking at the decorations and scenes in the palace, tears filled her eyes. Unknowingly, 30 years had passed, and the scenery in Weiyang Palace had not changed much. "Miss Qing." Palace maids and eunuchs came forward and bowed respectfully. "No need to be so polite. Continue with your work." Qing Ning came back to her senses and said, "Yes." The palace maids and eunuchs accepted the order and continued with their work. Qing Ning walked toward Zhongsun Palace and opened the door. The familiar scene entered her eyes. It had not changed, but the people had changed. In the palace, a fist-sized luminous pearl gave off a gentle glow. It was a gift from Zhongsun Palace, and it was still in its original position. Qing Ning could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. Drop by drop, they dripped down, drenching her cold clothes. An hour later, the door opened, and Qing Ning walked out and walked toward the Heavenly Mandate Hall. The Heavenly Mandate Hall was the sacred hall that represented the highest authority in the Great Xia Empire. The Emperor of the Great Xia Empire sat on the dragon throne. The child had grown up, and he had surpassed his ancestors. In front of the dragon throne, the table was filled with memorials from the various officials of the Great Xia Empire. As the Great Xia Empire grew stronger, there were more and more people with evil intentions. It was impossible to have absolute peace in every era. Be it a prosperous era or a war, as long as there were people, there would be darkness. On the dragon throne, Xia Qi frowned from time to time. He wrote down one by one and carefully read each memorial. Below, Qing Ning walked over and looked at the young emperor on the dragon throne. She waited quietly and did not make a sound. In the darkness, when the dark dragon guards saw her, they hid themselves again. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xia Qi's body suddenly shook, and he looked up at the lady in the hall. His eyes were filled with shock. "Aunt Qing, why are you here?" Xia Qi quickly put down the memorial and brush in his hands and walked down the dragon throne. "There's something I need to tell you," said Qing Ning with a gentle smile. "Aunt Qing, please say it." "Qi will do as you say," Xia Qi replied seriously. "Prepare for the marriage between your master and Aunt Jiu," Qing Ning said. Xia Qi was shocked when he heard this. His face was full of disbelief. "There's no need to doubt it. It's true. Your master came back for this matter," said Qing Ning calmly. Xia Qi suppressed the waves in his heart and nodded with difficulty. This was too shocking. "Do we need to inform Northern Meng and the barbarian dynasty?" Xia Qi thought for a moment and asked hesitantly. Qing Ning nodded and said, "Send someone to deliver the invitation." "Aunt Qing, why did Master and Aunt Jiu change their minds? Didn't Master and Aunt Jiu reject this marriage?" Xia Qi couldn't help but ask. "There's not much time left. Your master and Xian you don't wish to leave behind any regret." Qing Ning sighed softly. 3 days later, in the royal palace of the Northern Meng royal court, the invitation card from Great Xia arrived. When Mingyu saw the invitation, shock and disbelief flashed across her delicate face. "Purple crystal." Mingyu passed the invitation to the person beside her and said with a complicated expression, "He's getting married." Purple Crystal took the invitation, glanced at it and said softly, "Your Majesty, are you going?" "Yes." Mingyu nodded and said, "Get ready. The wedding will be in a month. We have to leave as soon as possible." "Your Majesty, you can't." A young figure walked into the hall and stopped her. "Lord Ling, you entered the hall without a summons. Aren't you looking down on me?" Mingyu said indifferently from the dragon throne. "This subject doesn't dare. However, your Majesty's body is priceless. How can you personally go to such a dangerous place like the Grand Xia's imperial city?" Ling Xiao knelt. Mingyu narrowed her eyes and said, "It seems Lord Ling already knows what happened. I didn't expect Lord Ling's news to be even faster than mine." "It's my duty. I just didn't have time to report it," said Ling Xiao. "Lord Ling, do you think the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis will harm me?" Mingyu's tone gradually turned cold. Ling Xiao's heart sank and he immediately lowered his head. "I don't dare." Everyone knew that Mingyu had a close relationship with the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis. They could even be said to be half teacher and half friend. Even in Northern Meng, no one dared to say anything bad about the Marquis. In these 30 years, the Marquis was the true reason why Northern Meng and the Grand Xia could coexist peacefully. Mingyu looked at the kneeling figure. After a long while, she said calmly, this trip to the Grand Xia will be arranged by you. I don't want to see any mistakes. Do you understand? Yes. Ling Xiao bowed his head and replied. You can leave. Ming Yu waved her hand. This subject will take his leave. Ling Xiao accepted the order, got up, and left. Why did your Majesty let Lord Ling arrange this? Aren't you worried that he won't say what he thinks? Xiling asked worriedly. He doesn't have the guts. A cold smile flashed across Ming Yu's face. The 10 great families have withered and the Ling family has grown. However, as long as there's someone who can keep the Ling family in check, there's nothing to worry about. Your Majesty, are you talking about the Empress? Xiling thought for a while before asking. Ming Yu nodded. You should know her identity. With the Wang family, it's enough to keep the Ling family in check. I think the Wang family also knows the value of their existence. They have always been clear about their position and have always opposed the Ling family. Then this time, Xiling said worriedly. The Empress is the Empress of Beimeng, so she naturally has to go. Let her prepare, Ming Yu said calmly. Xiling nodded, but she was still unable to suppress the worry in her eyes. The enmity between the Empress and the Marquis was not something that could be explained in a few words. She hoped that there wouldn't be any trouble this time. At the same time, in the Barbarian dynasty's imperial palace, the invitation from the Grand Xia arrived. Man's eldest brother, the current king of the Barbarian dynasty, had an ugly expression when he saw the invitation. After thinking for a long time, Man Qiu didn't dare to make a decision on his own. He looked at the attendant beside him and said, Immediately send this invitation to the Grand King's palace. Yes. Attendant Wang accepted the order, took the invitation, and quickly walked out of the hall. A quarter of an hour later, a loud bang rang out in the Grand King's palace. Furious and uncontrollable killing intent surged out, destroying all the decorations in the hall. The next moment, an imposing and domineering figure walked out. It was the previous barbarian king who had stepped down from the throne. With one step, the barbarian king's figure disappeared and rushed towards the north. In the quiet night, Ning Chen stood quietly in the courtyard of the Jiming Marquis residence. He looked towards the south. According to the time, that person should be arriving soon. Just as he was thinking, a powerful pressure came from the imperial palace. The unusually domineering aura was many times stronger than 30 years ago. Great perfection, Ning Chen murmured softly. He was indeed worthy of being called the twin prides with his predecessor. This barbarian king, or the Grand Barbarian King, was likely to be the first person in the divine prefecture to break through to the celestial realm. The arrival of the barbarian king shocked everyone. They all looked towards the direction of the Jiming Marquis residence, unable to hide their shock. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning walked out and looked into the distance. Her eyes flashed. She couldn't intervene in this matter. Only Ning Chen could solve it himself. In the imperial palace, a marquis walked out. Looking at the powerful figure rushing towards the Jiming Marquis residence, he frowned slightly. The previous barbarian king's action was really too disrespectful to the Grand Xia. This is not something we can intervene in. Let's leave it to that person. Not far away, a marquis who stayed in the imperial palace walked out. He looked forward and said calmly. In the backyard of the Jiming Marquis residence, the barbarian king arrived. Without saying a word or asking a question, he raised his hand and attacked. Ning Chen leaned slightly to the side and avoided the attack. Immediately, he clenched his left hand. In the study, a bright red sword flew out. It was sparkling and dazzling. The sword was in his hand. With a clang, a sharp light overflowed. The aftermath shook. In the backyard of the Marquis residence, the Netherworld seal was activated. It blocked the overflowing aftermath and confined the destructive power to 100 feet. Barbarian King, violence can't solve the problem. Why don't we sit down and talk? After exchanging a few blows, Ning Chen, who had lost his foundation, focused on defense. He didn't want to fight head-on. What's there to talk about with an ungrateful person like you? The barbarian king couldn't suppress his anger. He turned his palm into a fist. Rumbling sounds echoed. Within 100 feet, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Waves of dust rolled and covered the battlefield. Ning Chen sighed in his heart. His eyes gradually became firm. He didn't dodge any more and said calmly, "Excuse me." With that, Ning Chen's sword changed. He took a step and leaped forward. He changed from defense to offense. Under the night, the sword moved gracefully. Even without the support of his foundation, it was still sharp and unparalleled. Under the night sky, the godly power and the peak of the sword clashed. Rumbling sounds echoed, but they were all confined in the netherworld seal. Within 100 feet, there was a clear boundary between hell and the mortal world. Within 100 feet, the earth and sky were destroyed. Outside of that, it was peaceful. Dragon shaking heaven tower. After exchanging a few blows, the barbarian king was furious. He waved his left arm and activated his godly power. His true yuan gathered around him and he punched. The move was shocking. Its power was unparalleled. Ning Chen's figure was like an illusion. He dodged the attack and the sword light swept out. With a loud rumble, the aftermath spread out. The netherworld seal shook. After a moment, it calmed down. In the waves of sand, a silhouette flashed past. The sword broke the waves. Bang! The iron fist blocked the sharp sword. A drop of vermilion fell. Then, a powerful force shook out and forced the former back. Your cultivation has actually weakened to such an extent. Surprise flashed in the barbarian king's eyes. After a moment, he was once again suppressed by his anger. He used a powerful move, determined to get justice for a man. Ning Chen took a few steps back and stabilized himself. His eyes calmed down again as he calmly looked at the incoming killing move. Behind him was the netherworld seal. He couldn't retreat. The moment the move arrived, the silhouette avoided a vital point and took the punch head-on. At the same time, the sword in her hand moved forward and pointed at her throat. With a loud rumble, the fist energy penetrated her body, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. The silhouette leaned against the netherworld seal and didn't retreat a single step. "Senior Barbarian King, can we talk now?" Ning Chen endured the injury on his chest and spoke slowly. He was so close that he was barely an inch away from him. Chapter 762. In the back courtyard of the Marquis estate, a sword was pointed at Ning Chen's throat. Blood dyed his clothes red. "Senior Barbarian King, let's sit down and talk." Ning Chen's sword fell. "Humph." The Barbarian King snorted and withdrew his fist's aura. He didn't attack again. "Senior Barbarian King, please." Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the Yellow Springs restriction. The Barbarian King walked over, still unable to conceal his anger. In the study, the tea had just been brewed. Ning Chen poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one in front of the Barbarian King. "The Jiming Marquis' prophecy is truly divine." "You even prepared the tea," sneered the Barbarian King. "Since I received the invitation, how could Senior not come?" Ning Chen calmly replied. "You expected me to come and even dared to greet me with a heavily injured body." "You really are confident," sneered the Barbarian King. "Senior Barbarian King is just asking for an explanation for a man. How could you possibly want my life?" Ning Chen smiled tiredly. "I'll only remember your life for now. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't let this matter pass," said the Barbarian King coldly. Ning Chen silently raised his teacup and took a sip of tea. How could this matter be resolved with just a simple explanation? A man is currently cultivating under a true realm venerable in the sky beyond heaven. In less than 100 years, she should be able to step into the true realm. Ning Chen softly put down his teacup. "So what? Don't you know what a man is thinking? When has she ever cared about such things?" Ning Chen was speechless. A moment later, he sighed. 100 years is too long. I can't wait that long. The barbarian king narrowed his eyes. He had felt something was wrong just now. This child's strength was far greater than 30 years ago. Now that they met again, he seemed much weaker. Thinking of this, the barbarian king grabbed Ning Chen's arm and poured his true essence into it. A moment later, his expression changed. You! The barbarian king was shocked. His foundation had been destroyed and his lifespan had less than 100 years. How could this be? Ning Chen withdrew his arm and calmly said, "It's a long story. Regardless of whether or not my foundation is destroyed, with my talent, it's impossible for me to step into the immortal realm within 100 years." When the barbarian king heard this, he gradually fell silent. All along, this kid's performance had been too shocking, causing them to forget that this kid's aptitude was indeed not suitable to practice martial arts. The candlelight flickered, and the atmosphere in the study was strangely quiet. Neither of them said anything, and they drank cup after cup of tea. What about the 9th princess of the Grand Xia? After a long time, the barbarian king put down his teacup. Xinu is only an ordinary person. Although she used a special method to preserve her appearance, her lifespan is no different from an ordinary person's, Ning Chen said honestly. Those of the royal bloodline of the Great Xia are all martial arts geniuses. I remember that the 9th princess of the Great Xia should have also learned martial arts before, the barbarian king said in a deep voice. I once learned it, but I gave it up later on, Ning Chen replied. Why? The barbarian king asked. Not everyone wants to live forever. This is Xinu's choice. I respect her decision, Ning Chen calmly said. The barbarian king stared at the man before him as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Was the truth really so simple? Immortals were strangers while ordinary people stayed together. The 9th princess of Great Xia was the smartest person in the world. She was willing to be ordinary in exchange for dozens of years of companionship. Such determination was something that no woman in the world could compare with. Putting down his teacup, the barbarian king stood up and walked out of the study. Junior respectfully sends off senior barbarian king. Ning Chen stood up, bowed respectfully, and said softly. The barbarian king left, his figure disappearing into the night. He didn't say anything else. Looking at the departing back of the barbarian king, Ning Chen sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the tea on the table red. A moment later, a suppressed cough rang out in the study, reverberating for a long time. Several days later, the news of the marriage between the Jiming Marquis and the 9th princess of Grand Xia spread throughout the world. The various marquises guarding the borders of Grand Xia received the news and the emperor's orders and immediately set off. In the northern Meng royal court, the royal family traveled south, rushing day and night, heading towards the direction of the Grand Xia royal capital. Countless gazes were fixed on the Grand Xia royal capital. After 30 years, the Jiming Marquis had officially returned. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one could say for sure. In the Grand Xia royal capital, the imperial palace and the Marquis manor were decorated with lanterns and banners. A festive atmosphere could be seen everywhere. After Ning Shi returned, she took care of everything in the manor. The old Lan Jun had retracted his sharpness and had become much gentler. Brother, have you really decided? Ning Shi looked at the person beside her and asked softly. Ning Chen nodded. Looking at the festive atmosphere in the Marquis manor, a trace of comfort appeared in his tired eyes. 30 years was too long, they couldn't wait for another 30 years. In the Grand Princess Manor, in the herb garden, an unparalleled beauty was quietly tidying up the herb garden. Even though the day of the wedding was approaching, her daily habits didn't change much. The maids in the manor looked at the princess in confusion. Their princess was too calm. Could it be that the princess hadn't been waiting for this day to arrive? Princess, Miss Qing is here. A maid walked up and said respectfully. Invite her in. Xia Xinyu said softly. Yes. Not long later, the maid brought Qing Ning over. She bowed and left. Qing Ning looked at the beautiful woman in the herb garden and smiled warmly. Right now, everyone in the royal capital is talking about your marriage with him. On the contrary, the two of you are calmer than anyone else. Since it's already decided, it's already decided. There's still some time until the day of the wedding. It's a bit early to be anxious, said Xia Xinyu softly as she tidied up the plants in the garden. Qing Ning walked into the herb garden. Looking at the different types of plants, she didn't understand. These medicinal plants aren't commonly seen. Where did Princess get them? Grand Xia, Northern Meng, or the Barbarian dynasty all have some. These plants are very delicate and have to be looked after daily. Otherwise, they'll quickly wither. Xia Xinyu smiled faintly. Soul-breaking grass. After tidying up for a while, Qing Ning's eyes suddenly narrowed. She saw an exceptionally eye-catching medicinal plant and was shocked. Sister Qing Ning, there's no need to think too much. All medicinal plants are somewhat poisonous. Soul-breaking grass is no different from other medicinal plants. It's just that its medicinal properties are a bit more intense. Xia Xinyu smiled. As long as you're careful when you use it, it'll have effects that ordinary medicinal plants don't have. Qing Ning was silent. She looked at the woman in front of her. After a while, she softly said, "Is it worth it?" It was not easy for non-cultivators to retain their looks. There were always gains and losses. The price behind this was easy to imagine. It's worth it. Xia Xinyu walked forward and plucked a leaf from the soul-breaking grass. She put it in a purple jade box and placed it next to her. Qing Ning sighed. The Grand Xia's 9th princess was more beautiful than flowers. Her martial talent was not inferior to her eldest brother's. Yet, she had given up on immortality and was willing to be ordinary. She would rather have a short period of time than wait forever. This 9th princess really was the proudest person in the world. In the Grand Xia's imperial mausoleum, in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb, Bai Yi walked over. She was weary and exhausted. Her knees touched the ground. Even if her name shook the starry sky, even if she was unrivaled, so what? She didn't want immortality and didn't want to have an afterlife. In this life, she only wanted to have no regrets. Not far away, she stood silently. She looked at her brother in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb and didn't disturb him. "Empress, I came to tell you something. Xinyu and I are going to get married. The time is half a month later. Once Xinyu marries, we'll come together to pay our respects to you." Ning Chen had a smile on his face. He knelt in front of the tomb and recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. After an unknown amount of time, outside the mausoleum, the autumn wind blew past the red maple trees. An autumn leaf silently flew into the mausoleum and landed on the tombstone. The red maple leaves were as beautiful as blood. Autumn was cold. It was another year of falling leaves. The passage of time mercilessly made people grow old. "Ning Shi, are the maple leaves outside all red?" Ning Chen looked at the maple leaves on the tombstone and asked. "Yes." Ning Shi nodded and softly replied. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he stood up and said, "Bring me to take a look." After speaking, Ning Chen turned and walked out of the mausoleum. 300 meters outside the mausoleum, there was a red maple forest. The red maple leaves were like fire and fluttered in the wind. Ning Chen stood in the forest and looked at the red leaves. He sighed emotionally. When he had come, he hadn't noticed that the maple leaves were already red. He had left in too much of a hurry these past few years and hadn't had the chance to stop and take a look. It turned out that the scenery of the world was so beautiful. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Endless resentment swirled around Ning Chen's body, covering the sky and the sun. Knowledge Marquis. Resentment filled their faces. They wouldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation and would stay in the mortal world forever. Everyone, can't wait any longer? Ning Chen looked at the countless faces in the air and calmly said, "It's been 30 years. We've long since grown impatient." A sinister woman's face approached and said harshly, For 30 years, none of our descendants have come to avenge us. The heavens are unfair. The resentment on an old face grew even thicker. The commoners are healthy. Your descendants can live in peace and contentment. Isn't that good? Could it be that bearing hatred for your entire lives is what you want? Asked Ning Chen. Is it right for us to die in vain? Jiming Marquis, why were you so vicious when you sacrificed us? Another face came forward and said angrily. There's no need to explain. Everyone, just wait a few more days. I'll give you an explanation, said Ning Chen calmly. How much longer? Faces filled with hatred appeared one after another as they spoke harshly. The day the ghost woman awakens, said Ning Chen. The resentment spirits wanted to say something, but Ning Chen's gaze suddenly narrowed. The chaos volume on his body shone brightly and his aura rapidly spread, drawing all the resentment spirits back into the chaos volume. Brother, the Northern Meng Imperial Courts group is almost here. Let's go back. Ning Shi walked in from outside the maple forest. She looked at the plain-clothed figure in the forest. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. A faint smile flashed on his face as he walked out of the forest. The autumn wind blew the red leaves into the sky, making them look like rain. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Chapter 763. In the north of the Grand Xia Imperial City, the Beimeng imperial family's ceremonial procession slowly approached. The Emperor and Empress of Beimeng had personally arrived with thousands of elite imperial guards protecting them. Countless imperial families' consecrators were hidden among them. The scene was extremely shocking. When an emperor of a dynasty entered another dynasty, both dynasties attached great importance to it. No one dared to make any mistake. The four Marshal Marquis personally came out of the city to welcome them. A battalion of imperial army opened the way along the street. The atmosphere of the entire imperial city became tense. Countless soldiers came and went, checking for any hidden dangers that might exist. Marshal Marquis. As the plain-clothed soldiers walked past, they immediately knelt down and greeted respectfully. Rise. Ning Chen said calmly, don't be too nervous. Just patrol as usual. Yes. The soldiers received the order and continued their patrol. Ning Chen walked forward towards the north gate. According to the time, Ming Yu and the others should be arriving soon. 10 li away from the north gate of the imperial city, banners fluttered in the wind. The Beimeng imperial guards cleared the way in front. The imperial family's ceremonial procession was surrounded by imperial consecrators. They did not dare to relax at all. As the procession approached, a plain-clothed figure stood quietly in front of the north gate. The four martial marquises bowed together. No need to be so polite. You are all martial marquises of Grand Xia. There is no need to bow to me. Ning Chen looked at the four and said calmly. Kong Yu, Zhangsun Yunxian, Anling Marquis, and Dongji Marquis stood up and took half a step back. Although the person in front of them had already stepped down from his position as Marshal Marquis, no one in the world was more qualified than him to bear the title of Marshal Marquis. Even Emperor Xia had to bow when he saw him, let alone them. They're here. The sound of wheels and dust flew into the air. A faintly discernible canopy surrounded the procession and rapidly approached. Let's go and welcome the guests from afar. Ning Chen said. Yes. The four of them nodded and followed him. The Beimeng Imperial Guard's leader saw the plain-clothed figure walking towards them and was shocked. He immediately recognized the latter and did not dare to be careless. He immediately raised his hand to stop the procession and dismounted to show his respect. In the next moment, the procession separated and a figure walked out from the canopy. After more than 10 years, the appearance was still the same. Everything had changed too much. Looking at the girl dressed as an emperor, Ning Chen revealed a gentle smile and asked softly, Ming Yue, are you all right? It was a familiar face and a familiar voice. Bright Moon's eyes overflowed with tears as she resisted the urge to rush forward. She smiled brightly and said, I've always been good. Although the consecrators of northern Meng felt strange about this strange greeting, no one dared to say anything. The Jiming Marquis of Great Xia was not an ordinary person. His Majesty had stayed by his side for a long time when he was young. Under his teachings, he must have learned many things that they did not understand. "Greetings, Marquis." Behind Mingyu, Amethyst bowed and said respectfully. Ning Chen looked at the former, smiled and said, "Amethyst, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Why haven't you reached perfection yet?" "Purple Crystal's aptitude is dull. I've made a fool of myself in front of the Marquis." Purple Crystal lowered her head and said, "Ha, I'm just joking. Let's go into the city first." Ning Chen smiled as he spoke. Soon after, he turned around and led the way towards the imperial city. Mingyu followed and did not return to the royal family's group. The consecrators of northern Meng and the commanders of the royal guards all chose to remain silent. They did not want to make His Majesty unhappy. Within the group, Ling Xiao saw this scene and frowned unconsciously. However, he suppressed his emotions and followed the group towards the imperial city of Great Xia. In the imperial city, the entire city was under lockdown. The royal guards lined up to welcome the arrival of the northern Ming group. At the front, Ning Chen and Mingyu walked side by side. A marquis and an emperor walked side by side. It was so natural, as if it had been more than 30 years. The little girl of the past had now grown up to become the emperor of northern Meng, whose name shook the entire divine continent. "Can I still stay in the marquis residence?" Mingyu looked at the person beside her, her delicate face filled with anticipation. "Not this time." Ning Chen smiled and said, "This time, you are here as the emperor of northern Meng to attend my wedding with Xinyu. In the end, you have to be arranged by the minister of Honglu of Great Xia to enter the reception courtyard." "I don't want to go." Mingyu's face flashed with dissatisfaction. "You can't be willful. Now that you are the emperor of northern Meng, it's fine normally, but this time you have to follow the rules." Ning Chen advised softly. "All right." Seeing that the person beside her didn't agree, Mingyu knew that she couldn't go against the rules this time and could only give up. After thinking for a while, Mingyu glanced at the group behind her and whispered, "Bad guy, can I ask you something?" Ning Chen replied. "The Ling family of northern Meng is strong now. Although the Empress and the Wang family are keeping them in check, the Ling family's strength is growing too fast. I feel that the Wang family and the Empress won't be able to keep them in check." Mingyu whispered, "I should have taught you how to keep powerful officials in check. Why did you let a powerful official like the Ling family appear?" Ning Chen didn't understand. "Behind the Ling family is Yang Ho." Mingyu replied. "Yang Hong?" Ning Chen frowned and said, "Even if you didn't tell me, I was going to ask. Why didn't Yang Hong come this time? He should be the strongest person in northern Meng. Yang Ho has been in seclusion for 7 years and hasn't come out. In this generation of the Ling family, one of them is Yang Ho's disciple. Thus, their strength is growing very fast. No one in northern Meng dares to easily offend them." Mingyu said honestly. "Supporting powerful officials and keeping them in check is only a temporary solution. The two most important things cannot be lost: the people's hearts and military power. You are the emperor of northern Meng. As long as you don't act ruthlessly, the people's hearts will not be lost. As for military power, who holds it now?" Ning Chen asked. "I have 30% of the military power. 20% is in the hands of the old minister's descendant. The remaining 50% is in the hands of the Yang family and the Wang family," Mingyu said simply. 30% of the military power is too much. Northern Meng's military power is too concentrated. It's better to deal with it as soon as possible." Ning Chen reminded. "The military power in the hands of the old minister's descendants is still manageable. However, the Yang and Wang family's power has already taken root in the imperial court. Almost half of the court officials are related to these two factions. It's easier said than done to take back this military power. Mingyu was a little worried. Have I told you the story of dispelling military power with a cup of wine? Ningchen said calmly. Yes. Mingyu nodded. Disposing of meritorious officials will cause criticism in the imperial court and the people. This is not a wise move. However, officials who wield power are different from those who are loyal and meritorious. As long as they are willing to investigate, they will definitely have a lot of information that can be used against them. Announce their crimes and make them a show of strength. However, do not implicate their entire family. Or leave their lives, leave their names, and give up their military power. How do I explain it to Yang Ho? Mingyu was a little troubled. Yang Hong is the most loyal person in northern Meng. As long as the evidence you find is beyond doubt, he will not say anything. However, at this point, Ning Chen looked at Zi Jing and smiled. It's not appropriate to place your trust in others. If Zi Jing's strength is enough to deter those who have ulterior motives, it will be much easier for you. Hearing this, Zi Jing's eyes flashed with shame. Her cultivation was still too low. Zi Jing, make a few more trips to the Marquis' residence these days. Ning Chen smiled. Zi Jing was stunned. Then, joy appeared on her face. She bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Marquis." "I'll go too," Mingyu said unhappily. Zi Jing's identity is just a servant girl. She won't cause too much trouble if she comes to the house of Marquis. You are the emperor of a dynasty. Do you want my house of Marquis to become a market? Ning Chen said angrily. Too annoying. Mingyu shook her head vigorously and said, I didn't want to be the emperor for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that there is no one to pass the throne to, I really want to leave. Ning Chen smiled. He really couldn't do anything about this. Even if Fan Lingyue was alive, he wouldn't be able to solve this problem. Seeing the smile on the former's face, Mingyu was even more dissatisfied. She secretly reached out and pinched him as revenge. Ning Chen secretly sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He couldn't argue with the servant beside him, so he could only hold it in. Mingyu was a little happy in her heart, but she didn't show it. She quietly put down her hand and continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. In front of the reception courtyard, Ning Chen sent the Northern Meng group to their destination. The minister of Honglu, who had been prepared for many days, came forward to arrange their accommodations in detail. He didn't dare to be negligent. I'm going back. There are still many things to deal with in the Marquis' residence. You all rest first. After 2 days, Qi will set up a banquet to entertain you all, Ning Chen said. Xiaoqi, that brat. I get angry when I see him, Mingyu said, curling her lips. Ning Chen smiled lightly and didn't say anything. They were both flesh and blood. He also watched Qi grow up. He couldn't beat him up just because Mingyu didn't like him. Let's go. Ning Chen waved his hand and turned to walk toward the Marquis' residence. In the palace, in the Heavenly Mandate Hall, a dark dragon guard appeared and knelt down. Your Majesty, the Northern Meng group has arrived at the reception courtyard. Marquis Jiming personally sent them here. There were no problems along the way. On the dragon throne, Xiaoqi heard this and put down the memorial in his hand. He nodded and said, Tell Marquis Dongji to ensure the safety of the Northern Meng group. I don't want to see anything happen at this time. Yes. His Highness, the Dark Dragon Guard respectfully accepted the order and immediately disappeared. In the Marquis' residence, Ning Chen returned. When the bright moon rose in the sky, he stood in the courtyard and waited quietly. At midnight, a stream of light flashed in the sky above the Marquis' residence. Zi Jing appeared in the Marquis' residence. Greetings, Marquis, Zi Jing bowed and said. No need to be so polite. Is Mingyu resting? Ning Chen asked. Her Majesty is already asleep, Zi Jing nodded and said. Ning Chen waved his hand and a bright red sword flew out of the study and swept in front of him. There's not much time. You don't lack things like cultivation techniques, and you don't need me to teach you. Swords are killing weapons, so what I teach you is killing techniques, Ningchen said seriously. Please teach me, Marquis, Zijing said respectfully. Do you need my help? At this moment, a stream of light gathered in the void above. A beautiful and noble figure walked out. Her aura was majestic and even stronger than before. Female Supreme, how have you been? Seeing the person who came, Ningchen smiled and said. Chapter 764. In the backyard of the Marquis' establishment, Nu Chang appeared. Her beauty and otherworldly aura made people not dare to profane her. Jiming Marquis, you've put yourself in such a sorry state again. Nu Chang looked at the man in front of her and said helplessly. I had no choice. Ningchen smiled. Nu Chang understood that the person in front of her did not care about this and did not persuade him. She looked at the woman in purple and asked, Who is this girl? Is she your new disciple? Ningchen shook his head and said, Zijing is Mingyue's personal servant. Although she is a servant, she is no different from an elder sister. Right now there are many hidden dangers in Beiming's court. I am worried about Mingyue's safety, so I let Zijing learn some things. Nu Chang looked at the former with a strange expression and said, You really can think of letting a girl with clean hands learn your killing methods. Ningchen was rendered speechless. After a short moment, he laughed bitterly and said, Your Highness, please don't laugh at me. That's all I know. Your Highness ought to be aware that I learned all those things from slaughter. Besides that, I can't teach you anything else. You can't teach, but that doesn't mean I can't. Let this noble one do it, Nu Chang said. Hearing this, Ningchen was surprised and then came back to his senses. He looked at Zijing and said softly, Zijing, why aren't you thanking Nu Chang? Thank you, Nu Chang. Amethyst suppressed the confusion and doubt in her heart, bowed and thanked him. Nu Chang is the master of Chongling and has been an immortal for many years. If she teaches you, you will get twice the result with half the effort, Ningchen explained. Zijing heard this and was first shocked. Then, respect flashed across her face and she bowed again. This girl's talent is actually not bad, but she has never received guidance from a true expert. Jiming Marquis, I have always been curious. The people around you are all outstanding in martial arts, but why are you so ordinary? Nu Chang's lips curved slightly. Nu Chang, please don't tease me. This is not something I can decide. It is not the conduct of a gentleman to always expose others' scars, Ningchen said helplessly. Talking about a gentleman's conduct with a girl, Jiming Marquis, have you become stupid from practicing martial arts? Nu Chang smiled. Ningchen was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. The glib tongue that he had always used was useless at this moment. On the side, Purple Crystal listened to the conversation between the two and could not help but snicker. In her eyes, the Marquis of Jiming was omnipotent. She did not expect that there would be someone who could defeat him. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Be careful that you don't injure yourself, Ningchen said unhappily. Purple Crystal covered her mouth and chuckled. Her shoulders trembled as she tried even harder to hold back her laughter. Female Supreme, go ahead and teach her a lesson. I don't care anymore. Ningchen waved his hand and walked to the side, leaving the two of them alone. It was time to get down to business. Female Chang and Purple Crystal's expressions turned serious, and they stopped joking around. Amethyst, don't hold back, Female Chang sternly said. Purple Crystal nodded. She activated her true essence, and her figure instantly flew out. As they exchanged blows, a vast amount of energy appeared. Their feet moved lightly, and their slender hands carried the force of 1,000 caddies. The instant they exchanged blows, the might shook the heavens and the earth. Ningchen was already prepared. He activated the underworld divine restriction to protect the Marquis mansion. Frost burial of 100 flowers. Not wanting to hold back, Purple Crystal raised her hand and used her ultimate move. Purple ice crystals gathered around her, silently drifting about. The surrounding void instantly froze. Extreme cold cultivation body? Female Cheng's eyes narrowed. She turned her palm into a finger, gathering the sharpness of heaven and earth. With one step forward, she broke through the thousands of crystal light. When their moves collided, purple crystal retreated half a step and leaned to the side, avoiding the sharpness. After losing momentum in one move, every move was suppressed. In less than 10 moves, a palm landed on purple crystal's chest. Purple crystal's figure flew back, and after a dozen steps, she barely managed to stabilize herself. Female Chang waved her hand and dispersed the aura on her palm. She didn't attack again. Outside the battle, Ning Chen was watching the two fight. His eyes flashed with emotion. Even if he ignored the issue of cultivation, the gap between Purple Crystal and Female Supreme was still not small. Purple Crystal, if Jiming Marquis was at your cultivation, even if I could heavily injure him within 100 moves, I would have to pay a considerable price. Do you understand? Female Chang looked at the woman in front of her and sternly said. Purple Crystal silently nodded. She knew that there was a gap between her and a true expert. Only after today's battle did she realize just how big that gap was. The difference in experience, the degree of familiarity with the moves you've learned, as well as the degree to which you have a thorough understanding of the martial arts itself, will all affect your strength. The level of your cultivation is indeed important, but there are other factors besides cultivation that cannot be ignored, said the woman earnestly. Purple Crystal listened quietly and carefully memorized everything the former said. She didn't dare to miss a single word. Ning Chen also listened at the side. Everyone had their own understanding of martial arts. This kind of experience was even more precious than any cultivation technique. Unless it was a close relative or a direct disciple, very few people would be willing to teach it. Let's not talk about experience for now. This requires the accumulation of a lot of battles. It is not something that can be improved in a short period of time. Jiming Marquis knows this best. However, there are not many monsters like him. If you meet him, don't think about anything and run away immediately. As for the second point, the degree of familiarity with the moves you have learned. This requires hard work and practice. Turn every move into instinct. Only then can you unleash the greatest power. When you are facing a life and death battle, the most useful move will always be the one you are most familiar with, and not the strongest one. The last point is the degree of understanding of martial arts. This is the most difficult but also the fastest way to increase your strength. Speaking up to here, the woman paused for a moment, her expression turning solemn as she continued, when words are spoken, the heavens will descend. Even the saber, sword, and other martial arts all belong to this category. When a martial arts cultivation reaches a certain level, it is not only the use of true yuan, but also the laws and the extreme Tao. I don't need to say more about the laws, I'm sure you've heard a thing or two about them. The extreme Tao is equivalent to the laws, or even higher than the laws. When a martial arts cultivation reaches a certain level, it becomes a Tao of its own. Jiming Marquis, after listening for so long, you should put in some effort. Female Chang looked at the man next to her and smiled. Naturally. Ning Chen nodded his head upon hearing Qin Wentian's words. The astral souls in his hands spun as he slashed out with an ordinary sword strike. Without the support of any Jin Yuan, the wind and clouds seemed to have received his command, and as he slashed out, the heavens split apart with a single slash. The sword light flashed and the divine restriction reacted. A complex pattern appeared and resisted the sword energy. However, the divine restriction that had endured their battle quickly collapsed under the sword light. It rumbled and shook. Purple Crystal was shocked. Her face was filled with disbelief. This is extreme, the extreme of the sword. Female Chang looked at Purple Crystal and said calmly, extreme paths are difficult. Walking on this path is walking on a never-ending path. This path is incomparably difficult. The stronger the Tao, the harder it is to prove it. It is even difficult to prove your own Tao in your lifetime. Purple Crystal, female Chang is not telling you all these things. Methods to increase strength are more important than quantity. Actually, it is enough if you can cultivate one of them to the extreme. It depends on what you choose. Finishing his words, Ning Chen waved his right hand and the Star Soul sword left his hand and flew back into the study, returning to its scabbard. Purple Crystal was silent. Hesitation flashed across her face. She couldn't make a decision. Go back and think about it. Don't make a decision so easily. However, once you make a decision, you can't regret it. Ning Chen calmly said. Okay. Amethyst nodded slightly, bowed to the two of them, and then left. How is it? Does female Chang think that Purple Crystal will be able to enter the Supremacy Realm in a short time? Asked Ning Chen as he watched the former leave. Ning Chen shifted his gaze to the woman beside him. It's very difficult. Female Chang shook her head and said, although the laws of the world are no longer suppressed after the Hell King's boundary was broken, Purple Crystal has only cultivated for a short time. Even if her talent is good, it is only good. There is still a big gap between her and those monstrous friends of yours. It is almost impossible for her to enter the Supremacy Realm in a short time. Ning Chen's eyes lit up and he said, other than increasing my cultivation, the three methods that female Chang mentioned are not easy for Purple Crystal. It's not easy to increase one's strength. You should know this better than anyone, Marquis Jiming, Nu Chang said seriously. It is because I know that I don't want them to work so hard. Ning Chen sighed. Female Chang was silent. After a while, she said softly, I will try my best. Thank you, female Chang. Ning Chen bowed respectfully and thanked her. There is no need to say thank you. Let's sit down and talk. Female Chang said seriously. Please. Ning Chen nodded. In the study, the candlelight lit up again. The two of them sat facing each other. They had known each other for 30 years. When they first met 30 years ago, they were strangers who made a fair deal. 30 years later, they were friends who didn't need to speak much. What happened? Female Chang asked softly. It's a long story. Ning Chen replied. Then tell it slowly. Female Chang said calmly. Ning Chen sighed and told her everything that had happened over the years. The candlelight flickered and reflected the two of them. He calmly told her the story of his life. The bright moon was like water. It shone through the paper window and sprinkled a light chill. Time restriction. Female Chang narrowed her eyes and said, Can you let me take a look? Ning Chen nodded. He flipped his hand and a jade slip appeared. He handed it to the woman in front of him. Female Chang took the divine restriction and scanned it with her spiritual sense. Her eyes flashed. As expected of one of the three divine restrictions, it was really profound and mysterious. If female Chang is interested, I can give it to you. Ning Chen said. HM? Female Chang's expression changed. She shook her head and said, No need. I can study it for a few days. This restriction is very complicated and can't be mastered in a short time. I think you will need this item. Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Female Chang was startled when she saw the expression on Ning Chen's face. Then she seemed to have thought of something. She couldn't help but laugh at herself and said, I forgot that the world-famous Marquis Jiming is the smartest person in the world. How can a mere time restriction be compared to you? Female Chang's praise is too much. The records of the three divine restrictions are incomplete. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to remember all the changes. Ning Chen said honestly. Being too modest is being arrogant. Female Chang replied faintly. She looked at the jade slip in her hand and sighed in her heart. She said with a complicated expression, Marquis Jiming, I have reminded you more than once to not care about other things in the past 100 years and to focus on cultivation. You just didn't listen. Now that your two bodies have disappeared and your foundation is almost destroyed, it will be harder for you to become an immortal. It's enough. Ning Chen smiled and said, Jiming has no regrets in this life. If there is an afterlife, I am willing to be ordinary. Chapter 765. The wind was like water, and the night was as cold as the moon. Both inside and outside the palace, a joyous atmosphere spread. The day of the wedding had arrived, and the world was celebrating. Within the palace, Goddess Heli was dressed in a red wedding dress. Her features were picturesque, and she was extremely beautiful. Outside the palace, she took off her plain clothes, revealing a noble robe. Her expression was as calm as water, without any ripples. 30 years, fate came and went, from knowing each other to missing each other. Today, she had returned to the starting point. The face in the mirror was flawless, with gold hairpins and pearls, shining under the candlelight. Behind her, the elder sister was dressing up, wearing a green dress. Her gentle eyes looked at the person in the mirror, and she felt slightly gratified. The white jade comb brushed through her hair, gently falling down. 1 comb to the head, no need to worry about wealth. 2 comb to the head, no sickness and no worries. 3 comb to the head, many children and longevity. Another comb to the tail, raising the case to the eyebrows. 2 comb to the tail, flying side by side. 3 comb to the tail, forming an eternal heart pendant. What was once an illusion had now become reality. Xia Sinyu's face had a calm smile, and her stunning face was even more charming. The historians of Great Xia were known for their strictness. It was not easy for a woman to enter history, and it was even harder for her to get an evaluation, much less her looks. In the 1,000 years of Great Xia, only the 9th princess was favored by the historians. Using the ancient rules, she was famous in the world. Wei Yang had a beauty, exceptional and independent. One look could topple a city, and another could topple a country. Today, in the Wei Yang Palace, there was a beauty waiting to be married. Jiming Marquis Manor. The manor doors opened, and under the morning sun, Jiming got on his horse. Behind him, the wedding procession followed, solemn and solemn. The sound of horse hooves and carriage rumbled as they headed toward the palace. On the streets, hundreds and thousands of civilians made way, kneeling down to welcome them respectfully. The wedding of every marquis was a grand occasion for the dynasty. Furthermore, this was the Jiming Marquis, who had become the faith of Great Xia. Everyone was waiting for this day. It was not a long journey, but it took 4 hours. The ceremony of the royal family was complicated, and at the end of each path, there were officials waiting respectfully. In front of Donghua Gate, the betrothal gifts got out of the carriage. At noon, the wedding procession slowly arrived at the imperial palace. In the Wei Yang Palace, the 9th princess of the Great Xia dynasty was standing in front of the bronze mirror. She was so beautiful that even the luminous pearls in the palace paled in comparison. Qing Ning stood at the back and looked at her charming face in the mirror. The smile on her face became even gentler. "Nyang Nyang, did you see that? Miss Qing, the Marquis has entered the palace." Right at this moment, an attendant stepped forward and spoke respectfully. "Got it, you may leave," Qing Ning said. "Yes." The maid accepted the order and stood up to leave. "Xianyu, are you ready?" Qing Ning said softly as she looked at the beautiful woman reflected in the mirror. "N." Xia Sinyu nodded and replied. A red veil covered her face. 30 years of waiting had finally come to this day. The door opened and a figure dressed in black walked in. He stretched out his hand and said softly, "Let's go." Hundreds of officials came to the Heavenly Mandate Palace one after another. It was the first time in history that a wedding was held in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. The officials had no objections, as though this was how it should be, how it should be. At the head of the guest seats were Mingyu, several important officials of northern Meng, members of the imperial family of Great Xia, and the dukes of the barbarian dynasty. Among the honored guests of the 3 dynasties, the most special one was a woman in white robes. She sat quietly in the seats, her aura otherworldly and ethereal. The female supreme of Chongling had come to the mortal world for knowing Destiny's wedding. Some of the people present were familiar with each other, and some were strangers. However, without a doubt, The guests present were all people who knew knowing destiny or had to come. There was only one seat in the guest seats, and the beautiful woman in blue robes sat quietly. The gentleness in her eyes could not be dissipated. No one dared to object. The Emperor of Northern Meng could not, the Emperor of Great Xia could not, and the officials could not. The auspicious time was approaching. Outside the hall, music sounded. Looking from a distance, two figures slowly walked in amidst the stars surrounding the moon. Zhu and Xuanduan, red wedding robes. The splendid attire reflected the solemnity of this wedding. A perfect couple, a talented man and a beautiful woman. The guests couldn't help but sigh emotionally. These two people were the most compatible people in the world. When the newlyweds entered the hall, the guests' expressions became serious. They sat at the table. No one dared to be disrespectful. The two people standing in the hall were calmer than everyone present. The two ends of the red line of marriage were 30 years of waiting, and a fate that had been missed. The music echoed as the people prayed. Inside and outside the imperial palace, the atmosphere of a grand occasion was the first since ancient times. In the depths of the imperial palace of the Great Xia, the purple energy of the great artifact that suppressed the fortunes of the dynasty was as vast as the sea. The prayers of the people gathered and flew towards the imperial palace to strengthen the fortunes of the dynasty. In the barbarian dynasty, the barbarian king looked at this scene that he had never seen before and sighed softly inside. The knowing destiny Marquis, with the power of the Qilin, could conquer the world. In the main hall of the heavenly mandate palace, the auspicious time had arrived, and the ceremony was about to begin. At this moment, auspicious signs howled in the sky above the imperial court. Dragon carriages galloped and phoenix carriages arrived. Dazzling streams of light came from all directions. Their powerful presences shook the imperial city. Nanling, Northern Plains, West Earth, Central Plains. The presences of the experts on the carriages from the 4 divine lands were like clouds that covered the sky. Nanling Yuheng Holy Land congratulates the knowing destiny Marquis on his marriage. Northern Plains Heavenly Music Pavilion congratulates the knowing destiny Marquis on his marriage. Western Buddha's homeland Tianfu Mountain congratulates the knowing destiny Marquis on his marriage. Zhongzhou Zhao family congratulates the knowing destiny Marquis on his marriage. Congratulations sounded in the sky one after another. The top forces of the 4 divine lands arrived one by one. The auspicious signs floated in the sky. This was the first time the world had seen such a shocking scene. The people from all directions came to celebrate. The indescribable scene shocked all the guests in the heavenly mandate palace. Take the seat. In the palace, Ningchen said calmly. Yes. The attendants in front of the palace received the order and added seats one after another in the palace to welcome the guests from all directions. Above the void, in the dragon carriages and phoenix carriages, figures flashed past and appeared in the palace. They took their seats one by one. When the guests arrived, the auspicious time also arrived. The ceremony began and music was played. When the ceremony was over, the newlyweds bowed in unison. They did not kneel and stood up after the ceremony. Along the way, the knowing destiny Marquis had never believed in heaven and earth. This ceremony was too much. In the palace, the officials, the emperors of the 2 dynasties, and the giants all chose to be silent. No one could say anything. The world knew that heaven did not bless the knowing destiny Marquis. It had punished the knowing destiny Marquis more than once. In this world, heaven could accept anyone's kowtow, but not the knowing destiny Marquis. The second kowtow was for the elders. The knowing destiny Marquis, who did not kneel to heaven and earth, finally knelt down and bowed respectfully to the last family member in this life. Xia Xinyu also knelt down. She was married and followed her husband. In this life, there was no one else in her life. On the main seat, Qing Ning's eyes were filled with tears. She accepted the ceremony on behalf of her eldest grandson and herself. From the time she entered the palace until today, 40 years had passed. It was unforgettable and unforgettable. The two got up and bowed for the last time. In this life, Prime Minister Bai followed. After the three kowtows, they were sent to the bridal chamber. For the first time in history, except for the emperors, a young man who had never left the palace finally chose to come back on the most important day of his life. All the guests waited in the heavenly mandate palace. The ceremony was over. After the toast, the person they were waiting for would appear again. They came for two reasons. One was to congratulate and the other was to meet the knowing destiny Marquis. In the Weiyang Palace, in the room where Ning Chen first entered the palace, the two walked in together. On the table, there was wine that had been prepared, exuding a faint aroma. The two sat down. Ning Chen poured 2 cups of wine and handed it to the person in front of him. Under the red veil, Xia Xinyu took the wine cup. The toast was witnessed by a lifetime of white hair. In the mouth of the wine, there was sweetness in the bitterness. It was like a portrayal of this life. Bitter wine had many flavors. Whether it was bitter or sweet, only the person who drank it could understand. Thank you. Close by, the fragrance of orchids and musk lingered in his ears and nose. A beautiful woman had a short life. In exchange for decades of being together with ordinary people, there is no need for thanks between us. Ning Chen responded softly. There was a trace of a smile on his face. He said, "Wait for me here. I will be back after I entertain the guests." Okay. Xia Xinyu nodded and agreed. Ning Chen smiled, got up and walked out of the room towards the heavenly mandate palace. In the room, Xia Xinyu sat quietly. The red veil on her head covered her face. She had long been used to waiting. 30 years was like a day, one day was like 30 years. In the heavenly mandate palace, knowing destiny returned. With the Xian Duan on him, his expression was less cold and more peaceful. Seeing the former appear, the officials in the palace and the guests from all sides were slightly stunned. Immediately, they smiled respectfully and congratulated him one by one. Toasts were given, one after another blessings. Ning Chen responded to them one by one, drinking 1 cup after another. Mingyu got up, holding a cup of wine in her hand. She looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. She raised her cup and drank it without saying anything. Now that you have grown up, you can't be as willful as a child. You are now the emperor of the Northern Ming imperial court. Every word and action of yours represents the dynasty. Be careful. Ning Chen smiled gently and reminded her. Then, he drank the wine in his cup. Mingyu curled her lips and sat down. She still didn't say a word. Ning Chen smiled helplessly at this girl who was throwing a tantrum. He didn't have time to persuade her. He could only deal with the other guests first. Marquis, knowing destiny, I toast you. Beside Mingyu, Su Fian got up, holding a cup of wine, and said softly, Empress, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still as elegant as before. There was no need to mention the old grudges. Ning Chen responded softly and drank the wine in his cup. Su Fian also drank the wine in her cup. The old grudges disappeared with this cup of wine. Meeting, fighting, killing, in the end, it was all in vain. The revival of the dynasty was just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. It was so illusory that it was difficult to touch. Hatred? Perhaps it was not as much as she thought. Fighting and fighting, hating, but it was just a heavy burden that she put on herself. Congratulations! Zhao Liusu got up, raised her cup, and said seriously, Thank you. Ning Chen nodded in response. Senior brother, congratulations. Yan Hongzhu also stood up. A gentle smile rose on her beautiful face as she spoke softly. Ning Chen smiled and raised his cup, accepting the blessings of this junior sister from the Jade Hung Holy Land. After 3 rounds of wine, Ning Chen put down his cup and looked at the experts from the various regions. He said calmly, I know you all have things you want to ask. Just say it. Chapter 766. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, knowing destiny's words made everyone's eyes turn serious. Marquis, knowing destiny, we want to know how to become an immortal. In the homeland of West Buddha, Tianfu Mountain, Pavilion Lord Jingfeng asked seriously. The Light Venerable of Buddha Mountain has been in the immortal plane for some time. Why do you come here to ask me? Ning Chen asked. The Light Venerable has been in seclusion ever since he was seriously injured. That's why we took this opportunity to come here and ask about it, Pavilion Lord Jingfeng said honestly. Ning Chen looked at the others. At the same time, everyone looked at him, full of desire and expectation. At the head of the guest seats, Nu Chang looked at the giants from various regions and smiled. Fortunately, these were people who had no conflict with knowing destiny. Otherwise, today's wedding would be even more lively. Why do you think I know how to become an immortal? Ning Chen poured himself a cup of wine and asked as he drank. A few years ago, there was a great disaster in the Divine Prefecture. The foreign tribes invaded. The West Jade Lord, my master, and the Light Venerable of Buddha Mountain couldn't stop them even when they joined forces, but you stopped them all by yourself. Everyone knows about this, someone from the Heavenly Music Pavilion in Northern Plains said seriously. If I say that I've never been unable to break through to the complete plane, would you believe me? Ning Chen put down his cup and asked. Marquis, you must be joking. The person from the Heavenly Music Pavilion said calmly. Ning Chen looked at Rui Hongzhu and smiled. Hongzhu, do you believe me? Hongzhu will believe whatever senior apprentice brother says. Rui Hongzhu nodded and said seriously. Ning Chen laughed softly and said, to be honest, I've never entered the immortal plane. However, since you've come from afar, I can't let you go back disappointed. At the head of the table, Nu Chang drank her wine quietly and didn't interrupt. Although knowing destiny hadn't entered the immortal plane, it didn't mean that he didn't know how to go. Not knowing and not being able were two completely different things. The former was incompetence, while the latter was helplessness caused by fate. Up until now, everyone has experienced the 3 calamities, the 5 tribulations, and then the tribulation of supremacy. This is the end of the path of the human world. If you want to break through again, you will no longer have the talent of a mortal. At this point, Ning Chen looked at the crowd, smiled and said, there's no need to talk about the matter of martial talent. With everyone's talent, it's naturally not a problem. As for how to reach this step, there are 2 ways. The first method is to jump through the Dragon Gate. This is the method most people choose. Everyone knows that when one reaches the peak of the mortal realm, the Dragon Gate will appear. The inner realm is affected by the Underworld King's barrier, so very few people have been able to jump through the Dragon Gate. To choose this method, you need to master at least one type of law. When you jump through the Dragon Gate, the law of the world will suppress you through the Dragon Gate. If you don't have the power of a law, it will be almost impossible to jump through the Dragon Gate. Everyone should have noticed that almost every ancient book that records cultivation has mentioned that one has to reduce the karma of killing as much as possible on the path of cultivation. This is the reason. The heavier the karma of killing, the greater the pressure that the Dragon's Gate will put on the person undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, except for very few special cases, all those who have committed great sins cannot become immortals. The second method is just my personal experience. However, since there is an opportunity today, there is no harm in talking about it. Step into the immortal plane. According to my speculation, there should be more than one method. Since the path of cultivation is divided into martial arts and spells, there should be different methods to step into the immortal plane. It's just that we don't know about them. The purpose of jumping through the Dragon Gate is to escape the restriction of the law on the Dragon Gate. Therefore, jumping through the Dragon Gate is only one method, not the final goal. Based on my speculation, as long as you can escape the restriction of the Dragon Gate, there are other methods. At this point, Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, my speculation is very simple. Break the law with force and destroy the Dragon Gate by force. Then, you can step into the immortal plane. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. It was the first time they had heard such a shocking statement. Pavilion Master Jing Feng of Tianfu Mountain, the people from Heavenly Music Pavilion, Lian Hongzhu, and the others all fell silent. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Such a statement would never appear in any ancient record. How shocking was it to destroy the Dragon Gate? It could even be said to be disgraceful. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ning Chen smiled and said, "Don't think too much. As I said, the second method is just my speculation. I don't know if it will work. Just take it as a joke. If you want to step into the immortal plane, you have to master a law. Jumping through the Dragon Gate is the right way. You know better than me how to cultivate the law, so I won't show my slight skill in front of an expert." During the banquet, the giants of the great sects looked at each other and immediately suppressed the shock in their hearts. "Thank you for your advice." Pavilion Master Jing Feng of Tianfu Mountain was the first to stand up and bow respectfully. "Thank you for your advice." After one person stood up, everyone stood up. The giants of the sects from the 4 regions stood up one by one and bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude respectfully. "You're too polite. It's just some personal opinion. If it can be of use to your future cultivation, it will be my honor," Ning Chen said with a smile. After getting the answer they wanted, they didn't ask any more questions. On a day of great joy they had to know their limit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing to make this person unhappy. The banquet officially began. All parties toasted each other, and a festive atmosphere filled the entire Heavenly Mandate Palace. On this day of celebration, the 3 dynasties and the 5 regions gathered together. They put aside their grievances and only wished each other well. During the banquet, Ning Chen drank one cup after another with the guests. He didn't refuse anyone. In less than 4 hours, he had drunk countless cups. When the sun set, the banquet ended. After a round of farewells, the guests left one after another. The dragon carriage and the phoenix carriage flew across the void and left one after another. "Senior brother, if you have time, come back to the Yuheng Holy Land. Master misses you very much." Before leaving, Lian Hongzhu took the arm of the person in front of her and whispered softly, "Well, don't worry. I will go." Ning Chen smiled gently and replied, "Then I'll go back first." Lian Hongzhu reluctantly let go of his hand and turned to leave. Not far away, Zhao Yusu looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. She stepped forward and rode the wind and the phoenix away. After the guests of the 4 regions left, the officials in the main hall also left one by one. The lively Heavenly Mandate Palace gradually quieted down. The servants of the palace walked out and carefully cleaned the main hall. The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. Ning Chen stood in front of the hall and looked at the dim lights of the imperial city. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Inside the hall, Xia Qi wanted to go forward and remind him, but he was stopped by Qing Ning. "Let your master be alone." Qing Ning looked at the figure in front of the hall and sighed softly. After 40 years of ups and downs, he had protected the Xia kingdom again and again. However, it was probably the first time that he could look at the dynasty in silence like today. In the bridal room of Weiyang Palace, the red candles flickered. In front of the table, a beautiful figure with a red veil was still waiting quietly, waiting for the person who lifted the veil to return. Scene after scene, memories flowed in front of her eyes. Time passed so slowly at this moment. After 40 years of knowing each other, was it wrong to wait for 30 years? If she could choose again in this life, would she not miss it at that time? She couldn't think clearly, and it was difficult to understand. In front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace, knowing Destiny, who had been standing quietly for a long time, turned around and walked toward Weiyang Palace. The red candles were almost half burned. At this moment, the door creaked open, and knowing Destiny walked in. Looking at the beautiful figure waiting at the table, he smiled and said softly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Shi Cheng lifted the red veil, and what came into his eyes was the beautiful face. No matter how many years had passed, it was still breathtaking. You've waited for so long. Eat something first. Ning Chen opened the desserts and dishes on the table, one by one, and put down the bowl and chopstick. Xia Xinyu took the bowl and chopsticks and ate in small bites. The pleasing scene made it difficult for people to look away. Aren't you eating? Seeing that Ning Chen kept looking at her, Xia Xinyu blushed and asked softly. I drank too much outside just now. I can't eat anymore. You eat, I'll just watch you eat. Ning Chen chuckled. Okay. Xia Xinyu answered softly, blushing, lowered her head and continued to eat. Xinyu. Ning Chen chuckled and said. Xia Xinyu looked up and asked curiously. Why didn't I know you were so shy before? Ning Chen laughed and said. Hearing this, Xia Xinyu blushed and lowered her head even more, looking more reserved. Ha! Ning Chen chuckled and said, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and eat. The food will get cold soon. Xia Xinyu answered softly with a blushing face and continued to eat in small bites. The meal lasted for half an hour. The palace maid came in to clean up the table and immediately left. After the palace maid left, Xia Xinyu's face suddenly became redder. She stood there, not knowing what to do. Don't you want to wash up? Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him, and the smile on his face became wider as he reminded her. Oh. Xia Xinyu answered in a panic. She walked in front of the mirror and prepared to wash up and remove her makeup. The luxurious and dazzling jewelry was removed one by one. After removing her clothes, the Grand Xia's ninth princess lost her noble aura and gained a simple and elegant aura. Not long after, her clothes were removed. After washing up, Xia Xinyu was a little reserved, but she walked forward with determination. Husband, Xinyu will help you change your clothes. Taking 2 steps forward, Xia Xinyu reached out and helped him undo the complicated bindings on his clothes. Because she was focused, the nervousness on her face gradually disappeared. The soft and warm jade in front of him and the fragrance lingered in the air. Ning Chen's eyes became gentle. No matter what fate they had in the past or what choice they made, Xinyu was now his legal wife. In the next few decades, he could not let her down. Giving up immortality in exchange for a short period of time together, he did not have the qualifications to let her down. The red candle burned out and the light in the room gradually dimmed. Ning Chen gently pulled the woman in front of him into his embrace, and the waves in his heart gradually calmed down. The tears on the clothes lingered in the woman's eyes. After a moment it turned into a bright and beautiful smile, so beautiful and so dazzling. He was the Jiming Marquis, her husband. From now on, he was the most important person in her life. Chapter 767. Early in the morning, the first rays of the morning sun shone through the window, filling the room with warmth. In front of the mirror, Xia Xinyu tied up her long hair with a jade hairpin. It was simple yet elegant. Ning Chen stood to the side, quietly looking at the woman who was doing her makeup. The smile on his face became increasingly gentle. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would stand here and watch his wife do her makeup. It was as if fate was playing tricks on him. After 30 years, he had finally returned to the starting point. After finishing her makeup, Xia Xinyu stood up and took the clothes she had prepared beforehand. She helped Ning Chen change into the clothes, revealing her gentle and virtuous side. Are you going to pay respects to mother today? Xia Xinyu asked softly as she tidied up her husband's clothes. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. I'll go prepare some snacks, Xia Xinyu said. Ning Chen smiled warmly and nodded once more. The door opened and the warmth of the morning sun enveloped them. A new day, a special beginning. Xia Xinyu walked out of the room and personally went to prepare the snacks for the memorial. Ning Chen stood in the room, looking at her back. His calm eyes were like the ocean, bottomless. She has less than 20 years left. Since you promised to marry her, you must not let her down. At some point, Qing Ning walked out of the room and reminded him seriously. I know, Ning Chen said softly. For the next 20 years, don't worry about anything. Just accompany her. Qing Ning sighed. I will. Ning Chen nodded. In the afternoon, two figures appeared in the Grand Xia's imperial tomb. The plain-robed Ji Ming and the purple-robed ninth princess walked over side by side. Red maples drifted past. The late autumn wind was slightly cold, pushing the arrival of winter. In the imperial tomb, Ji Ming knelt on the ground and placed down plates of pastries. There was always a faint smile on his face. Your Highness, Xinyu and I have come to see you. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and brushed away the fine sand on the tombstone. In the past, you always hoped that Xinyu and I would be together. Now your wish has come true. Xinyu is now the daughter-in-law of the Marquis Manor. No one can snatch her away. Xia Xinyu silently knelt to the side. A married woman would follow her husband. Her body, her heart, they no longer belong to her. I didn't think so in the past, but now that I think about it, Empress is the smartest person in the world. I deviated from the path you arranged for me for 30 years, but in the end I still returned. From now on you can rest at ease. Grand Xia is doing very well, Zi is doing very well. Xinyu and I are doing very well as well. The whispers that reverberated in the imperial mausoleum did not stop for a long time. The famous Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty had been running around and fighting for his entire life. Only in front of this elder who had protected, cared for, and scolded him could he shed his disguise, complain, and share his joy. How could there be a second Marquis Jiming in the world, who was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the people he cherished? How could there be a second Empress Zhongsun in the world, who treated a young man who was somewhat smart but somewhat reckless as her own son and repeatedly protected him at the expense of her reputation and safety? Giving and receiving were always difficult to be equal, especially when it came to emotions. However, there were always exceptions. Zhongsun had done a lot of favors, and Ji Ming had returned the favor. Furthermore, there was the prosperity of Great Xia. Outside the imperial mausoleum, time slowly passed. At noon, in the maple forest not far away, the leaves rustled as they drifted through the air. Within the imperial mausoleum, the kneeling Ning Chen involuntarily frowned. He glanced at the woman beside him as he spoke in a light voice. I'm going out for a while, I'll be back soon. Okay. Xia Xinyu didn't ask any more questions, she simply replied. Ning Chen stood up and walked out of the imperial mausoleum, heading towards the maple forest not far away. In the maple forest, numerous silhouettes sped through, rushing towards the direction of the imperial mausoleum. Su-yi appeared, standing in the middle of the maple forest. Her eyes were cold as she calmly asked, "Everyone, are you here to look for me? Kill." She didn't say anything, but her killing intent had already appeared. Over 30 silhouettes flashed past, their cold sabers reflecting the sun. You all shouldn't have come here. Didn't your master tell you to choose a good place to be buried before you act? As the sound of her voice faded, her astral soul was unsheathed. A scarlet sword flashed past, and Su-yi moved with it. Killing intent flashed, her life and death were uncertain. Su-yi's sword didn't have time to react, it flashed through the red maple forest, causing blood to blossom. The final glory of life was so beautiful. The red maple forest fell, and Su-yi's silhouette stopped. Behind her, over 30 silhouettes fell to the ground. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even have time to attack. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and shock. Even in death, they couldn't close their eyes. Only at the last moment did they understand what it meant to be in the heavens beyond the heavens. We pay our respects to the martial Marquis. Outside the maple forest, a general in charge of guarding the imperial mausoleum hurried over and respectfully bowed. Pack up, don't make a fuss. Ning Chen calmly said. Yes. The general accepted the order and replied. Ning Chen sheathed his sword and walked out of the maple forest. Within the imperial mausoleum, Xia Xinyu quietly waited for Ning Chen to return. After a while, Su-yi walked in, the smile on her face was as gentle as ever. Let's go back. Seeing that Ning Chen had returned, Xia Xinyu softly said, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. He once again bowed to the stone tablet in front of the mausoleum, bidding farewell before leaving with the people beside him. At the same time, in the guest courtyard of the Honglu Temple, over 10 unfamiliar silhouettes appeared. Without saying a word, they directly charged into the guest courtyard. It was noon. The Imperial guards guarding the guest courtyard did not expect a sudden massacre. By the time they reacted, they had already suffered heavy casualties. 13 silhouettes, each of them an expert above the Xiantian realm. There were even a few experts hiding among them. They charged towards the northern Meng Emperor's courtyard. "Your Majesty, there are assassins." In a courtyard not far away, Purple Crystal sensed something. Her expression immediately froze as she reminded him. Hearing this, Mingyu frowned slightly. "Assassins? What's going on? Why would there be assassins at this time?" Before she could finish her thoughts, 3 silhouettes appeared. Their powerful auras were shocking. Without saying a word, a saber light flashed, ruthless and merciless as it slashed towards the Emperor in front of them. Zijing's eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed and her slender hand blocked the saber light. With a clang, a cold light overflowed. One saber strike was fatal, and another saber strike arrived. She had never seen such a strange saber path before. Afraid of hurting Mingyu behind her, Zijing had many reservations about her moves. For a moment she was restrained. The 3 of them worked together. Behind them, Mingyu looked at the 3 of them. Her delicate little face was cold. These people were obviously men of sacrifice. It seemed that there were more people who did not know their place. Outside the Honglu Temple, the Imperial guards of the Imperial City rushed over. In the palace, 2 consecrators flew out and rushed towards the guest courtyard. The assassination of the northern Meng Emperor in the Xia Kingdom was a huge matter. If it was not handled well, it might cause another war between the 2 dynasties. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, after hearing the report from the commander of the Dark Dragon Guards, Xia Qi's handsome face immediately became unusually gloomy. Who was behind this? There was no news at all. In front of the Jiming Marquis residence, 2 people returned. Xia Xinyu stopped and looked at the person in front of her. A gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "You walk so fast. You must be worried. Go ahead. I'll go in by myself." "I'll be back soon," Ning Chen said apologetically. Without further delay, he stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of the sound of the battle. In front of the Marquis residence, Xia Xinyu looked at the figure of the former leaving. The smile on her face became even gentler. She knew that he could not let it go and did not need to. From now on, she would bear it with him. In the guest courtyard, the sound of the battle became more and more intense. Zijing used her power to block the 3 strongest men of sacrifice. She used her thin body to support the people behind her. Outside the reception hall, hundreds of thousands of Imperial Army soldiers had arrived and surrounded the Chamberlain of Dependencies, blocking off all paths of escape. 2 consecrators of the Imperial family appeared. Just as they were about to attack, their bodies trembled and they bowed respectfully. "Greetings to Marquis Wu." Not far away, a figure in plain clothes walked over. She held a sword in her left hand. The sword was not out of its scabbard, but it already made people feel endless pressure. "Greetings to Marquis Wu." Outside the guest courtyard, many Imperial guards opened up a path and bowed respectfully. "Do what you need to do. Leave this to me." Ning Chen responded calmly and walked into the guest courtyard with his sword in hand. In the guest courtyard, the aftermath of the battle shook the area, rolling up rocks and sand. In the center of the battle, Zijing was fighting 1 against 3 and was gradually losing. With a bang, the sword and palm collided once again. The battle separated and blood dripped down. In front of Mingyu, Zijing raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to attack again, her body paused. In the battle, the figure in plain clothes walked over. Although her footsteps were not fast or slow, a terrifying pressure filled the entire guest courtyard. Leave. Ning Chen glanced at the injured Zi Jing and said, Yes. Zi Jing respectfully accepted the order and retreated a dozen steps with Mingyu behind her. To so brazenly cause trouble in the imperial city of the great Xia dynasty, what your master wants is not small. I know that you are men of sacrifice and are not afraid of death. However, death is sometimes not so easy. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure in plain clothes moved. Her sword came out and returned. The battle stopped. The three people fell to the ground, blood staining the ground. Their martial veins were destroyed, and they did not even have the strength to commit suicide. Call the Grand Preceptor over. Ning Chen looked at the Imperial Guards outside the courtyard and said calmly, Yes. The Imperial Guards accepted the order and quickly left. Not long later, a young official rushed over. After seeing the scene in the courtyard, he suppressed his fear and respectfully bowed to the figure in plain clothes. Greetings, Marquis. I'll leave these three to you. Ning Chen looked at the Grand Preceptor in front of him and said coldly, You should know what the duties of the Grand Preceptor are. I don't care what method you use, but you must make them spit out the person behind the scenes. Yes. The young official respectfully accepted the order. The three men of sacrifice were taken away, and the Grand Preceptor also left. In the courtyard, Mingyu supported Zi Jing, who was getting more and more injured. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Ning Chen went up and checked her vein. His eyes narrowed. Poison? Follow me to the Marquis residence. Knowing that this place was not safe, Ning Chen did not hesitate and brought the two of them out of the guest courtyard. Seeing this, the two Imperial Guards were shocked. They hurriedly went up and said, Marquis, this is against the rules. Please reconsider. Wait until you catch the person behind the scenes, then talk to me about the rules. Ning Chen coldly replied and left with the two behind him. Chapter 768. In the guest room of the west courtyard of the Jiming Marquis residence, Zi Jing, who had been poisoned, was lying on the bed. Her face was pale and her body was trembling. Even in her coma, she was in great pain. Beside the bed, Xia Xinyu was quietly taking her pulse, frowning from time to time. Beside her, Mingyu stood there anxiously with tears in her eyes. They had been together for 30 years. Although they were master and servant in name, their relationship was closer than that of sisters. How is it? Can it be cured? Ning Chen asked. It can be cured. Xia Xinyu raised the hand that was checking the pulse and got up to cover Zi Jing with a blanket. She replied, The toxicity of this poison is very strong. Fortunately, Zi Jing's cultivation is not bad and managed to protect her heart meridians. However, after the detoxification, Zi Jing will need to rest for a long time. Ning Chen nodded. Do you need me to do anything? Xia Xinyu smiled and shook her head. She pointed at Mingyu and said softly, Aren't you going to explain to me? The Emperor of Northern Meng was actually a woman. This was really hard to believe. It's a long story. Ning Chen sighed. He looked at the girl beside him and said, Back then, Northern Meng's royal family was almost wiped out. Fan Lingyue only had time to protect the infant Mingyu. Now, Mingyu is the only royal bloodline in Northern Meng. They had no choice but to make this choice. It's shocking. Xia Xinyu sighed. No wonder he was unwilling to hand over Mingyu. Once this matter was exposed, the world would undoubtedly be in chaos. Thinking up to this point, Xia Xinyu's gaze towards Mingyu became even gentler. Perhaps it was because she loved Mingyu, or perhaps it was because she pitied Mingyu. It was easy to imagine how difficult it must have been for a woman to support such a large empire. I'll go prepare the antidote. You stay here and take care of them. Xia Xinyu instructed. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. After Xia Xinyu left, the atmosphere in the room became quiet. Mingyu looked at the unconscious Zi Jing with tears in her eyes. She didn't say a word. Zi Jing is fine. Don't worry too much. Looking at the girl beside him, Ning Chen's heart ached and he comforted her. Mingyu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Bad guy, I want to take revenge for Zijing. Earlier in the guest courtyard, when she saw Purple Crystal's weakened state after being poisoned, it was the first time she had felt such panic. She was afraid that the only person who had stayed by her side would leave her. There will be news from the Grand Inquisitor soon. Don't worry, as long as we find the mastermind behind this, everything will come to light, Ning Chen said softly. I know who it is. Ming Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, You think it's the Ling family's doing? Only them. The Ling clan has always been the representative of the northern Meng faction. I've already warned them many times, but the results weren't great. This time, if something happens to me in Grand Xia, the war between the two dynasties will be unavoidable. In fact, Northern Meng might even have to change dynasties because of this, Mingyue coldly spoke. 30% of our forces is enough to gain the initiative by striking first. Ning Chen nodded. It was indeed the most effective method to deduce the gains and losses without any clues. However, the Ling family's influence in Northern Meng was not ordinary. Without any evidence, it would not be an easy task to destroy them. I didn't die, so the Ling family's wishful thinking has been greatly disrupted. However, they still won't let go of this opportunity. I'm afraid that after returning to Grand Xia, Northern Meng's support for war will reach its peak, Mingyu said seriously. Troublesome matter. Ning Chen sighed softly. The Divine Prefecture finally had a period of peace. Why were there always people who wanted to start a war? For their own benefits, they did not hesitate to let the people of the two dynasties fall into disaster again. Were the hearts of people really so dirty? Outside the room, the sun was setting in the west. When Xia Xinyu came to deliver medicine, Ning Chen walked out of the room and looked at the sky outside in silence. The Underworld King created the inner world to create a pure land, but the result was undoubtedly a failure. Was the Underworld King's choice to destroy and rebuild the world right or wrong? He did not regret stopping the Underworld King, but looking at the world that was becoming more and more disappointing, he was really tired. Night fell and stars dotted the sky. In the backyard of the Marquis estate, a young servant quickly walked over and bowed respectfully. Marquis, someone sent a letter from outside the estate? Yes. When Ning Chen heard this, a strange light flashed through his eyes. He said, Bring it in. Yes. The young servant nodded and walked into the backyard with the letter. Just as the letter was about to be handed over, a blinding cold light pierced the heart of the person in front of it without any warning. Life and death were at stake. Ning Chen used his fingers to stop the cold light. He looked at the servant in front of him and said coldly, Who are you? Ji Ming Marquis, you don't know me, but do you know the millions of innocent people who were sacrificed by you 30 years ago? Bai Yi did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. He turned the dagger in his hand and stabbed at the servant again. Ning Chen used force in his fingers and broke the dagger. He looked at the young man with hatred in his eyes and sighed in his heart. Their descendant had finally come. In the end, no one could avoid the cycle of karma. After the dagger broke, Bai Yi clenched his left hand and a silver sword appeared. In an instant, cold light filled the air. 30 years of hatred, 30 years of bitter cultivation, 30 years of life and death tempering. This sword was ruthless and emotionless. The first time they met, it had already reached the peak of the third calamity, just one step away from perfection. A peak expert of the world. After returning from his studies, he would not rest until he was dead. The cold sword was emotionless, shocking and brilliant. Every move was filled with killing intent. Unable to suppress his killing intent, his heart was filled with hatred. Bai Ye's sword was ruthless, only attacking and not defending. He swore to take revenge for his family. Ning Chen's footsteps turned, dodging one sword light after another. The sigh in his eyes became deeper and deeper. This was the first time he found it difficult to raise his sword. In the room, Xian Yu and Ming Yu heard the commotion outside and came over. "Don't come out." Ning Qin waved his hand and sword light filled the sky. He closed the door. "Are you not going to use your sword? Or is it your sword that can only be waved at those defenseless commoners?" After exchanging over 10 moves, the killing intent on Bai Ye's face became thicker and thicker. The hatred that had been suppressed in his heart for 30 years finally exploded out, violent and crazy. Within the sword light, Ning Chen's figure constantly moved, dodging tens and hundreds of moves. He looked at the peak of his sword that was formed by 30 years of hatred. With a rumble, the flames of hatred pierced through the clouds. The clouds in the sky churned and thunder rumbled, causing the entire imperial city to become oppressive. Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said coldly, "Is this your hatred? It's not enough. It's far from enough. If you want to take revenge, you have to show me more skills." Releasing his fingers, sword intent surged and sent Bai Yi flying. Ning Chen stood there quietly, his eyes calm, waiting for more surprises. 30 meters away, Bai Yi stopped and raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His left hand drew across the sword and blood dyed the silver blade red. In an instant, the sky was filled with bloody light and a powerful pressure surged out. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning looked in the direction of the Marquis' residence. She was silent and did not move. In this world, the only people who could make him not fight back were the descendants of those people. Although he had no choice, the sacrifice of millions of innocent people was an indisputable fact. No one could deny it. In the imperial palace's heavenly mandate hall, Xia Qi also felt the fluctuations of the battle from the Marquis' residence. He quickly walked to the front of the hall, his eyes full of shock. Beside him, an old imperial consecrator appeared. He looked into the distance and did not speak. "Why aren't you going to help?" Xia Qi said in a low voice. "Your Majesty." The imperial consecrator sighed and said, "It's not that we don't want to help, but the Marquis will not let us do it. The Marquis' strength is many times stronger than that young man. If he really wanted to fight back, that young man would already be dead." Hearing this, Xia Qi clenched his fist. What was his master worried about? In the Marquis' residence, the sounds of killing could not be suppressed. It pierced through the dark clouds. Under the crisscrossing lightning, the sword in Bai Ye's hand became faster and faster. It was like lightning and wind. Not enough. Ning Chen raised his hand and forced the former back. "Ah!" With a mournful and angry shout, Bai Ye's body bloomed with bloody light. A drop of bloody tear fell from his eyes. The forbidden technique instantly increased his cultivation by several times. One step into perfection. The wind and clouds of the ninth heaven howled. Thunder surged, illuminating the night. The bloody light that illuminated his eyes was already in front of him. An unshakable hatred, an unshakable sword, pierced through thousands of obstacles and stabbed towards Su Yi. Su Yi's figure was still indifferent. She was as immovable as a mountain. Sword intent rose around her. In an instant, the bloody hatred sword arrived. With a boom, it collided with the sword intent barrier. With a rumble, the sword intent around Su Yi continued to spread. Blood constantly dripped from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. The difference in cultivation of the sword was not something that 30 years could make up for. His hatred reached the extreme. He forgot all pain. Ignoring his internal injuries, Bai Yi poured all his cultivation into the sword. The bloody light reached its peak and broke through the heavens. Rip! There was the sound of clothes being torn apart. The bloody sword pierced through the layers of sword intent and sank into Su Yi. A drop of blood dripped down. The sword was halfway in and couldn't go any further. In the next moment, the sword intent surged and sent Bai Yi flying once more. Ning Chen looked at the blood dripping from his left shoulder. The coldness on his face gradually disappeared. He calmly said, "This drop of blood is extremely precious. It's not only for you, but also for me." With that, Ning Chen clenched his left hand. A bright red sword flew out from the distant study. In an instant, starlight illuminated the sky and dispersed the dark clouds. When the Star Soul sword appeared, the stars in the ninth heaven shook. An unparalleled sword, an unshakable peak. For the first time, it revealed its true power. With a slash of the sword, the world became boundless. Pieces of the void collapsed. The sword light ended and blood gushed out like a fountain. With a bang, Bai Ye's figure flew out and crashed into the ground. Blood flowed out from his body and dyed his clothes red. Ning Chen looked at the struggling figure in front of him. He didn't attack again. His calm eyes became even deeper. I am the Knowledge Marquis. Remember my appearance. I will be the most important person in your life. With that, Ning Chen waved his right hand. The Star Soul sword flew out and returned to the distant study. Chapter 769. In the quiet night of the Marquis mansion, a cold wind blew past. The figure who had fallen to the ground had blood flowing out of his mouth. His miserable defeat was so glaring. He struggled several times, wanting to get up, but he was heavily injured and failed again and again. Hatred, so much hatred that it dyed his eyes red. Pain, so much pain that it penetrated into his bones. Bai Yi kept struggling, but the scene of him dying for his loved ones lingered in his mind. He had never forgotten it in 30 years. Your hatred is far from enough. If you can't break through yourself, you will never be able to kill me. Ning Chen spoke in a cold voice. He casually threw out a jade bottle and walked towards the room at the side. This is a healing pill. It's up to you whether you want to use it or not. Within a month, you can attack me at any time. I won't kill you. After a month, if you try anything funny again, your life and death will be up to fate. After saying that, the door slammed shut. In the courtyard, the defeated person kept coughing out blood. His eyes were filled with hatred. After a while, he struggled to crawl towards the jade bottle that had fallen to the ground. You want to keep him? In the room, Xia Xinyu looked at the person in front of her with a strange expression. This is what I owe him. Ning Chen calmly replied. Xia Xinyu was silent. She nodded lightly and didn't say anything. Mingyue, come with me to the Tyli department tomorrow. Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said. Mingyue softly replied. It's already late. Let's rest. Xinyu, let's go. Ning Chen glanced at Zi Jing, whose aura was gradually stabilizing on the bed. He felt relieved and turned to walk out of the room. Xia Xinyu looked at the moon in front of her and said softly, Rest early. Don't worry too much. Nothing will happen. After saying that, Xia Xinyu didn't stay any longer and followed after him. In the courtyard, the bloody figure crawled forward step by step. 10 steps away, the jade bottle was quietly lying on the ground. It was so close, but it also seemed so far away. Xia Xinyu saw this and sighed softly. Her eyes flashed with reluctance. In front, Ning Chen walked past. He didn't even look at the figure. A cold wind blew through the courtyard. It was bone-chilling. Under the moonlight, the blood-red clothed figure grew weaker and weaker. However, his hatred persisted and he refused to give up. In the distance, in a room with flickering candlelight, Xia Xinyu sat in front of the mirror. She took off her hair ornaments and hairpin, and her fine black hair cascaded down to her waist. The face in the mirror was devastatingly beautiful. Even if all the saintesses and pearls in the world were as dazzling as the stars, no one could beat the beauty of the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty. Behind him, Ning Chen walked over and took the jade comb from the table. He smiled and said, Let me do it. You haven't used it for so many years, do you still know how to use it? Xia Xinyu laughed softly. In her memory, he seemed to have only combed her mother's hair once. You have to learn even if you don't know. It's only right and proper to comb your wife's hair. How can you not know? Ning Chen replied with a smile. He took the jade comb and combed her waist-length hair again and again. Husband and wife, they had mutual respect for each other, protecting and supporting each other. For this, the 9th princess of Grand Xia gave up her longevity, and gave up everything. She waited for 30 years in exchange for today's company. Ning Chen combed her hair meticulously and attentively. She was his wife. He had to take care of her for the rest of her life. The face in the mirror was smiling radiantly. Her smile was so dazzling that it could shake one's soul. Just like back then when they first met, she was so beautiful that people didn't dare to look straight at her. The clouds of the past flashed by. The smile on Ning Chen's face grew even more radiant. When they first met, he had just been captured back to the palace and was being berated by the Empress. At that time, he was only a little eunuch who wanted to escape from the royal palace. The Xian Yu at that time had already become the most resplendent pearl of Grand Xia. Fate made fools of people. Nobody could have predicted the things that happened later on, causing the two of them who originally shouldn't have interacted with each other to walk together. When the Empress bestowed a marriage, he and Xian Yu both chose to reject it. The him at that time rejected it wholeheartedly. The Xian Yu at that time should have the same mentality as well. Today, everything had returned to the beginning. 30 years of reincarnation had changed too much. In front of the bronze mirror, the husband helped his wife comb her hair. The reflection of the two of them looked so compatible. "I wish to make a trip to the palace tomorrow," Xia Xinyu softly spoke. "What's the matter?" Ning Chen casually asked. Mingyue encountered an assassination attempt in Grand Xia. The relationship between the two dynasties would definitely be tense. That child Qi should be having a headache right now. "I want to enter the palace to take a look," Xia Xinyu smiled. Go ahead." Ning Chen nodded. "Even if you don't go, he would still send someone to ask for my opinion. Help me pass a message to him, and let him make his own decision. Regardless of war or peace, he has to think thrice before making a decision." "You really don't intend to care about it?" Xia Xinyu turned her head and asked in a light voice. "Our era has passed. I've already done what I should do. Now it's time for Qi and Mingyue to create their own era. As long as they have a clear conscience and don't regret it, that's enough," Ning Chen calmly said. Xia Xinyu nodded slightly. "Then you should focus on the matter of purple crystal. Those assassins are not weak and Mingyue might not be able to handle them. In this place, she only trusts you. Originally, it would be inappropriate for me to say this with my status. But now that I'm your wife, I have no more misgivings. Husband, this is the child you risked your life to protect. You can't let anyone bully her." "Definitely," Ning Chen solemnly replied. Not long after, the candles in the room were extinguished. The night passed peacefully. In the courtyard, the blood-soaked figure was still crawling forward step by step. His blood-stained hand clutched the jade bottle as he panted with difficulty. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun shone down from the east. Xian Yu left the Marquis manor first, entering the palace by herself. Not long after Xian Yu left, Ning Chen also left with Mingyue, heading towards the Tyli department. However, there was one more person this time. It was Bai Yi, dressed in blood-stained clothes. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Ning Chen acted as if he didn't see him and allowed him to follow. He didn't stop him, nor did he care. When the three of them arrived at the Tyli department, the current head of the Tyli department immediately came out to welcome them. After bowing, he couldn't help but look in surprise at the blood-soaked youth behind them. "No need to be so polite. Bring me to see those assassins," Ning Chen calmly said. The current head of the Tyli department accepted the order and brought the three of them to the dungeon below the Tyli department. Within the dungeon, Ning Chen looked at the three bound people and asked, "Have you all confessed?" Reporting to the Marquis, "They have all confessed," the current head of the Tyli department respectfully said. "I don't want anyone else to know what these three people have said. Do you understand?" Ning Chen calmly said as he looked at the head of the Tyli department. "But, His Majesty," the head of the Tyli department revealed an awkward expression. I will speak to His Majesty. You can just pretend nothing happened, Ning Chen indifferently said. Yes. The head of the Tylee department suppressed the hesitation in his heart and respectfully replied. Mingyu, once you get the answer you want to know, come out. Ning Chen instructed, then looked at the other two and said, Let's go out. After saying this, Ning Chen walked out of the dungeon. From start to finish, he had no intention of going in with them. Bai Yi and the head of the Tylee department followed. Even if they didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask. Seeing the three of them leave, Mingyu turned and walked into her cell. Her delicate little face also became cold. Outside the dungeon, Ning Chen calmly waited. He looked at the youth in front of him and said, What's your name? Bai Yi. Bai Yi coldly said, Bai Yi. Ning Chen softly murmured, then nodded and calmly said, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. Learn the sword from me. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Only by understanding my moves can you hope to take revenge. However, you only have 1 month. How much you can learn will depend on your ability. Why? Bai Ye's expression sank and said, Do you feel guilty or do you regret it? Let me tell you, your actions will not shake my determination to kill you. Sooner or later, I will personally take revenge for the thousands of innocent people you sacrificed that day. Regret? Ning Chen indifferently smiled and said, Knowing destiny in this life, I have never regretted it. Not in the past, not in the future. This is your only chance. Whether you want to learn or not, you decide. Bai Ye's expression became serious. After a moment, he coldly said, Learn. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. On the side, the head of the Tylee department listened to the conversation between the two. His heart was in turmoil. What was this Marquis thinking? Keeping an enemy by his side and teaching him martial arts. Was he not afraid that one day he would taste the consequences today? Half an hour later, Mingyu walked out of the dungeon with a trace of fatigue in her eyes. She softly said, Let's go back. Ning Chen nodded and brought the two back the way they came. The head of the Tylee department watched the three of them leave. When he returned to the dungeon to check, his body trembled. In the dungeon, the three people's throats were bleeding profusely. A sword to the throat, decisive and cold. In the backyard of the house of Marquis, in the west room, Mingyu continuously washed her hands. However, the blood qi on her hands could not be washed away. Do you regret it? At the side, Ning Chen stood quietly and said calmly. Mingyu was startled, and then gently shook her head. I don't regret it. That's enough. Mingyu, you have grown up and have people you want to protect. With your position, it is destined that your hands will not be stained with blood. Actually, after getting used to it, you will find that it is not so unacceptable. At the end of his words, Ning Chen's face revealed a smile. It looked so gentle, but it made people unable to feel any warmth. Tears flowed out of Mingyu's eyes. She could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She threw herself into the former's embrace and sobbed. Ning Chen raised his hand and patted the back of the girl in his embrace. He sighed softly. This was the price of growing up. Although it was painful, it had to be experienced. He did not have much time left. He did not know how long he could protect them. They had to learn to take care of themselves. In the courtyard, Bai Yi stood in front of the long sword, recalling the unforgettable sword light from last night. He repeated it again and again in his heart, trying to figure it out and understand it. Ning Chen's gaze moved and looked at the young figure in the courtyard. The light in his eyes kept flickering. To grow up to this point in 30 years, this was a genius in sword practice. If he could break through himself, his future would be limitless. Not long after, Xia Xinyu returned. She walked up and said softly, Husband, tomorrow morning, Qi wants to invite you to attend the court session. Chapter 770. At dawn, the eastern sky gradually turned white. Although the sky outside had not completely lit up, candles were already lit in the room. He woke up early to enter the court wearing plain clothes. Behind him, Xian carefully tidied his clothes, doing her duty as a wife. "I'm leaving," Ningchen softly said as the time was almost up. Immediately, he strode out of the room. In the heavenly mandate hall of the Grand Xia Royal Palace, hundreds of officials were gathered, quietly waiting for the emperor to start the court session. As usual, there was not much difference in the morning court session. But today there was something different. The Northern Meng Emperor was assassinated in the Grand Xia Royal Palace. Due to the pressure from Northern Meng, the relationship between the two dynasties became tense again. 40 years ago, the Great War between the two dynasties was still fresh in their mind. Many of the old officials clearly remembered how terrifying that war was. In the golden age of Grand Xia, many marquises fought a bloody battle to bring peace to Grand Xia. If the two dynasties were to go to war again, there would be no doubt that the people would be plunged into misery and suffering again. As the officials waited, Xia Qi walked out from the right side of the hall. His eyes swept across the officials, but he did not say a word. "Your Majesty, it's time for the court session." Beside the dragon throne, an attendant came forward and reminded him in a low voice. "Wait," Xia Qi replied calmly. The officials were shocked, but no one dared to say anything. They could only continue to wait patiently. At this moment, outside the hall, at the end of the stairs, a figure in plain clothes appeared. His young face was the same as 40 years ago. "Greetings to the Marquis." At the two ends of the stairs, the dragon guards of the Imperial Army knelt down and bowed respectfully. In the hall, when the officials heard the commotion outside, they all turned their head. When they saw the figure in plain clothes, their faces were filled with shock. "Greetings to the Marquis." When Jiming entered the court session, the officials bowed. Facing the person in front of them, no matter how high his position was, no one dared to be disrespectful. This was the protector of Grand Xia. Without Jiming Marquis, there would not be the current Grand Xia. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, this was the truth. "Look at the throne." In front of the dragon throne, Xia Qi suppressed the emotions in his heart and said. A dragon guard entered the hall to receive the order. He placed the throne at the head of the officials and quickly retreated. Ningchen nodded at the figure on the dragon throne and sat down, not saying anything more. "Go to court," Xia Qi said calmly from his throne. "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" The hundreds of officials knelt down and bowed respectfully. "You may rise," Xia Qi said calmly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials stood up and stood on both sides. "Have you all come to a conclusion regarding the matter of Northern Meng?" Xia Qi asked. "Reporting to Your Majesty." An official walked out and respectfully said, "The assassination of the Northern Meng Emperor is too strange. It's obvious that it was prepared a long time ago. This official suspects that the Northern Meng Emperor deliberately sent people to do it in order to provoke a war between the two dynasties. This subject does not agree." Another official walked out, bowed, and said, "This is an assassination. If the Northern Meng Emperor himself sent people to do it, wouldn't that be too stupid? Everyone should already know about the situation that day. Those assassins were all rarely seen experts in the world. If Lord Wu Ho or our dynasty's consecrators were late, how would the Northern Meng Emperor cover up this lie? Perhaps the Northern Meng Emperor still has a trump card, it's just that we don't know of it." The previous subject argued, refusing to back down. This subject agrees. A third official stood out and said, "The Northern Meng Imperial Court has wild ambitions, we have to be on guard against them. We should take measures beforehand and not let the Northern Meng Emperor and his people return so easily." This subject agrees. This subject agrees. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth in the hall, one official after another walked out. They all had different opinions, and the arguments at the start became more and more intense. Slowly, they started to attack one another. In front of all the officials, Ning Chen sat there quietly, looking at the officials whose faces were red, not saying a word. "Have you quarreled enough?" On the dragon throne, Xia Qi's face was gloomy as he said coldly. During every meeting, there would be people who would use this as a pretext to attack one another, wanting to kill one another. The subjects of the great Xia dynasty were really not simple. When the officials heard this, they immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads. Marquis Dongji. Xia Qi looked at Wu Ho, who had been silent the whole time, and said solemnly, "You have been in charge of the safety of the Northern Ming group. Speak your opinion." "Your Majesty." Marquis Dongji walked out and bowed respectfully. "This subject thinks that there might be internal strife in Northern Ming." When Xia Qi heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes and he asked, "Continue?" "Yes." Marquis Dongji bowed once more and continued. The assassins this time were all above Xiantian, and there were even a few three-disaster realm experts. Not to mention their strength, they were also very familiar with the structure of the Honglu Temple. Furthermore, the Northern Ming Emperor was assassinated in the guest courtyard. Regardless of success or failure, my dynasty cannot escape suspicion. There are actually two possibilities. First, this was done by people from my dynasty, and their goal was clear. They wanted to use this chance to get rid of the Northern Ming Emperor and cause chaos in Northern Ming before attacking the north. Nonsense. Before Marquis Dongji finished speaking, an old official could not hide the anger in his heart and interrupted him. "My dynasty has always been open and aboveboard. How could we do such a despicable thing?" "Sir Yan, there is no need to be angry. I am just stating the facts. After all, it is hard to tell what is in a person's heart. Sir Yan, you cannot deny that there are people in my dynasty who can do such a thing, and there are people who do not want to do it," Marquis Dongji said calmly. "Sir Yan, you can leave first." "Let Marquis Dongji finish," Xia Qi said seriously. "Yes." The old official bowed and retreated. The second possibility. Marquis Dongji's expression turned serious, and he said, "This matter is indeed planned by Northern Ming. However, if that is really the case, then there is a high chance that someone in Northern Ming wants to kill the Northern Ming Emperor. Everyone should know that in these few years, our dynasty and Northern Ming have a rare temporary peace. There are many people who are unhappy with the current situation. This time, the Northern Ming Emperor coming to Great Xia is the best chance. Once he dies, the Northern Ming Imperial Court will definitely change dynasties. At that time, whether or not Northern Ming and Great Xia can maintain peace, no one knows." When the officials heard this, they all fell silent. Marquis Dongji's words were not without reason. "Sirs, in the past 1,000 years, regardless of whether Northern Ming is strong or weak, our dynasty has never been able to take them down. The reason is that our people and soldiers have not been able to adapt to life in the grasslands and deserts of Northern Ming. Thus, Northern Ming is not too worried about the consequences of this chaos. However, Great Xia is different. Once Northern Ming recovers, no one can guarantee the safety of our northern region," Marquis Dongji said seriously. "Marquis Dongji, you are a martial marquis of Great Xia. How can you say such words that raise the morale of others and lower your own prestige?" A civil servant walked out and reprimanded. "Sir Jian, victory and defeat on the battlefield is not something that can be changed by raising the morale of others and lowering your own prestige. This is the truth. Whether you like it or not, no one can change this fact," Marquis Dongji said coldly. "Marquis Dongji's meaning is?" Xia Qi asked calmly. "Yes," Marquis Dongji said seriously. "Northern Ming's current emperor has no intention of starting a war. Furthermore, after this matter, Northern Ming will not be too peaceful. Northern Ming will not have the time to care about anything else. Our dynasty only needs to continue to rest. At the very least, before we have a way to take down Northern Ming, we should not start a war. Marquis Anling, what do you think?" Xia Qi looked at another martial marquis and asked. "I agree with Marquis Dongji's view." Marquis Anling walked out and said respectfully. "Marquis Bloodfeather, what about you?" Xia Qi asked once more. "I also agree with Marquis Dongji's view." Kong Yu also walked out and bowed. Within the hall, the various officials could not hide the waves in their hearts. Why did the Marquis not agree with the war between the two dynasties? Shouldn't the generals be making contributions on the battlefield? In front of the various officials, Ning Chen revealed a faint smile. Since Great Xia had entrusted this task to them, he could be at ease. The title of Great Xia's Marquis was not an insult to these people. The existence of Marquis was not for war, nor was it to make contributions. It was for peace and to protect the peace of the people. If peace could continue, even if Marquis did not have any military contributions, so what? I also agree. Ning Chen stood up and spoke for the first time. The moment he said that, all the officials in the hall were shocked. They looked forward and almost forgot that the Jiming Marquis was also here. Marquis Dongji? Ning Chen looked at the man in purple and green Marquis robes and said, Marquis. Marquis Dongji bowed respectfully and replied, Your deduction is not bad. Ning Chen revealed a faint smile and said, Northern Meng and Great Xia are both suspects in this matter. The grudges between the two dynasties have been building up for a long time, so it is not surprising who did it. However, there is one more party. Although I am sure it is not them, when you deduce, you cannot ignore it. Marquis Dongji's body froze. A moment later, shock appeared on his face. Marquis means? Barbarian dynasty? Ning Chen nodded and said, Do not measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, but also do not measure the heart of a villain with the heart of a gentleman. No matter what the truth is, the barbarian dynasty is the party that benefits. Even if the barbarian dynasty has been on good terms with our dynasty these past few years, when discussing matters, you cannot ignore the logic of a sandpiper and a clam fighting. You cannot just look at what is in front of you. Although it is a matter between Great Xia and Northern Meng, who can guarantee that the barbarian dynasty is not sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight? Thank you for your advice, Marquis Dongji has learned. Marquis Dongji respectfully bowed and replied. Ning Chen smiled and said, You have done very well. You just lack experience for the time being. These things can be learned. No one is born with knowledge. Back then, I also slowly learned these things under the guidance of Marquis Bloodclad and Marquis Kaixin. Speaking of this, Ning Chen looked at the figure on the dragon throne and said with a gentle expression, Cheer, I can rest assured that Great Xia still has these Marquis. Remember, a wise emperor does not have to expand his territory. Being able to let his people live and work in peace is what an emperor really needs to do. It is also the most difficult thing. I will keep watching outside the temple, waiting to witness the prosperity of Great Xia for 100 generations. After saying this, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He waved his hand and walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Chapter 771. Autumn left and winter came in the Grand Xia's imperial city. The first snow of winter came without any warning, covering thousands of miles in ice and snow. Within the Jiming Marquis manor, Ning Chen stood in the courtyard, looking at the falling snow with a faint smile on his face. Winter had arrived. Time really did pass quickly. In the wind and snow, Bai Ye's sword moved faster and faster. Sword light soared everywhere, stunning the world. In a month's time, Bai Ye's peak sword had become even more perfect. A rare genius of the sword had progressed by leaps and bounds. In a month's time, Ning Chen followed the agreement and taught Bai Yi as much as he could without holding back. After a few breaths, the sword light dissipated. Bai Ye's figure stopped in the wind and snow. Looking at Su Yi's figure, a complicated light flashed in his eyes. Time's up. You can leave, said Ning Chen calmly. Bai Yi clenched his sword. His true qi surged, even stronger than a month ago. You're still not my match. You only have one chance. If you fail, I won't hold back anymore, said Ning Chen indifferently. Bai Ye's body trembled and his eyes regained their rationality. He looked at the person in front of him one last time before turning and leaving. Jiming Marquis, I can't understand you anymore. Not long after Bai Yi left, the dragon gate appeared in the sky. A familiar figure walked out. His powerful aura had already reached the peak of peak perfection. Long time no see, Yang Hong. Ning Chen looked at the newcomer. I'm here to bring Her Majesty back to Northern Meng. Yang Hong's expression was indifferent. Sure. Ning Chen nodded and calmly replied. The door to the guest room in the west wing opened, and Bright Moon walked out. Purple Crystal, who had just recovered from her serious injuries, followed behind her. Your Majesty. Yang Hong half knelt and bowed respectfully. Yang Ho, there's no need to be so courteous. Let's go. Mingyu said and walked out of the courtyard. Amethyst sighed and silently followed. After the three of them left, the manor became quiet once more. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Su Yi stood there silently, looking at the departing figures. Actually, Mingyu doesn't want to leave. At some point, Xianyu walked out from behind Su Yi. She was wearing a palace dress. Her beauty was even more beautiful than the wind and snow. I know. Ning Chen responded softly. He turned to look at the woman beside him and said with a smile, She's grown up. She can't be as willful as she was when she was a little girl. Protecting Beimeng is her choice and also her responsibility. Are you really not going to care about it anymore? Are you relieved? Xianyu brushed away the snowflakes on Qin Wentian's body as she spoke in a light voice. Ning Chen nodded and said, Yang Hong knows what to do. He is someone that Fan Lingyue left behind for Mingyue. He is trustworthy. Xianyu fell silent. After a moment she said softly, Since we've finished our business here, let's leave as well. Where are we going? Ning Chen asked. An ordinary family. A smile appeared on Xianyu's face. I'm also tired after all these years. I only wish to spend my remaining days peacefully. I don't wish to see such power struggles anymore. All right. Ning Chen nodded and said, Let's go. The wind and snow drifted. Under the blue and white oil paper umbrella, the two of them strode out of the Marquis estate. Just like before, there did not seem to be anything special. No one knew that this departure of the two of them would be forever. In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning felt the aura of the two of them leaving. Her eyes dimmed. She hoped that she could be happy for the next 20 years. Half a year later, in the west of Grand Xia, there was a small remote city. The city was in a state of disrepair and was filled with the aura of time. The commoners in the city worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Although they were poor, they stood aloof from worldly affairs and were content with their lot. In a private school in the city, the sound of reading rang out. In the study hall, a silhouette in plain clothes stood at the front, patiently teaching over 10 children in front of him how to read and write. Outside the study hall, an old man with a white beard stared at the young man in the study hall and nodded with gratification. He was already old and could no longer teach. Now that this young man was here, he could rest assured and entrust the children to him. If jade is not polished, it will be useless. If humans do not learn, they will not be righteous. If jade is not polished, it will be useless. If humans do not learn, they will not be righteous. In the study hall, the young man in plain clothes would read a sentence. In front of him, over 10 children would also read a sentence. Although they didn't really understand the meaning, it was already a very fortunate thing to be able to read. The children of poor families knew that the opportunity to read was hard to come by. Hence, they treasured it even more. As a son, Fang Xiaoshi, dear master and friend, learn etiquette. As a son, Fang Xiaoshi, dear master and friend, learn etiquette. Recitation after recitation rang out from the study hall. Outside the study hall, the old man walked step by step towards the back of the private school with his back hunched. Half a day quickly passed. When school was over, the children in the study hall all stood up and bowed to the teacher to bid farewell. Then, they bounced and skipped outside. In the study hall, Ning Chen's face revealed a smile as he watched the children leave. Teacher. A little boy with patches on his body timidly came forward and softly called out, "Little one, what's wrong?" Ning Chen crouched down and rubbed the little boy's head as he softly asked, "Teacher, my mother is sick. I want to stay at home to take care of her." The little boy timidly said. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "You go home first. Later, I'll go to your house to take a look, okay?" "Okay." The little boy nodded, packed up his things, and jogged out of the study hall. Seeing all the children leave, Ning Chen closed the door of the study hall and walked out of the private school. "Aunt Sue, give me a portion of tofu." In front of a tofu stall along the street, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the woman in front of him. "Oh, it's Mr. Ning." Behind the stall, a woman in coarse clothes smiled and looked at the girl beside her. She said, "Little May, quickly give Mr. Ning a portion of tofu." "Okay." The girl called Little May wrapped up the cut tofu and handed it to the person in front of her. She blushed and said, "Mr. Ning, the tofu you wanted." "Thank you." Ning Chen smiled and took the tofu. He put down the copper coins and immediately walked towards the west. A scholar like Mr. Ning is really polite. The woman looked at the young man walking away and sighed. "Mother, it's getting late. Let's pack up and go back." Su Mei retracted her gaze and looked at her mother beside her. "Okay." The woman nodded and began to pack up the tofu stall. "Little May?" "Yes." Su Mei looked over and asked doubtfully. The woman hesitated for a moment. After a moment, she softly said, "Mr. Ning is a man with a family. You've seen his wife before. She looks like a person in a painting, so, Mother, don't say any more." Su Mei interrupted the woman's words. Her face was slightly red and her tone had a trace of grievance. "I know what you mean. I won't have wishful thinking." Sigh. The woman sighed softly and didn't say anything else. In the east of the city, in an ordinary courtyard not far from the private school, Ning Chen pushed open the door and entered. He looked at the beautiful figure who was tidying up the medicine garden and smiled. "I'm back." Xian Yu raised her head and smiled. "Why are you so late today?" "I went to Aunt Sue's place to buy some tofu. I walked an extra street so I'm slightly late." Ning Chen smiled and replied, "You must be tired. Go back and rest for a while. I'll go and cook." Xian Yu stood up and walked over, receiving the tofu as she spoke softly. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and walked towards the house together. Winter had just passed and the weather was still a little cold. However, there was a fire burning in the room and it was much warmer than outside. Not long after, Xian Yu brought the cooked dishes over. The dishes were very simple. There was a plate of tofu, a plate of vegetables, and 2 bowls of rice. It was no different from a common meal. "Xian Yu, come out with me later," Ning Chen said as he ate. "What's the matter?" Xian Yu put some vegetables into Ning Chen's bowl and asked curiously. "Little Wen's mother is sick. I want you to go and take a look." Ning Chen spoke the truth. "Okay." Xian Yu nodded. "Let's go after dinner. It's very easy to fall sick in this season. I've heard about the situation of that child's family. It doesn't seem to be very good. They probably can't afford to hire a doctor." The sky outside gradually darkened. After dinner, the two of them went out together. In the night of early spring, a cold crescent moon hung high in the sky. There were almost no stars in the sky. The cold moonlit night was even quieter. The two of them walked on the street. They didn't speak much and just accompanied each other quietly. Half a year's time was a rare time for the two of them who had waited for 30 years to calm down. Suddenly, a horse galloped over from the end of the street, breaking the silence. It galloped past the two of them and disappeared into the night. "You didn't see anything, right?" Ning Chen held the woman beside him and asked softly. "No." Xian Yu shook her head lightly. She looked ahead and said, "It's a little strange. That person just now was very unfamiliar. He shouldn't be someone from this place. Maybe he's just a passerby." Ning Chen replied and didn't pay any more attention to him. He continued walking forward. An hour later, in the eastern corner of the city, the two of them arrived in front of a shabby house. Ning Chen went forward and knocked on the door. Yes, mister. In the house, the little boy who was washing clothes had a joyful expression. He ran forward and opened the door. Mister. Seeing the person in front of her, Xiaowen called out happily. However, when she noticed the fairy-like woman beside the mister, she immediately became timid. Xiaowen, I'm the wife of your mister. I'm here to take a look at your mother's illness. Xian squatted down and said gently. Please come in. Xiaowen answered nervously and made way for him. Inside the house, a beautiful woman was lying on the bed. Her face was abnormally pale, and she coughed occasionally. It seemed that her illness wasn't light. Xian went forward and sat beside the bed. She carefully checked the woman's pulse. Ning Chen stood at the side and saw a sword hanging on the wall. He was startled. Why would there be a sword in Xiaowen's house? Mister, can you cure my mother's illness? Xiaowen shook the arm of the person beside her. Her big eyes were filled with pleading. After saying that, Xiaowen seemed to have thought of something. She climbed onto a stool and took down the sword hanging on the wall. She passed it to the mister and said with tears in her eyes, Mister, my mother said that this sword is my family's heirloom. It has a spirit. My family doesn't have any money left. Can I use this sword as medical expenses? Mister, look. This is really my family's heirloom. Xiaowen used all her strength to pull out the sword hilt and scabbard. She wanted the mister to take a look, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. At the side, Xian sighed when she saw this. Although the sword had a spirit, how would a mortal sword dare to be unsheathed in front of him? Chapter 772. Sunset City, east of the city, in a remote corner. In a dilapidated house, the lights flickered, making the place slightly dim. Inside the house, Ning Chen looked at the teary-eyed little boy in front of him. He gently took the sword from the boy's hand and walked forward to hang it up again. Xiaowen, family heirlooms cannot be easily given to others. Otherwise, how can they be called family heirlooms? Ning Chen turned around and rubbed the little boy's head. He smiled and said, Your mother's illness will be cured soon. Don't worry. Is Mister speaking the truth? Xiaowen raised her hand to wipe away the tears in her eyes and asked. Of course it's the truth. Mister never lies. Ning Chen smiled and replied. I believe Mister. Only then did Xiaowen stop crying and smile, feeling relieved. Beside the bed, Xian let go of her hand and looked at her husband. She said softly, It's a cold. A cold? Ning Chen frowned. If it was a cold, how could Xiaowen's mother be so ill? The cold is just a trigger. Actually, the biggest problem is that Xiaowen's mother has been working hard for many years. Her body is already very weak. Speaking until here, Xian sighed softly and said, I'll try my best. Mister? Xiaowen gently pulled the sleeves of the person beside her and asked hopefully, Is mother okay? Xiaowen, Fong Xian, your mother is fine. Ning Chen lowered his head and replied with a gentle expression. Xian took out the silver needles that she always carried with her and inserted them into the Tai Yin Lung meridian, Du meridian, Ren meridian, and other acupoints on the woman's hand, expelling the cold qi from the woman's body. Half an hour later, Xian put away the silver needles and looked at the little boy who was anxiously waiting beside her. She smiled and said, It's fine. Xiaowen, you can continue to go to school tomorrow. I'll come over and help you take care of your mother. But a look of hesitation flashed across Xiaowen's face as she said, Xiaowen, be good. Your master's wife knows medicine and can take care of your mother better. Ning Chen said softly. Xiaowen nodded and looked at the goddess-like woman in front of her. She said gratefully, Thank you, master's wife. Ning Chen patted the little boy's head and said softly, It's getting late. We'll go back first. Xiaowen, you should sleep early too. You still have school tomorrow. Xiaowen replied obediently. Let's go. Ning Chen looked at the person beside him and said, Xinu nodded and headed out together with him. On the street, Ning Chen said softly, Xinu, I saw that there was a hidden meaning in your words just now. Is something the matter? It's about little Wen's mother's illness. Xinu sighed and said, working too hard will lead to illness. Even if this cold is cured, little Wen's mother won't have much time left. How long can you last? Ning Chen frowned. 5 or 6 years. Xinu softly replied. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, if little Wen's mother wakes up tomorrow, tell her about this. I think she should know a little about it. Xinu nodded. Rumble. Right at this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. However, unlike before, there was only one person. This time, there were more than 10 riders galloping by. They had long sabers at their waists and arrows at their backs. They were filled with killing intent. In front of the street, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What an eventful season. The two of them stood there for a moment, waiting for the dust to dissipate before continuing on their way. The cold moon hung high up in the sky. Several hours later, 200 miles east of the ancient city, more than 10 armored riders caught up with the people who left earlier. After a fierce battle, the people who were being chased barely managed to break through the encirclement. They dragged their heavily injured bodies and continued on their way to the royal capital. The night passed and the day arrived. Everything was the same as before. Ning Chen went to the private school while Xinu went to Little Wen's residence. The citizens in the city continued to work, there were no changes. In the private school, the sound of reciting rang out. Young children didn't know much and their thoughts were the purest. They were already very satisfied that they had the chance to study. After school, Little One didn't wait for the ceremony to end and hurriedly ran out of the school. She was still worried about her sick mother. Seeing how impulsive Little One was, Ning Chen didn't blame her. The filial piety of a child was the most precious emotion in the world. No one could blame her. When he returned home, Xinu hadn't returned yet. Ning Chen walked to the medicinal garden and helped to arrange the medicinal plants. The entire garden was filled with flowers and plants, emitting a unique medicinal fragrance. Among them, there was a stalk of medicinal plant that was exceptionally dazzling. Its name was Soulbreaker, and it was one of the most poisonous plants in the world. Ning Chen saw it but pretended not to see it. He continued to arrange the other medicinal plant. You're back so early. The courtyard door opened as Xinu walked in. She smiled when she saw the figure in the medicinal garden. It's not me who's early, it's you who's late. Ning Chen smiled. He walked up and helped her take the medicine box. Are you tired? I'm not tired. Xinu shook her head. After taking care of patients for an entire day, how can I not be tired? Let's return to the house first. Ning Chen held the hand of the woman beside him as they walked into the house. The weather at the border fortress was different from the royal capital. The 4 seasons were very different as well. Right now, it was already summer in the royal capital. However, at the border fortress, winter had just passed and the weather was exceptionally cold. The fire in the house crackled. Ning Chen placed the medicinal plants down and stretched out his hand to hold Xinu's cold hand. Let the fire warm you up. Xinu sat beside the fire, feeling the warmth from the fire. She leaned her head on the shoulder of the person beside her and said softly, Today, Little Wen's mother woke up and told me a lot of things. So, Little Wen's ancestors were from a family of generals. Ning Chen carefully moved his body so that Xinu could lean on him more comfortably. He replied, When I saw that sword yesterday, I already guessed some things. Where's Little Wen's father? He's dead. Xinu had a rueful look on her face as she said, Little Wen's family had already fallen by the time of his grandfather's generation. Little Wen's father, in order to let his mother and son live a better life, also chose to join the army. Unfortunately, he died in battle a few years ago during a rebellion. A general dies in 100 battles, a warrior returns after 10 years. Ning Chen softly murmured. War was originally a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. Those who could truly survive were less than 1 in 10. He didn't like war. He really didn't like it. If possible, he hoped that there would never be another war in this world. Back then, Fan Lingwei used the power of Northern Ming to attack Xia. His goal was to unify the divine continent and completely end the confrontation between the various dynasties. He didn't know if the divine continent would be unified as Fan Lingwei spoke of. He only knew that in the history of Huaxia, the situation where the world was unified would never last for too long. The general trend of the world, after being separated for a long time, it would eventually unite again. The reason for this was still the human heart. The hearts of the people chasing after full strength would never stop. It was almost impossible to completely end the war. Although it was cruel, this was the truth. The origin of war was to fight for power and profit. Any beautiful words were hypocritical. Regardless of whether it was the victors who wrote the history or the losers who were nailed to the pillar of shame, there was no exception. Husband, Xin Yu has been very happy in this half a year. Xin Yu softly murmured as she leaned on the shoulder of the person beside her and fell asleep. Ning Chen gently pulled the sleeping woman into his embrace. A light fragrance entered his nose, bringing with it a faint medicinal fragrance. It was so familiar and warm. This was his wife, a woman who was worthy of him accompanying her for the rest of his life. He didn't regret his decision back then. Time passed bit by bit in this scene. They helped each other in difficult times and were willing to be ordinary. 5 years later, a group of soldiers appeared in the ancient city. There were more than 5,000 of them. The official in the lead was a third-rank official with an extraordinary noble aura. The commoners in the city saw so many soldiers for the first time. They quickly made way for them, not daring to get too close. In the city, the tofu seller Su Mei was already married. Her husband was an honest man. The two of them set up a stall together and continued their tofu business. When the soldiers arrived, the carriage under them scraped the tofu stall. The tofu scattered all over the ground. Su Mei and the man quietly squatted down and cleaned up the stall, not daring to resist. Since ancient times, commoners didn't fight with officials. Although they weren't educated, they knew this principle. When the two of them were cleaning up, a plain-clothed figure appeared and also squatted down to help. "Thank you, Mr. Ning." Seeing the person who appeared in front of her, Su Mei's teary eyes flashed with gratitude. "It's just a small matter." After cleaning up the scattered tofu, Ning Chen stood up and looked at the departing soldiers. He didn't say anything and headed back to his home in the eastern part of the city. As soon as he reached home, Xin Yu walked over with a worried expression. Little Wen's mother might not be able to hold on for much longer. It's very likely that she won't be able to survive this winter. Ning Chen was startled when he heard that. So fast? It's only been 5 years. You should be clear about the situation of Little Wen's family. It's all because of Little Wen's mother. It's already not easy for them to last for 5 years. Xin Yu sighed. That child, what does his mother plan to do? Ning Chen walked into the house and asked. Little Wen's mother plans to give Little Wen all the money they had saved up over the years to let him go out to study. Before he becomes an official, she won't allow him to come back, Xin Yu replied. What a pity for all parents. Ning Chen's face flashed with sorrow. Does the family still have money? If we can help, then let's help. Xin Yu nodded. There's still some money at home. Since Little Wen's mother doesn't want Little Wen to know about this matter, then you can use your teacher's name to give the money to Little Wen. When a student goes out to study, it's reasonable for a teacher to give some money. Little Wen won't think too much about it. That's the only way. Ning Chen nodded. Right, when I came back from Little Wen's house today, I saw quite a few soldiers. Do you know what happened? Xin Yu didn't understand. I'm not too sure. Ning Chen shook his head. That official looks like he's a third-rank official. But I've never seen him before. He should be a newly risen official. For the imperial court to send a third-rank official here, there should be something big. This city won't be too peaceful in the future. I didn't expect that such a remote place would be unable to avoid conflict. If there's really no other choice, then let's just move away, Xian softly said. There's no need for that for now. Since that official wasn't a court official in the past, he shouldn't recognize us. Also, after Little Wen leaves, Little Wen's mother will need someone to take care of her. Let's just wait and see. We've already lived here for 5 years. Even if we want to move away, it won't be something that can be done in a day or two, Ningchen replied. I'll listen to you. Xian lightly nodded. Chapter 773. Sunset Ancient City. A small and peaceful city was no longer peaceful because of the arrival of a third-rank official. Soldiers were stationed in the city and patrolled every day. After a few days, the people in the city gradually got used to it. No matter what, the people's adaptability was stronger than usual. As long as they were not forced to the point where they could not survive, they would be able to accept it. In the east corner of the city, in front of a shabby house, a delicate-looking woman stuffed the little money left in the house into the hands of a young man in front of her. Her slightly pale face revealed a stern expression as she said, "Xiaowen, when you go out to study, you must know how to improve yourself. Before you obtain scholarly honors, you are not allowed to come back. Otherwise, Mother will not recognize you." Mother! Xiaowen's eyes were filled with tears. 5 years had passed, and he had grown from a little boy to a young man. However, there was still a hint of immaturity in his eyes. At the side, Ningchen walked forward and placed the money he had prepared into the youth's hands. With a gentle expression, he said, "Listen to your mother's words and work hard. These silvers are a gift from the teacher. When you pass the imperial examination, come back and let your mother live a good life." "Teacher." Xiaowen took the money and hesitated. He did not know if he should accept it or not. Xian walked forward and said softly, "Xiaowen, when you go out, it is not the same as when you are at home. Bring more money for emergencies. As long as you study hard, when you obtain scholarly honors in the future, your teacher will also be proud." "Thank you, teacher, thank you, teacher." Xiaowen accepted the money with tears in his eyes. He bowed to the two of them and said gratefully, "It is getting late. Let's be on our way." The woman steeled her heart and urged. Xiaowen looked at his mother in front of him. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "Go. Remember to work hard and not disappoint Mother." The woman's eyes were filled with tears as she said. Xiaowen wiped away the tears in his eyes and nodded. He knelt down and kowtowed a few times. He suppressed the sadness in his heart and turned to leave. Looking at the departing figure, the woman could no longer suppress the tears in her eyes. Drop by drop, they fell down. "Thank you, Teacher Ning, thank you, Madam Ning." The woman turned around and bowed to the two of them. Xian went forward and supported the woman. She said softly, "No need to thank us. However, do you regret doing this?" "As long as Xiaowen can live well, that is enough." The woman replied with difficulty. Then, her face flushed red and she coughed violently. Dazzling red blood seeped out from between his fingers, dripping down drop by drop. His body that was suppressed by the medicine could no longer hold on and exploded. "I'll help you into the room to take the medicine." Xian sighed softly. She supported the woman and walked into the house. Ningchen stood outside the house and looked at the dilapidated ancient city. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Parting in life and death was always sad. Ordinary people had ordinary happiness, but they also had ordinary helplessness. Not long after, Xian walked out of the house. She held the hand of the person before her and walked in the direction of her home. "Husband, Little Wen's mother doesn't have much time left." Xian's eyes flashed with sorrow. "You did your best," Ningchen said as he held the former's hand. "If my medical skills were better, perhaps I would be able to let Little Wen's mother live a little longer." Xian's expression was filled with self-blame. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are all natural. There's no need to feel too much regret. You're already the best doctor in the world. Otherwise, little Wen's mother wouldn't have been able to live until today, Ning Chen comforted her softly. Husband! Xin softly called out. Amen. Ning Chen replied. Do you regret marrying me? Xin raised her head and asked. I don't regret it. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and caressed her face. He had a warm smile on his face as he said, not even for a moment. Xinu's eyes were filled with tears. She smiled brilliantly and said, I also don't regret it. She knew that the person he liked was either that woman from Desolate City or that little princess from the barbarian dynasty. However, she still couldn't help but want to be together with him, even if it was only for 20 years. She wouldn't be a burden to him for too long. 20 years was enough. After 20 years, she would return him to them. Silly girl. Ning Chen gently pulled her into his embrace and softly said, You are my wife. You are now, you will be in the future, and you will always be my wife. I married you because I want to marry you. There's no other reason. Amen? Xin nodded lightly. Ning Chen raised his hand and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. He smiled and said, Our 9th princess is the most beautiful woman in the world. There are countless nobles who want to marry her. It wasn't easy for me to marry her. Even if you want to regret it, it's too late. Hearing the former's teasing, Xinu's tears turned into laughter. She lightly hit the person in front of her and said, I want you to treat me well. If you don't treat me well, I will return to the princess residence and not live with you anymore. Ning Chen smiled and said, Of course. How would I dare to treat our 9th princess badly? After returning home, Xinu went to the eastern kitchen to prepare dinner. Ning Chen walked to the study table and took out a piece of paper. He added water to it and ground it, drawing the person in the painting bit by bit. Not long after, Xinu brought the dishes over. Seeing the figure in front of the study table, she asked in confusion, What are you writing? Nothing. Ning Chen smiled and closed the painting. He walked up and said, It's been a long time since I saw you go out to the streets to buy rouge and face powder. Since you don't have to go to school tomorrow, let me accompany you to buy some. Do you dislike an old woman like me? You can't look at me without putting on rouge and face powder? Xinu rolled her eyes at him. Ning Chen smiled. If you were an old woman, wouldn't all the women in the world be unable to enter your eyes? I just feel that it's been a long time since I went out with you and wanted to make up for it a little. Seeing that you're quite sincere, I'll agree. Xinu smiled. The next day, when the first rays of the morning sun lit up the room, Xinu stood in front of a bronze mirror and did her makeup. Her beauty that was capable of causing the downfall of countries, even without any makeup, was as perfect as a person in a painting. Ning Chen had long been waiting for her patiently. It was innate for women to love beauty. No matter if it was a woman or a little girl, women would never do their makeup too quickly. He had already fully experienced this. After an unknown period of time, Xinu stood up and looked at the bored figure in front of the door. Her lips curled up. Are you impatient? When Ning Chen heard that, he hurriedly shook his head. How could that be? A husband waiting for his wife is a matter of course. How could I be impatient? Then that's good. Only then did Xinu nod her head in satisfaction. Let's go. The two of them walked out side by side. On the main street of the city, people came and went. It wasn't too lively, but it also wasn't too deserted. In front of a rouge stall, Xinu stopped. She opened it and sniffed it. Looking at the woman behind the stall, she asked, How much is this rouge? 20 copper coins. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, the woman hurriedly replied, Here's 20 copper coins. Take it. Xinu took out 20 copper coins and placed it in the woman's hand. Then she gave the rouge to the person beside her. Take it. Don't throw it away. Ning Chen nodded and took the rouge. In front of a cosmetic store, Xin stopped. After choosing for a while, she asked for 2 boxes of cosmetic powder, and then continued walking. Ning Chen took the packaged cosmetic powder from the shopkeeper and followed after her. In the textile store, Xin looked at the cloth in the store. After choosing for a long time, she took out a cloth and looked at the person beside her. Does it look good? It looks good. Ning Chen hurriedly nodded. Xin suspiciously put down the cloth in her hand and picked up another cloth. What about this? It also looks good. Ning Chen honestly said. Xin put down the cloth again and picked up a cloth of the worst quality. She asked again, this one? Ning Chen looked at it and didn't feel anything different. He nodded. It looks good. At the side, the lady boss of the textile store wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold it in. Xin rolled her eyes at the person beside her. I let you choose, but it's really useless. Do you think that all the cloth here looks good? Ning Chen's gaze swept over the cloth in the store. He really couldn't see any differences. However, his intelligence told him that if he said yes now, he would definitely be asking for a beating. Of course not. Ning Chen shook his head. He casually picked up a cloth and said seriously, I don't think this one looks good. Haha. Seeing this, the cloth store's lady boss could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Xin was also very angry. She wanted to slap him out of the store. Young master, this bolt of cloth you're holding is Yang silk. It's made from the best silk and dyed with the best material. My little shop only gets a few bolts at a time. If you don't think it looks good, then there really isn't any good-looking silk in the world. The shop's proprietress smiled. Ning Chen's face stiffened. This was a slap in the face. How could he understand these things? In the past, it was Ruo Shi who helped him take care of it. Now with Xin, he didn't buy it himself. Lady boss, you don't need to pay attention to him. He's just a big boss. Usually, he doesn't care about anything at home. Xin said in a bad mood. She then continued, How much is this Yang silk? 20 taels. The lady boss held back her laughter and said. Xin nodded. The lady boss didn't ask for much. This was indeed the price. Please help me wrap it up. We want this cloth. Xin replied. Okay, I'll wrap it up right away. The lady boss's face lit up. Although this cloth was precious, it wasn't easy to sell. Today, she had met a big customer. Lady boss. At this time, a young man holding a paper fan walked in and said, I want all the cloth in your store. Pack it up and send it to the city lord's mansion. The lady boss was stunned. She looked at the young man in disbelief. Was this real or fake? This was the first time she had seen someone ask for goods like this. He didn't even look at the cloth and directly wanted it all? A moment later, the lady boss reacted and hurriedly said, Young master, please wait a moment. I'll help this lady wrap the cloth up and then deliver the good. Did you not understand my words? What I said was, I want all the cloth in your store. The young man's expression turned cold. Inside the store, Ning Chen looked at the young man outside and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. He whispered, Xin, let's make a bet. This person must be a woman. Xin was slightly surprised. She swept her gaze over him. How could he tell? How can you be so sure? Xin, you didn't understand. I guess. Ning Chen's lips curved up. Chapter 774. Within the cloth shop, Zhao Er's words put the shop's owner in a difficult position, not knowing what to do. Within the shop, Ning Chen looked at the woman dressed as a man and smiled. He put down the 20 taels of silver, took the cloth, and walked out with the person beside him. Did you not hear what this young master said? Zhao said coldly as she looked at the two people walking out. Ning Chen stopped and smiled. Young master, we already bought this cloth before you came. There are still many more in the shop. Young master, why do you have to make things difficult for us? You don't know what's good for you. Zhao Er's eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed and her hand reached out to take the cloth from Ning Chen. Bang! Ning Chen's body subconsciously turned and blocked the palm energy with his back. He staggered a few steps and blood spilled out of his mouth. Zhao Guo immediately retracted her qi and her expression became unsightly. Husband. Xin, you went up to support Ning Chen. I'm fine. Ning Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and cupped his hands towards the person in front of him. Young master, you vented your anger. Can we leave now? Don't let me see you again. Zhao Guo coldly snorted and turned to walk towards the city lord's mansion. Let's go. Ning Chen grabbed the hand of the woman beside him and smiled warmly before walking back the way they came. Actually, you don't have to bear with it. Xin, you softly said. I've been fighting my whole life and I'm tired. Now that I finally have a normal life, I don't want to destroy it. Ning Chen smiled. Are your injuries all right? Xin, you worriedly asked. It's fine. That girl was still restrained and didn't want to hurt anyone. Ning Chen replied. Looking at the strength of her qi, she should be a Xiantian. Such a young Xiantian is definitely not an ordinary person. She's the family of that third-rank official. I noticed them when they came. Ning Chen replied. No wonder you knew she was a girl. Xin, you suddenly understood. There's another reason. Ning Chen smiled. What reason? Xin, you asked. Ning Chen smiled. Just look at the men on the street. Xin, you looked at the passers-by walking along the street with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, she reacted and raised her hand to hit the passers-by. She sneered, indecent. Ning Chen chuckled and said, everyone loves beauty. It's human nature for a man to take a few more glances at a beautiful woman. Not only did that young lady not have such an expression, she even made things difficult for us after seeing us. I'm afraid it's the jealousy of a woman at work. You are so smart. Xin, you rolled her eyes at him and said, we've already bought everything we need. Let's go home. Ning Chen nodded and replied. In the city lord's mansion, in a beautifully decorated room, there was a loud bang as a table was shattered into pieces by a palm strike. The surrounding maids were so scared that they kept trembling. Bao why are you so angry? Who provoked you again? The door opened and a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked in. He looked at his cross-dressing daughter and chuckled softly. I'm fine. Inside the room, Zhao Guo wiped the sawdust off her sleeves and asked calmly, Father, why did you come back so early today? The ink-silver mining is ready, and I don't need to look after it for the time being, Zhao Hongyan replied. Father, it's best to be careful. This is something Marquis Yuanwu personally instructed me to do. Nothing can go wrong, Zhao Guo said seriously. Father knows what to do. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Father will be going back. After saying this, Zhao Hongyan turned and walked outside. Farewell, Father. Zhao Guo bowed respectfully. Zhao Hongyan left and the door closed behind him. Zhao Guo stood up and walked to the bed. She pulled out her sword and calmly said, Men? Young miss. A pink-clothed woman appeared and half knelt. Go investigate the identity of that person today, Zhao Guo said indifferently. Yes. The pink-clothed woman bowed respectfully and then disappeared without a sound. Zhao Guo gently held her sword as a light flashed through her eyes. Although the two people today looked ordinary, their temperaments were not something that could be concealed just because they wanted to. This was especially true for that woman. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was not an ordinary person. In the eastern part of the city, Ning Chen was helping to arrange the medicinal plants in his medicinal garden. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked outside. With a creak, the door opened and a handsome young man walked in. He looked at the figure in the medicinal garden and calmly said, Mr. Ning, we meet again. Ning Chen stood up and looked at the woman who had walked in. His eyes flashed. She had come with ill intentions. Xian heard the commotion and walked out of her room. When she saw who it was, she was startled. Why was it this young miss again? Zhao Guo'er's body flashed and she unsheathed her sword, stabbing it towards the woman in front of her. In the blink of an eye, her plain clothes flashed and her 2 fingers closed together, blocking the sword with a clang. "Miss, there's no need to be so overbearing," said Ningchen coldly. "You really aren't ordinary people." Zhao Guo'er looked at the person in front of her and coldly said, "A Xiantian expert is willing to live in such a desolate place for so many years. Just what are your intentions?" "We husband and wife are tired of the grudges of the pugilistic world. We just want to live a peaceful life. Miss, your status is not ordinary, so why must you make things difficult for us commoners?" said Ningchen seriously. When Zhao Guo heard this, her eyes flashed. A moment later, she put away her sword and said, "I'll give you 1 month to leave this city. Otherwise, the next person who comes to visit you won't be me but one of the Grand Xia's soldiers." After saying this, Zhao Guo'er did not say anything else and turned to leave. Looking at the former's back as he left, Ningchen sighed softly. "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop." "That sword just now was just to test you," said Xianyu softly. "I know." Ningchen nodded and turned to look at the woman in front of him, saying, "However, I don't like people pointing a sword at you. When did you become so foolish?" Xianyu raised her hand and caressed his face, saying gently, "After this winter, let's leave." Ningchen nodded, saying, "As long as you're here, it doesn't matter where we go." Half a month later, snow fell once more. In the eastern corner of the city, in a shabby little house, a dying woman continuously called out her son's name. After such a long winter, the woman finally could not endure it any longer and reached the end of her life. Beside the bed, Xianyu's eyes were filled with tears as she quietly accompanied the woman on her last journey. Ningchen sighed and hugged the woman in front of him, not saying anything. "Little one," her last words were filled with longing. The woman's arms silently fell, and her soul returned to the heavens. Xianyu's body trembled, and she could no longer suppress her sorrow. Tears silently flowed from her eyes. Outside the house, the snow grew heavier and heavier. The entire city was covered in snow, turning into a world of white. 3 days later, the 2 of them buried little Wen's mother. The woman had lived a simple life. Even in death, the only person she cared about was her son, who had left home. She had never thought about herself. In the northern plains, the heavenly music pavilion was filled with snow all year round. The sound of the grand Tao reverberated throughout the entire northern plains. Oh! The heavenly music pavilion's master sensed something. Her figure flashed and she arrived at the forbidden heaven space. Looking at the white-clothed woman in front of the sound mill, she revealed a look of surprise. It had not even been 30 years, and she had already stepped into the immortal realm. She was truly a genius. Mu Chengxue, there are still 70 years. Continue. The heavenly music pavilion's master said, and her figure immediately dispersed and disappeared. In front of the sound mill, the white-clothed woman's shoulder blades were pierced by chains that fell from the sky. Her blood had already stopped flowing. The desolate city's prodigy did not say a word and continued to silently move the sound mill. Sunset City, City Lord's Mansion. In the main hall, Zhao Hongyun stood quietly. In front of him, a pink-clothed woman knelt down and reported respectfully, "Have you found out the identity of the person that Miss asked you to investigate?" Zhao Hongyun asked calmly. "My lord, the couple came to this city 5 years ago. There was nothing unusual about them. However, no one knows where they came from or what their identity is," the pink-clothed woman replied respectfully. "Oh!" Zhao Hongyun's eyes flashed coldly. A person who could withstand Guo'er's sword had to be at least at the innate realm. Such a person should not be unknown. "My lord, do we need to use other forces to investigate?" the pink-clothed woman asked. "There's no need," Zhao Hongyun said indifferently. "They are already preparing to leave. You should know how to deal with them. Also, do not let Miss know about this." "Yes." The pink-clothed woman accepted the order. 4 days later, outside Sunset City, the snow had stopped. The two of them left the city and walked towards the southwest. The two of them were willing to be ordinary. They did not want to fight anymore. Seeing the peaceful city become a place of trouble, they finally chose to leave. In the desolate Northwest Territory there were few people. The two of them walked together. After 30 li out of the city, they stopped in a bamboo forest covered in snow. Ning Chen looked at the bamboo forest in front of him and sighed. He could only accompany them in their pursuit. Xianyu, wait here for a moment, Ning Chen instructed in a soft voice. Then, he walked towards the bamboo forest. Xianyu looked at Ning Chen's back and guessed what he was going to do. She stood there and waited. She knew that there were some things he did not want her to see. In the city lord's mansion, in a beautifully decorated room, Zhaoguo looked at the sword hanging on the bed and thought for a moment before saying, "Hong Ling." After a moment of silence, no one replied. Zhaoguo frowned and said again, "Hong Ling," with a creak. The door opened and a maid quickly walked in. She knelt down and hurriedly said, "Reporting to Miss Hong Ling is not in the mansion today. Where did she go?" Zhaoguo's expression darkened. "This servant does not know," the maid said fearfully. Zhaoguo frowned again. After a moment, her expression suddenly changed. She took the sword hanging on the bed and quickly left the mansion. 30 li outside of Sunset City, in a bamboo forest, a white-clothed figure walked in and took a green bamboo. Sword in tent flowed through it and the snowflakes on the bamboo melted. The leaves and branches disappeared one by one. In the next moment, figures appeared from all directions in the bamboo forest. Their cold eyes pierced towards the youth in front of them. Chapter 775. Within the bamboo forest, wind and snow raged as 10 figures appeared from all directions, each of them holding a sword. These well-trained assassins were ruthless and merciless. As soon as they appeared, the sword lights were already around Su-yi. It was as if time had stopped as snowflakes danced in the air. Su-yi stood in the middle of the 15 sword lights, her expression unperturbed. An instant later, time returned to normal and Su-yi's figure appeared once more, dyeing the bamboo red. The wind stopped and the snow stopped. The 15 figures fell to the ground in disbelief, blood flowing from their bodies and dyeing the snow red. Not far away, Hong Ling watched this scene in disbelief. Her face was filled with shock. "Who exactly is this person? I'll spare your life. Go back and tell your master that today's matter won't end here," Ning Chen coldly replied before walking out of the bamboo forest. Outside the bamboo forest, Xianyu was calmly waiting. When she saw Ning Chen appear, she walked over. "We won't be leaving for now." Ning Chen smiled warmly at the girl in front of him. Xianyu nodded. It didn't matter if they left or not. Wherever he was, that was where her home was. The two of them left and went back the way they came. Since they couldn't avoid trouble, they might as well deal with it once and for all. Within the bamboo forest, not long after the battle had ended, a streak of light appeared. Zhaoguo stopped and looked at the figures on the ground, her pupils trembling. "Miss." Hong Ling knelt on the ground, the shock on her face still difficult to erase. "Who told you to attack without permission?" Zhaoguo said sternly. "It was milord's orders." Hong Ling lowered her head. Zhaoguo clenched her fist. This time it was really troublesome. "Did you see what his cultivation level was?" Zhaoguo suppressed her anger and asked. "No." Hong Ling shook her head, her eyes filled with terror. "I didn't even see him attack. When I came back to my senses, they were all dead." "What?" Zhaoguo's expression changed. These were all death warriors above the Xiantian realm, but they hadn't even been able to block a single attack. "Shit, come back with me immediately." Thinking of something, Zhaoguo hurriedly gave an order and rushed towards Setting Sun City. Setting Sun City, in a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city. Ning Chen put down the bag on his shoulder and looked at the girl beside him. He smiled. "I'm going to take care of some problems. Don't go out." Xin softly replied. Her expression was gentle as she said, I'll cook and wait for you to return. All right. Ning Chen nodded and walked out of the courtyard. In the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hongyun sat quietly in the hall. He looked at the secret order from Marquis Yuanwu that came from the western border with a serious expression. Right at this moment, Zhao Guo rushed over and flashed swiftly into the hall. Seeing this, Zhao Hongyun frowned and said, What's the matter? What's the matter? Father, we're in big trouble, Zhao Guo said urgently. What big trouble? What are you talking about? Zhao Hongyun reprimanded softly. Outside the hall, Hong Ling also rushed back. Without saying a word, she directly knelt down. Zhao Hongyun looked at the person outside the door and asked, How did the mission go? Sir, they're all dead. Hong Ling kowtowed. What did you say? Zhao Hongyun's face fell. How could this be? Father, I warned you not to rashly attack this person. We know too little about him. Since he chose to leave, we should have just let him go. Why did you have to kill him? Zhao Guo said angrily. Who knows if he's a spy? Only dead people won't leak information, Zhao Hongyun said solemnly. I've already gone to the bamboo forest. Those people all had their throats slit with one sword. Father, how could we provoke someone who can kill 15 Xiantian experts in one move? Zhao Guo said weakly. One move. Zhao Hongyun was shocked. Buzz. Just as Zhao Hongyun finished speaking, the sound of swords rang out from within the city lord's mansion. The expressions of all the guards changed, and the swords at their waists began to tremble uncontrollably. Not good. Zhao Guo's body shook, and she looked outside the hall in shock. He's here. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, a plain-clothed person walked over. Although his expression was calm, there was an indescribable pressure weighing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Did you deliver the message I asked you to? Ning Chen stopped in front of the hall and looked calmly at the girl in pink kneeling on the ground. Hong Ling's heart trembled, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Looks like you did. Ning Chen looked over at the middle-aged man in the hall and said, As a rank 3 official of the imperial court, you secretly raise death soldiers and kill the innocent. Are all the people who pay taxes like you? Who are you? Zhao Hongyun said solemnly. Who I am is not important. What's important is what will happen to you. Ning Chen said indifferently. He clenched his left hand, and a nearby guard's sword flew into his hand. Kill him. Zhao Hongyun looked at the guards in the hall and said coldly. Yes. The guards obeyed, and they all came forward. Although a soldier's duty is to obey orders, from today onwards, you don't have to listen to his orders anymore. Ning Chen raised his hand. His aura didn't move, but an extraordinary sword pressure spread out. The soldiers around him were all sent flying, and they couldn't move anymore. Seeing this, Zhao Bao immediately stood in front of her father, and the tip of her sword flew towards Ning Chen. With a clang, Ning Chen's finger sealed the sword, and with a crisp sound, the tip of the sword broke. You cannot be forgiven for helping a tyrant. Since you did not kill me the last 2 times, I will let you live today. With that, Ning Chen pointed at the former's dantian, and his sword chi condensed into the yellow springs, sealing her martial skills. A breath later, a plain-clothed figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man, and a sword pierced through his body, piercing his dantian. Arg! Unable to react in time, Zhao Hongyun groaned, and his body was crippled. Fresh blood flowed, dyeing his clothes red. Zhao Hongyun knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently. In an instant, an unstoppable force appeared, and the battle ended. The guards in the hall were all shocked, unable to regain their senses. Come out. Ning Chen looked at a corner of the hall and said indifferently. In the corner of the hall, space twisted, and a black-clothed figure appeared, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Greetings to the martial Marquis. The dark dragon guard half knelt and bowed. You know me? Ning Chen said calmly. 5 years ago, during the Marquis wedding, I was fortunate enough to see the Marquis from afar, the Dark Dragon Guard said respectfully. Jiming Marquis. Zhao Bao'er and Zhao Hongyun had heard of him, and their bodies trembled. 5 years ago, there was only one Martial Marquis, the #1 Martial Marquis in Xia, the Jiming Marquis. Ning Chen looked at the kneeling Dark Dragon Guard and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Marquis." The Dark Dragon Guard stood to the side. "Lord Marquis, please spare me." This official really did not know it was Lord Marquis and was confused. "Please be magnanimous and spare this official this time." Zhao Hongyun reacted, crawling forward and kowtowing. Zhao Bao'er also knelt down and kowtowed. "Lord Marquis, please spare my father." The Dark Dragon Guard looked at the two and sighed. Zhao Bao'er's luck was really bad. Of all the people he could have offended, he had to offend the Jiming Marquis. Ning Chen ignored him and looked at the Dark Dragon Guard. "When did you start following this person?" "Since he left the Imperial City," the Dark Dragon Guard said honestly. "What have you found?" Ning Chen calmly asked. "Reporting to the Marquis, other than secretly raising death warriors, we have not found anything else," the Dark Dragon Guard respectfully said. Ning Chen nodded. He had told Xia Qi that once a third-rank official or above was sent out of the Imperial City, he had to send someone to follow them. Whether they were loyal or not, the best method was to prevent trouble before it happened. "There is something wrong with this person. Quickly report today's matter to the Imperial Court and have the Imperial Court send someone over. Within a month, everything must be investigated clearly," Ning Chen coldly said. "Yes." The Dark Dragon Guard half knelt. "I'll leave the matters here to you." Ning Chen's gaze swept over the people in the residence. Without saying anything else, he walked out of the residence. "It's over." Zhao Hongyun powerlessly lay on the ground, his face ashen. Ning Chen returned to a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city. The fragrance of food wafted out of the room, rousing his appetite. "You're back. Go wash your hands and prepare to eat." Xianyu smiled when she saw the figures returning from the outside. "Yes." Ning Chen lightly nodded and walked into the room to wash his hands. "We might stay for another month." "It's only a month. It will pass very quickly." Xianyu nodded and placed the dishes on the table. "Oh right, after the matters here are settled, let's go to other places. I haven't left Grand Xia in all these years. I want to go out and take a look." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and received the dishes. "Let's go to the other 4 regions first. If you still want to see the outside world, we can go to the sky beyond heaven." A smile appeared on Xianyu's face. "I've always heard you mention the sky beyond heaven, but I don't know what kind of place it is. Tell me about it." Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there was originally no such thing as the sky beyond heaven. There was only one world in this world. However, countless years ago, the Nether King appeared and used several planets as the foundation to create a new world. This new world was called the Inner World, which is the world we live in now. As for the original world, it was called the sky beyond heaven." Hearing the 2 words Nether King, Xianyu's eyes dimmed. Even now, when she thought of that calamity 30 years ago, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. That terrifying destructive divine might was something no human expert could match. There's no need to think too much about it. It's all in the past. Ning Chen patted her hand and softly consoled her. "I'm fine." Xianyu suppressed the sadness in her heart. A smile appeared on her face once more. "I heard you say that there are many experts in the sky beyond heaven. The number of experts above the immortal treading realm is countless times greater than the inner world. You must have suffered a lot while searching for the method to revive yourself." Ning Chen smiled. "At first, I wasn't used to it. When I met those old monsters, I couldn't defeat the majority of them. However, it got better later on. Now they basically can't defeat me." "You don't know how to be humble." Xianyu smiled. "I'm already very humble." Ning Chen smiled.